It is so emotional.
On va vous laisser vivre ces images.
3, 2, 1. Way faster transition compared to Katie Scheid.
What is going on? This is not good.
And a beautiful victory. Going through the crowd.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. Welcome to Transvulcania 2023 by UTMB. You are on the live English channel. My name is Corinne Malcolm. I'm joined by my good friend, Martin. Good morning, Martin.
Good morning, Corinne. Good morning, everyone. So we are, as per usual, spread out across the world. I am lucky to be on the island in La Palma. We're at the start this morning with DEPA, sending over 2,000 runners out, and it was beautiful. It was at sea level. We could see the full moon. That was quite incredible. Here, as you can see on these drone images, there are quite an overcast climate, which is very specific to the island. So essentially where we are here at the finish line is blue sky, but there you see the clouds just coming over the caldera, and this is the first aid station where we're going to find the first runner go through. So
yeah, I think we're expecting our lead. Yeah, I think we expect our lead men through this zone in about the next 5 to 6 minutes. So things should be heating up there momentarily.
So wherever you are following this live, there are definitely a few things you need to know. The best way to watch it is either from YouTube or from the UTMB platform. It's it's live.utmb.world, and this is where you'll find as much information as you can get. So here, these are images from this morning, 6 a.m. local time. Lionel Christian Manole, you've seen Tim Tollefson, Romain Habert, who is currently leading the race from France. So that's a repeat so far from last October, because Corinne, they had to move the race a little bit further back. And then Dakota Jones, the 2012 winner back so many years ago, he was 21, and he's told us like he was super stoked to be back on the island. And there we go, Martina Valmasoy. Yeah, we got a stacked field, Corinne.
Yeah, and especially stacked field. The men's field in particular is incredibly stacked. The women's field had some last-minute withdrawals with Mimi Kotka and Shayla Alves not being able to start the race this morning. I think was kind of a dampener to pull those women out of that field in particular, but still blazing hot times expected today given the current course conditions. You know, that overcast nature of the course, no wind at the start this morning. All those things are really, really good for running on this course. We'll see if it heats up later in the day. That riverbed section, as they make their way towards town, is notorious for being incredibly warm and dry, I guess not dry, but without a lot of wind to cool you down. So it's a really hard way to finish this race. So hopefully this overcast start keeps runners cool on this first big long climb of the course at least. So expecting really fast times, I think, from this field today.
Yeah, and the wind is actually a good and a bad because it dries up like as soon as the runners hit the caldera. It's quite exposed and it dries you up without you noticing. And there's definitely that section after El Reventon, which is precisely where we're gonna pick up the runners, which on paper is actually quite short from a distance perspective, but they spend quite a bit of time, and there's not a whole lot of places to shelter. And this is usually a place where runners start to fade. And last year, actually, this is what happened to Romain Imbert, Damien Imbert. Oh, still, I'm still a bit tired from this morning, but Damien was leading and he was followed very closely. They actually were together with Miguel Heras, and Miguel knows the race. Miguel knows what he needs to be done. And at this aid station, Miguel actually took the time to stop, refill, drink, and Damien pulled away. So it's like, oh, that's good. I actually broke away from him. But then I was talking to him, and he said to me yesterday, he's like, yeah, that was the biggest mistake I could have made, because then he blew out later and actually had to drop out at El Roque de los Muchachos 52 Ks into the race. So he is ready to not repeat that, but he must be feeling good because he is still leading once again. So hopefully that will last. We saw them go through the first checkpoint together with Andreas Reiterer and from Italy, and followed closely by Dakota Jones. And it looks like now Dakota Jones has caught up with Damien, and they are leading together.
Yeah, we expect Damien and Dakota to come into this aid station together, and they should be followed in quick succession by Andreas Reitier, Tim Ferricks, Jared Hazen, Jeff Mogavaro, Stephen Kirsch. There are a lot of, this is a huge international field, but a lot of American men in the top 10 right now trying to get that UTMB CCC spot in the finale come late August, early September. But I ran this race back in 2017, and what you're seeing on your screen right now is indicative of what I experienced that day. The atmosphere on this course is absolutely insane. The people that come out to watch from the island are incredible. The volunteers, the aid station workers are they're like this all day long. You can be having the worst day of your life, and this is what greets you at every single aid station. So I can't wait for our lead runners to make it to this aid station to be welcomed by this incredible group of volunteers.
Yeah, you couldn't be more right, Corinne, about the atmosphere. And it's essentially the whole island that celebrates this race. And again, they are excited to be back with Transvulcania, to be back in the original date as well, because last year was pushed back. It took place in October after 3 years consecutive year not happening. So essentially the last edition was 2019 and then October 2022 because originally because of COVID. And then for those who are not aware, there has been a massive volcano eruption that kind of covered a big part of the island, and therefore roads, houses, and all the infrastructure were compromised, so the race couldn't take place. So again, this is the chance now for all the locals, for all the island to celebrate this big trail running festival that takes place here. And yes, it gives a lot of stokes to the runners, and definitely make this race very, very unique. So to give you a bit of perspective on where we are right now, so El Reventon is about 30 Ks in, and they would have done already a whole lot of elevation gain because they start, as I said, at sea level. And if you're on live.utmb.world, you can see the course profile, and there's already a huge climb at 16 Ks in. They're almost at 2,000 meters, drop down a little bit, and then it's at the bottom of kind of what we can say the second climb, 31 Ks in precisely at 1,415 meters.
Yeah, you legitimately run through different ecosystems out there on the course. It's spectacular. You know, the variety of terrain that you cover, from starting at sea level by the lighthouse and then climbing up into the caldera is quite the way to experience the sunrise on the island.
Yes, the infamous sunrise, like that kind of rises in your back when you're running, and every year we say to people, just take the time, look back. Sadly, they're gonna look back and just gonna see white for this year, but that's okay because, as you said, I think you'd much rather have cloud cover that keeps you cool than being already hot and exposed. Because yeah, every year there's heaps of damage because of the heat and the temperatures. And I mean, you remember last year we were both covering this race already, and we were seeing runners stopping at the aid station, pouring buckets of water over them. I remember Abby when she was at El Roque de los Muchachos, she just like had a whole shower. So
Yeah,
we should
it was a
have
very
fast
hot day
times
back
this
in the
year.
fall. Yeah, and we will see kind of a recap, highlights from the 2022 fall edition of the race here this morning, in between waiting for the lead men to come through this aid station and the lead women to come through this aid station. We're split screening to that right now, so we don't miss the men coming through. On your big screen right now, that is the race from last fall, where we saw Petter Engdahl and Abby Hall come away with the wins in this ultramarathon distance at the race. We'll also see the marathon race finish later this morning. They're starting at 9 a.m. local time in just about 30 minutes. But really, it was a beautiful fall race. Obviously, an unusual time for the event on the island. It's normally in this spring position, but I think we were all really happy to see the race happen last year, independent of when it happened in the season.
Yeah, it was definitely a big excitement, and a lot of athletes showed up for this at the end of the season. And as you said, Peter and Abby took out the wins in men and women. It was a big day. And
yeah, I think that was especially cool after their CCC performances in August last year, to be able to have kind of those two really cool performances together. They just both had hard days at Madeira just a couple weeks ago, but we'll be back racing at UTMB in September. So, you know, still a season to build towards, but it was really cool, I think, for both of us, getting to watch people that we're very close with, good friends of ours, good people from the running community. We got to, I feel like we got to talk about them for 6.5 hours last year. It was pretty fun.
yeah, indeed, it was. And so we had the Elite Athletes presentation 2 days ago, and we talked about the men's a little bit, and but there's currently in the women's field a woman we weren't expecting as much. It's Edyta Lewandowska from Poland, who's currently leading, and by expected about like she already had 4 minutes on Martina Valmasoy from Team Salomon from Italy, who we all know very well, and followed in 3rd position so far by Meg McKenzie from South Africa, and representing On Running. So here on the images you see the 3D of the course, and so this is the whole part we were telling you about until Las Desviadas, which is the high point, and then from there they drop a little bit back down to El Pilar, which used to be a big aid station. Now it's just a way to go through, and then you'll see they start going on the caldera and reach El Reventon, which is where we'll start seeing images of the first runners. And maybe on the right,
so again,
we have thumbs up.
Yeah, so what I was looking at there is, in my head, I had El Pilar as kind of that, we're going to see them there. The aid station that's on your screen right now is that next aid station at the 31 kilometer mark. So we won't have images of our runners coming through that aid station for about 30 minutes. Right now, we're anticipating that Dakota Jones and Andreas will be the first 2 men to that 31 kilometer aid station, followed by Damien. They have come through El Pilar. We do have updated splits from the top 3 men there: Dakota Jones, Andreas, and Damien. 1, 2, and 3. They were separated by all of, let's call it 7 seconds at El Pilar. So they're running together, but we will see our men in that small screen, which will be big at that point, in about 30 minutes time at that aid station. So we have to wait a little bit until we get live images of our runners this morning.
So you can take advantage of that time to ask us any question, because we'll be there pretty much all day with you. So by all means, get involved, interact. Yeah, let's get some feedback. I see that we've got people from Poland cheering us, and probably also cheering our current female leader, Edita Levanowska, um, bib number 40. So if anybody knows a little bit more personal details, because we have obviously her running details, and she has raced quite a bit. Last race was in Sicily that she won, and all the other races she's done were back in Poland, which she has essentially won all of them, and ran pretty strong. Like she ran a 73K with over 3,000 meters of vert in just under 8 hours. So definitely an athlete that could potentially be leading the race from wire to wire, and surprise quite a few people where most of us were expecting Martina Valmasoy and Meg McKenzie to be at the forefront, which they currently are, respectively in second and third position.
Yeah, and we should note too that Edna's a Masters athlete, will be our first Masters athlete leading the race as well. So always cool to see that. It would have been cool to have Mimi in that position as well. But yeah, if you're watching from Poland and you know a little bit more about our current race leader on the women's side, drop it in the chat on YouTube. We'd love to know a little bit more of the inside scoop from Poland on this athlete. We do expect Martina to run pretty strong here as well. She's kind of had a slow start to her season. She had a climbing accident back in the fall. She had a fracture essentially, kind of off of her hip, which had her on crutches, kind of hobbling around her home for a while. But she did get back onto skis this winter, competing in some big skimo races by the end of the season. So I think she's coming in maybe fit, but less fit than she would like. But really using this as a performance and as a tool to get back into the UTMB finals that will come again in August and September. So people that are racing today, the elites are racing, the top 3 men and top 3 women in both this race and the Volcanoes 50K are looking for spots into OCC and CCC at the end of the season. And then everyone else obviously is out here to collect stones for the lottery for the 2024 edition of the race. So lots going on out on course as far as why people are here, what the goal is to accomplish out there this morning. But yeah, I think Meg McKenzie is someone that we're going to keep our eye on. I think while her index score might have her ranked a little bit lower in this field coming in, I think that she is incredibly strong. She's had a good kind of early season of running in Chamonix. She's not a skier. Unlike a lot of the other Europeans coming in who do spend a lot of their winter racing on skimo skis. So I feel like someone like Meg coming in might have really good running legs right now. So we're going to keep an eye on Meg McKenzie throughout the course of the day. And then that to me has been the big question looking at the men's field too. You've got a number of athletes who have run a lot this winter, but you've got a number of athletes like Germo racing out of France for the North Face, who raced a full skimo season this winter. So it's always hard to have a rust buster at a race like Transvulcania that is such a competitive, fast event.
Yep. Yeah, there's definitely the difference with athletes coming off their ski season and often right off the skis. Remember, and to go back to that 2012 edition where Dakota Jones won ahead of Andy Simmons and Kilian Jornet. Kilian Jornet, who had fainted in the downhill because of the heat. He had just been gotten off the skis and been skiing all winter, and so the heat usually can cause issues. Here, Andreas Reiterer. Despite the name, he is Italian, and he is currently leading together with Dakota Jones. So the UTMB index is definitely accurate for this runner. He was really, really stoked both at the athlete's presentation, at the start, and he's showing right now that he is on top of his game. Yang Kao Yun, always the smiling Chinese runner. He had a conservative start. He took it easy But we've seen him take it easy in Valderon last year, for example, on the 50K, and then crank another gear to come and pass everyone in the last climb. Downhill, finished with a smile, looking extremely fresh. And he explained to us later that his race strategy more and more was to take the whole first part, like over half of the race actually, as a training run, and only start racing, start pushing the pace in the really, really late stages. So if he's further back right now, that's probably according to his strategy. And Damien, who we talked about, who was leading the race last year until just before El Roque de los Muchachos, is back and definitely wanting to cross that finish line this time because he had to drop last year, and currently sitting in third. So still doing extremely well, the French
Yeah,
runner.
and
And then,
speaking
yeah,
of Andreas, I was going to add one thing to the talking about Andreas kind of coming out of the winter season. He's already raced this year a couple of times. He was in Istria most recently at the UTMB event there, where he ran the 50K race and won that race. So he's definitely coming in with some fast legs. So really excited to see, where his fitness is building to. I'm assuming Istria was just kind of a kickoff for him, or a progression into this race. So really excited to see him bring that fitness here. And just kind of to remind everyone as well is that he was on the podium at CCC last year. So very good at that 100K distance. Needs to get, a stone to get back into the races again for this season. But excited to see what he's got in the tank. Third at Worlds in Thailand as well. So, I feel like he's got a number. I mean, I think all of his results listed right now. The last time he wasn't on the top 3 podium was when he was 5th at Madeira last year. And that Madeira field last April was incredibly strong on both the men's and women's side. So, Andreas, I would say that his stock is on the rise. That's how we would describe it, I feel like, in the US, is that his stock is on the rise. You want to buy stock in Andreas right now.
All right, people, take note. Yeah, so to answer,
Invest
we
in
have
Andreas.
invest, all in, go all in, people. We have Anne Virko on the chat, and it's good to have you back. Anne was with us already at Istria. We have an all-time fan from the UTMB races, and asking a question: is the mist going to help keep runners from overheating, or does this being damp make the runner uncomfortable? I would say after this climb, they're going to be sweating and wet anyway. So if that can keep them wet, that will definitely prevent them from overheating. So this is 100% a plus for, I would say, the faster leader runners who will keep running no matter what the terrain is. If you're slower and all of a sudden the wind picks up on the caldera, then you want to be aware. And if you're wet, you can get cold very quickly. But there is mandatory equipment, and part of this is a waterproof jacket. And so it's a matter of really listening to your body and how you feel. And if you start feeling cold, then right away you just stop and put on a jacket, which only takes a few minutes and can definitely make a big difference, because once you get cold, you're wasting a lot of energy trying to warm up your body.
Oh, so interesting from the chat as well.
Wow.
Talking about, yeah, did you just see that? Our leading lady, the Polish runner, this year she's planning to run Route 66 in the US in 50 days. That is a pretty cool thing to be working towards right now.
It's insane. So Elita Lewandowska currently leading the women's field at the Transvulcania by UTMB in the ultramarathon distance. He's about to take on a hell of an adventure. And so I'm sorry, I think it's Kotek. So do you know when she's planning on doing that? Oh yeah, there we go. We got everyone from Poland. Welcome to the chat, and thanks for giving us all these details. Also, welcome to Americans checking in as well. We've got everyone. This is
which
cool.
Is saying something, because the Americans, it is I'm in Seattle, coast of the U.S., and it's almost 1 a.m. here. Travis, I think, is out east, so it's very, very early in the morning for him. So it's kind of an all-night party here in the U.S. if you want to watch this race. So good on you guys for staying up with us.
Yeah, it's pretty good to have everybody tune in for this race. So these are replay images from the early hours of the race. Once again, local time 6 a.m. was the start at sea level, and they're climbing. We have a quick commercial break, but stay with us. We will be right back.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
We're back.
All right. All right. Yes, indeed. We are back to El Reventon, which is 31 Ks into the Transvulcania Ultra Marathon by UTMB. And as you can see, the aid station is ready. The volunteers are ready, eager to see the first runners come in. And so usually elite runners fly by aid stations pretty quickly, but as we explained, the next sections is usually pretty exposed. So this year, for once, it's actually very cloudy, so that will make for faster times because heat is not going to slow down runners just as much. But perhaps as they keep climbing above at El Roque de los Muchachos on the highest point of the island at 2,426 meters, I believe, they might be above the clouds and see the sun before dropping back into Tazacorte. I can try and see from here, but no, I think it's still overcast. Anyway, we'll see them go through, and I believe they will stop at this point to refill and probably drink a thing or two. But it's always crazy for the volunteers because, as you can see, they get ready, they prepare everything, and it goes from nothing to full gas with elite athletes coming in screaming for stuff. It's like, you got to go full blast in a matter of seconds. But yeah, these guys are excited and ready to welcome all the runners. Like we said, 2,000 people this morning at the start. It was a party.
Yeah, and we anticipate our lead men to be to this aid station that our camera is at in about the next 15 minutes or so. Our women should be through El Pilar. Again, that's a 24-kilometer aid station. We expect them to come through there in the next 8 to 15 minutes. Again, our Polish athlete leading the race. She's got some uphill chops, it sounds like. She's the current world record holder in the world's most difficult uphill marathon, which runs from sea level to the very top of the Etna volcano. So she's definitely a really good climber, which is, indicative of what is happening out there right now. Martina is no slouch on the uphills, currently running in second place, but probably 4 or 5 minutes back from the leading lady. So we will get a split from them in the next kind of 8 to 12 minutes at the 24-kilometer mark. And our men, again, should be hitting the 31-kilometer mark in about 15 minutes' time, and we'll have them on camera, which will be cool. It'll be our first time seeing our runners today live, which is always exciting.
Yeah, and maybe we can touch base on the whole UTMB World Series program this year. If this is the first time you're following the live, if you weren't with us at Istria a few weeks back, the UTMB World Series 2023 has 35 races all over the world, across all continents, and with amongst these races, there's three majors. So essentially, what it means is that those majors are in each continent. So there's one that just took place last weekend. It was Canyons by UTMB in California, in Auburn, and the one in Europe is going to be early July in Val d'Aran again, which was the European major last year already. And same for last year. And actually, we see images of Canyons right there.
It was
like
hot.
last year,
It was very, very hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were out at Canyons, which is what you're seeing on your screen right now. This is a recap from that, the 50K, 100K, 100-mile event. It was 90 degrees Fahrenheit that weekend. It was incredibly warm, the first warm weekend of the spring season there, but really, really cool atmosphere. They did a phenomenal job welcoming everyone to Auburn, California, where Western States will be finishing in June.
The US major, meaning that not only the top, in all the 35 races, top 3 men, top 3 women qualify to have direct access to the UTMB World Series final at the end of August in Chamonix for the UTMB Mont Blanc across all 3 distances, 100 mile, 100K, and 50K. But the majors, it's actually the top 10 men and women that actually qualify and have their direct ticket to the UTMB final in the corresponding distance again. So when you're running the 100K, you qualify for the equivalent final, the 100K, which is the CCC. However, and we've been communicated that information officially, you can actually, well, potentially drop down, which we know some athletes have done actually, but you can also bump up. And so if you've qualified, if you've been top 3 in a 100K race of the UTMB World Series, you can apply to get selected for the 100 miles. So you can step up one distance, meaning that if you do the 50K, you cannot apply to do the 100 miles. Yeah, that's about it, Corinne.
Yeah, I was gonna say the one other cool piece that we got to witness at Canyons for the first time, at least for me, was that the age group winners, so the top male and top female in each age group category, also get a spot at that UTMB final in the corresponding distance, and that to me is really cool. That feels like the like that partnership between UTMB and the Ironman group with the age group racers becoming kind of a theme, an important part of the system. So yeah, there are a lot of really excited. I met a number of gentlemen in the 70 to 75-year-old age group that were running the 50K. And there was one guy who said, "Hey, well, I know at the halfway mark if I'm leading the 70-year-old group." And I said, "Well, your crew can look at the live timer and they should be able to tell you that, if any other 70-year-olds have come through." And like, he was so excited. Like, he was going for that OCC spot at Canyons 50K in the 70 to 75-year-old age group, which to me is just like, that is trail and ultra running. And it was just really cool to actually get to witness that play out in Auburn last weekend.
What a legend. Yeah, you indeed don't see that very often, have people in that age group making it to essentially the world's final of ultra running. So, cool. Thanks for sharing that. And actually, yeah, so I kept looking, and amongst the 3 majors, there's going to be 225 automatic qualifications to the UTMB World Series final for age groups. So that is actually quite a lot. And I think it's really good to do that, because then in age groups mean also obviously male and female, and hopefully that's going to encourage women to get involved a bit more, because the stats so far are still pretty low when it comes to the split male and female. So with all these automatic entries, being exactly split between men and women, we can hope to have more and more female involved in all these races. And therefore, big shout out to races like Tarawera in New Zealand, or UTA or Ultra Trail Kosciuszko in Australia, who actually are the races amongst all the UTMB World Series that have almost an even split between men and women. So they figured something out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what they've figured out exactly, because we actually I'm helping a journalist work on a piece about those events and the number of women participating, and the author was talking to women who ran at Tarawera this winter. She got to run Tarawera and just thought it was unique that she was surrounded by so many women throughout the race, and in fact there were more women in the race. And she's like, no one felt like the race had like called to them for a specific reason. But yeah, they have just really high participation numbers across the distances in Australia and in New Zealand in particular. And it's really, really cool to see that be the case, to have them be really welcoming races. And I hope that trend continues and spreads throughout not only just the UTMB World Series, but amongst, trail and ultra competitions worldwide as well.
True. Perhaps originally it was very performance orientated, and therefore could potentially lead more testosterone towards those events. But we know now that with the longer the distances, the female's physiology is actually better designed to last longer and to utilize fat after a certain so many hours of effort. So to all the women out there, don't shy away. If you are just even so slightly interested, you can get involved, and you can have an experience that is absolutely fantastic. And it doesn't matter where you finish. It's what matters is you just get involved, and you'll feel, as you said, Corinne, like once you're in it, you can experience what it truly is, and it's hard to explain and to put words into it. But this is definitely something special.
It's cool to see. These are the highlights from Istria, which you were doing commentary for. I was in transit to the island of Madeira during this race, but I knew that they had some weather. But it's cool. I hadn't actually seen any of the video footage yet from Istria, but it looked like it was a phenomenal set of races across all the distances. Like tons and tons of people showed up for it.
Yes, indeed. We had a fight early in the 100-mile distance, but then, as we all expected, Jim took out the win. But he admitted by the end, he's like, you know what? Regardless of how deep the field is, you're still running 100 miles, and so this is still very challenging. And then we had also a lot of competition going on in the 100K, and I would say even more so in the 50K. That was incredible battle. And actually, Stian Angermut was back after. Well, I mean, not really back because he won World Champs last year, Trail World Champs. But it was really, really impressive to see him run together with I forgot his name, Cvitek, his first name, sorry. And they were together, both representing Essex, and they just ran together the whole way. Stian was pushing on the up, and Andrei Cvitek was pushing on the down, and these two gentlemen just absolutely crushed the race in a blistering time. I can't remember the time, but it was insane to watch. So we can definitely expect to see these guys at OCC and most likely place really, really well.
Yeah, aid station's getting prepared here. We expect our lead men to be through here in about the next 5 to 6 minutes. Again, that should be Andreas, Dakota, Damien. They should be there, it looks like, in 6-ish minutes. They're going to be followed by another Italian runner. It looks like right now on the live tracker, David should be in fourth, just behind them, maybe 3 minutes or so behind them based on coming through El Pilar. We do have a really, really solid top 10 group that was separated by all of 4 minutes from first to 10th at the at El Pilar, the 24-kilometer aid station. So again, Dakota Jones, Andreas Redier, Damien Humbert, David, the Italian runner. Then we got Tim Ferricks, Stephen Kirsch, Jeff Mogavaro, Jared Hazen, Germo, and Tobias. It
Grangier.
looks like rounding out the top 10. Yeah,
Yeah, and I mean, we
yeah,
are
it's a solid
familiar
top
with
10 group.
yeah, and we're familiar with the race scenario at Transvulcania, and for many years, Americans would be in the forefront of the race all the way up to El Pilar, pushing hard on this somehow runnable terrain and that long climb, usually coming from altitude, being familiar with like running fast, but then that long 20 plus Ks, I think it's 24 Ks precisely, downhill to um, Tazacorte. No, I think it's 22K and 2,400 meters of descent. Yes, because it's
Yeah,
from
it's
the
a
highest point
huge
at Los Primeros.
descent. Destroys
It's
everyone.
exactly, and this was always the time where Europeans would manage to reel in the Americans, and by Tazacorte would have a big enough lead and open up a wide enough gap to then go and claim um, the first spots. So the fact that right now they're still within only so few minutes in the top 10 is gonna give us hell of a race, and I can guarantee that this ranking is going to change quite a bit.
Yeah, there'll be lots of ups and downs, kind of turmoil for parts of the field as the race goes on. And with a great question in the chat, Martin, she says, what is on offer to eat and drink at the aid station? And maybe how much would a racer take at this stage of the race with them? You want to talk about aid station fare? What is on offer right now at the aid station buffet?
Well, let's start with the obvious because the main economical activity of the island is bananas, and so you'll find bananas at every single aid station. That is a guarantee. The truck that you hear, they call it platanos, los platanos de Canaria, and so that's definitely on offer. Then you'll have all sorts of drinks, from water to electrolytes, and with our main sponsor here being NAC. So you can expect the NAC bars. I hope, for the runners' sake, that there's going to be the waffles that everybody seems to be raving about. Um, and all sorts of dried fruit. There might be cheese as well, because cheese is also a delicacy on the island. And usually they like to offer this kind of food to the participants for the meat packers, the back of the pack, who are wanting to kind of discover also have a culinary experience on top of the physical experience. And I would say that's probably about it. You reckon
Yeah,
there might
they'll have
be other
electrolyte
things,
drink.
Corinne?
They'll have soda, water. Yeah, I mean, the big thing for a lot of these elite athletes is that they're going to be making sure that their bottles are filled. If they didn't stop at El Pilar, they'll need to stop here to make sure that they have hydration with them for this next section. They've had a bit of kind of fast-moving terrain between El Pilar and this aid station. They do have a bit more climbing to go. Basically, between here and the 50K aid station, there's quite a bit of. It doesn't feel like a lot of climbing if you look at the course profile, but from the runner's perspective, it definitely is very undulating terrain that's net uphill. So I think the biggest thing you're going to see athletes stop for here is making sure their bottles are filled more than anything. Most of them will be carrying nutrition that they personally like on them at this point, as opposed to necessarily relying solely on aid station food out there, just because like everyone has a little bit something different they want to be able to ingest. It is really convenient if you happen to like the race sponsors product, right? That makes it way easier if you're familiar with it. But I will say, from a personal perspective, bananas are super easy to eat, I think, in ultra marathons, because they're relatively bland, they're soft, they don't take a lot of saliva when you're breathing really heavy and your mouth is dry, and they fit in your pack really nicely. It's really easy to shove a bunch of banana pieces. Normally they're cut in half at these aid stations. So I think they look like they're completely full bananas, or whole bananas there, but you can definitely stick a banana in your pocket and run away with it pretty easily. So in my mind, its bottles are going to get filled here. They're going to drop trash in those garbage cans that you see at the entrance and the exit. and they might be slamming things like orange slices oftentimes or bananas into their pockets if they're not taking any additional nutrition on board besides what they're carrying. And we do expect our men to be through here in
there we go.
really any minute. There they go.
So this
So that's
is Andreas
Dakota
Reiter
stopping.
with the green. Yep, Andreas Reiter with the green T-shirt has gone through, and I was going to say, like, because at El
Did not
Pilar, the
stop.
previous aid station, they had their crew. Crew could access them
Perfect.
at El Pilar. So that's what I was going to say. Like, probably no nutrition, but definitely hydration. So the fact that Dakota stops there is actually really smart. I got to say that, because I don't know how much water Andreas Reiter is carrying with him right now, but it is worth stopping and losing, because this is exactly the scenario we witnessed last year between Damien Imbert and Miguel Heras. And Miguel had stopped, and within 10 kilometers, he had reeled in Damien Imbert for good, and then finished actually second in that race behind Peter Engdahl.
Yeah, so we will have follow cams leaving this aid station with the runners. We should have reasonably good coverage on the course. The weather conditions might affect that a little bit, but we did see Dakota Jones stop at that aid station to fill bottles. But yeah, that's a really good point of them having crew access at the previous aid station. That crew access is really critical. They're going to have their gels or their specific sports nutrition in the pocket. But yeah, they're if he's got full bottles still and didn't utilize much of it in the last 6 or 7K, running through that aid station's not a bad idea. But Dakota has stopped there to make sure that he left with everything he needs on board for this next section. So it feels kind of desperate at times where you're like, I need to take a minute or two to make sure I have everything I need. But that minute or two can save you later in the race. You can mess up and blow through an aid station and regret it later for sure. But actually, did you see who that was? Was that Dakota?
Yeah, it was Dakota. So he's already
he's
there.
right
He's
there.
already there. And I was anticipating that he would catch up, but that was way faster than I actually thought. So good move. I really believe that makes a difference for this next section, because even though right now they are the weather is overcast, and so it's not as bad, but this section really is much longer than what you can believe and what you can see on paper. Dakota knows the course. Like if you're joining us now, he's won in 2012 for his first participation, ahead of Andy Simmons and Kilian Jornet. So he was that year the only one to break 7 hours. And he said he was, absolutely stoked to come back. And when you have a title to defend, that's probably going to be a fierce battle. It looks like Damien. I'm going to say it in French. Is still in the house, still there, 17 seconds back. And
yeah, that's what it looked like. And we do have an update from El Pilar from our first two women. Etta and Martina are both through there. There's 4 minutes separating the two of them at the 24-kilometer mark. We expect them to be to that aid station. We just saw our lead men come through in about 30 to 35 minutes or so. So we will anticipate to see them at that next aid station. So the first two women have come through El Pilar, and we do think that Meg McKenzie, running in third, should be through there in the next 5 minutes or so. So she'll be probably 8 minutes back of Martina at that aid station. So a little bit more spread out on the women's side this morning, as opposed to our men's race, who are all coming through that 31-kilometer mark. We now have seven men through there. Moving up in the field actually is Jeff Mogavaro, the Missoula, Montana athlete. He trains with Adam Peterman, racing for On. He is actually the fourth male to come through that aid station. He is about 3 minutes back of third. He is followed in quick succession by the Italian athlete David. They're separated by 2 seconds there, and then another 10 seconds or so behind them is Jared Hazen, who's running right with Stephen Kirsch. So we do have our top 7 men through the 31-kilometer mark as of just about a minute ago.
Yeah, and you were saying you were talking about Jeff. Jeff, he looked really good and excited at the award ceremony. We had a bit of a chat, and yeah, he looked super relaxed. And the fact that he's now sitting in fourth, just chasing, is really good. He's really strong. Jared also like sounded like he was healthy and really wanting to have a good go at it. He'll have also like he'll be racing at Maxi Race in I think 3 weeks now, back in Annecy. So he's a
Okay.
bit of a European trip without having to go back to the US and suffer the consequences of the long travel. So yeah, this is going to be an exciting race. And then Tim Fergus so far uh, hasn't gone through El Rebanton, so should be probably any second now. So again, that top 10 is really strong.
Yeah, an
And then here
incredibly strong top 10 men's group.
mm, and so here on your images, this is the finish line, the legendary finish line of Transvulcania in Los Llanos. So it's about at the close to the center of the island, a little bit north and on the west side. So the runners, when we'll have again the 3D map, they run from the southern point of the island uh, at El Faro de Fuecaliente, which is the lighthouse, and then they head north all the way up on the kind of the spine of the island, and then get on the caldera and go all the way around westbound, and then down on that crazy descent, 22 k's and 2,500 400 meters of descent all the way down to sea level in the port of Tazacorte. And then they go and run up the riverbed. There she is, Etida Lewandowska, the Polish runner currently leading the women's field, and then Martina, Damien. These runners all know each other, and as usual, Transvulcania is kind of the season opener for ultra running. I mean, not anymore, but it used to be really the place where all the athletes would coming from all over the world and get the chance to race each other for the first time. And so not only the race was always with a deep field, but the post-race party was always pretty messy.
I hope that I'm back on the island this time next year. You'll have to find a different commentary partner. I hope that I get to run this race next spring. We'll see if I can make that happen, but that'd be pretty exciting way to kick off my season.
That's all I can wish for you, Corinne. But yeah, the race organizers had realized that when you want to gift elite athletes with local producers, offering cigars and banana alcohol was not a good idea because cigars were lit up in the buses, and the banana alcohol was drunk, well, with abundance, and yeah, hilarity ensued, if we can leave it at that.
Yeah, so again, update from that 31-kilometer aid station as we watch video footage from earlier this morning from the start of this 74-kilometer race. Our top 10 men have all come through the 31-kilometer aid station, and we have a spread of about 6 minutes from first to 10th. So still really everyone is in it, I would say. A lot can happen on this next section. A lot can happen on that downhill. That riverbed section is absolutely brutal. And then there's a final like 300-meter kicker to get back up to the road, which I think we watched many athletes cramp on last year trying to get up that little climb out of the riverbed. So turns out 300 meters is still quite a kick in the pants at that point of the race. So men are all really racing together at this point, even with a 6-minute spread between first and 10th at that 31-kilometer aid station. So lots of racing to take place there. And I want to say we're still waiting for Meg McKenzie, our third place female, to come through the 24-kilometer aid station. Right now, again, Edda and Martina out in front with about 4 minutes separating the two women at the 24-kilometer mark.
Yeah, Corinne, and just a quick note on the men's side, because we have the top 10 on the page, but if you actually go to the next page, we've got Tim Tollefson, who's slowly but surely creeping up, and he's just 7 minutes back in 11th position and moving up the field. So we can expect Tim to come back up and break into the top 10. I have very little doubt about this. And again, we had the opportunity to have a bit of a chat, and he's just super grateful to be on the island and be like, I'm just going to take it, like always be in the moment and not worry about what's going on around me. I'm going to run within myself. And I think that's a very smart thing to do, because if you fit, again, you can really make some good ground once you're up on the top of the caldera. And here's Dakota. So it says now first
leading
man.
the men's race right now.
Yeah, so it looks like he's made, he's passed Andreas and he's starting to make his way in first position. So Dakota Jones, who's joined the normal team, new normal, and might be on his way.
This is his fifth appearance, I think, at Transvulcania. I think this is his fifth appearance at Transvulcania, which is, when you talk about race experience and course knowledge, not only has he won this race before, but I think he's raced 4 times previous to today, which just is like such an exceptional amount of course knowledge. He probably doesn't know every single rock on the course, but he knows exactly how long the climb is, and he knows where he can push on this course. So really cool to see Dakota Jones running well. 33 kilometers into the race, he raced the Gorge 50K back in early April as a tune-up race. I don't think it went perfectly for him, but he's had a busy winter. There hasn't been a lot of dry trails in Utah at this point. So this will be his build towards Western States. At the end of June, he got a spot by winning the Javelina 100 back in October into Western States. That will be how he builds from this into that 100-mile race. The other thing I wanted to point out, the gentleman running with Tim Tollefsen just outside the top 10 is Sebastian Krovig, the Norwegian athlete, who is also super, super strong. Like a really talented athlete, probably under the radar a little bit for folks. Talented athlete on skis as well. So we'll see how he does later in the day in the heat. But Sebastian Krovig, who's running 30 seconds behind Tim Tollefsen right now, is definitely a runner to keep your eye on. Those two men could very well make their way up into the field. He won TDS in 2021, was second to, I think, Zach Miller at the Trail 100 Andorra race last year. Super, super strong. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we get back from that commercial break, we'll have more updates from the field on the main ultra marathon here today. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB. I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Ryan, we're back. Dakota Jones on your screen.
Yeah, and as anticipated, the weather is clear as they go up on the caldera, so it will get hot. It looks like, again, for the clouds to go, it looks like there's going to be a bit of wind, which is very common on top of this island, and therefore will reinforce Dakota's move to stop at El Reventon when we started the live to refill or at least drink. You can see the trees moving, so yeah, it is very windy up here. And that will dry out the runners sometimes without them realizing, because they'll feel dry. They don't think they're sweating, but it's actually the wind that's like blowing away the sweat and the moisture. And it's very, very important on this particular part of the race to drink and hydrate and stay on top of that. Otherwise, that you could pay the price later on. And we know that downhill is really unforgiving. So you need to be in really good shape for that.
Yeah, is there anywhere else in the world where you can have a 2,400 meter descent this time of year? Like, what a brutal way to finish this race.
Yeah, especially like if you were finishing like in Tazacorte Port, you'd be like, okay, well, you can just forget about everything and just all systems go, destroy yourself, get to the finish. But you actually, as you said, you then run up the riverbed on a slight uphill, like very low gradient, and then you get brutal switchbacks in the middle of the day on lava rocks that are black, so they reflect the heat as well. And so that is a tough one. And when there is a battle, this is not a fun course profile to be fighting someone else to the finish. And then once they get to the top, there is about 2.5 Ks into Los Llanos in a straight line on the road. So that also can make a difference if any runner gets there and is able to crank up the pace, increase cadence, and just have kind of an efficient stride after probably power hiking up those switchbacks. If you can change gear and run fast on, we've seen people overtake on that final stretch. So yeah, there can be things going on all the way to the finish line, because 2.5 K on the road, if you can make a difference there, it is possible. And obviously, because it's a straight line, you can see whoever is ahead or behind, and so mentally it's also like a hell of a game.
What a horrible way to finish a race. Can you imagine it coming down to a sprint finish?
Oh, well, wasn't there something going on? Was it with Zach? I can't remember. It was quite a few years back.
At this race,
yeah.
or another one?
At this race, at this very race on the home stretch, on that long flat and straight road. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brutal way to end the race. You're right. It's not. I think when you look at the course profile, you're like, cool, one big uphill, one big downhill, done. And it's like, well, actually, it's a big uphill, and then it's kind of up and down for forever, and then you have a big downhill. And I distinctly remember I was between the aid stations. Oh, where is it on the course profile? I remember getting to the 46-kilometer aid station and being convinced that it was the 50K aid station, and then realizing that I still had to go another 5 kilometers to the 50K aid station. And just like that 5 kilometers being the slowest 5 kilometers of my life, just never ending. It was sunny and exposed. It was pretty warm. We had direct sun. You can like see where you're headed for forever, because there's that big observatory up there on the island. Being on an island, right? It's a great place for these observatories because you're in a sea of darkness otherwise. And I just remember I came in tears to the 46-kilometer aid station. And this really nice volunteer grabbed me by the shoulders and was like, tranquilo, and filled my water bottles with Coca-Cola, and then just shoved me out of the aid station and was like, okay, bye. Like, you got to go. And I came in tears. I left in tears. And yeah, it feels like a really long 4 or 5 kilometers between those two aid stations. And you see your crew at that 50K mark. Again, crew can get up there. At least historically, that's been a crew checkpoint. And so it's just it feels like forever. I remember watching Abbey Hall in that section of the course last year, and you're just winding and winding and winding, and it feels like you're never going to quite get to where you're supposed to be. We do have a follow cam again on Dakota. There we go on the big screen, 34 kilometers into the 72, just over 72 kilometer race. Switching between a run and a hike there based on the terrain. Sun starting to hit him above, probably just above the fog in this section more than it having burned off.
Yeah, Corinne, you're right. Like this is definitely a change. If we get a chance, it will be interesting to see if he's opened the gap onto Andreas Reiter, or if the both runners are still within seconds. So we'll try to get that information to give you. But yeah, Dakota Jones 2012 Transvulcania winner is currently leading the race, about 35K in.
Yeah, and we should note that the 50K race has started as well. It started about 20 minutes ago. Try to keep you guys updated on what's happening there. But it sounds like we're going to go to a quick commercial break again. When we come back, we'll hopefully have a better update on what's going on in the Volcanoes 50K as well as the 72K race. Don't go anywhere.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
We'll stop chewing our cereal because we're back live. Whenever we get a commercial break, you guys should see Martin and I are just like stuffing our faces with water and tea and coffee and whatever we can get our hands on. But we're having some network connectivity issues up on the Caldera, it sounds like. So whenever we lose connection up there, you're going to see us come back down to this kind of static finish line camera. We do have follow cams on the runners. We've periodically been able to see the backside of Dakota Jones. We do believe that he is probably fairly closely watched by the other top two men. We do think that Damien and Andreas are probably really close by. We don't know that he's created much of a gap at all, but yeah, we're having some connectivity issues up high, it sounds like, right now. Before we headed to commercial break, I mentioned that the 50K race had also kicked off this morning. It started at, I believe, 9 a.m. local time. They are on their way kind of up that first climb. We should get a split from them at the 7-kilometer mark. So we don't have that yet, but we should be getting that shortly because, again, while we are predominantly covering the 72-kilometer race today, that 50K race does have OCC spots on the line and actually very good fields in both the men's competition and the women's competition there. So we'll be giving you splits from that race as that race progresses this morning, and then we will be covering the finish line for that Volcanoes 50K as they make their way to the finishing arch that is on our screens right now.
And by looking at the actual GPS trackers, because they also have GPS trackers on them, it looks like Jared Hazen is actually making ground and coming into third. So to be taken with a grain of salt, because those things are not always 100% reliable. But that would be interesting and actually not too surprising to see Jared come back in the mix, which will make things quite interesting. And again, if this is reliable, Dakota has about like a couple of 100 meters on Andreas, so he's opened a little bit of a gap. We'll see if that keeps increasing or if it's just Andreas who's keeping him at bay, because that's always a good thing to do when you're chasing someone. You don't want to be on their heels, because then you're kind of tied to their pace. So it's better if you leave a little bit of a gap, keep them at sight, but then you actually stay at your own pace. So if you're slightly slower on the ups, you don't get dragged, and if you're slightly faster on the downhill, you don't have to brake. So it's much more comfortable to race that way. So let's see if that is on purpose, or if Dakota today is stronger and slowly pulling away.
Yeah, and then I would love to see Jared Hazen bridge up to those guys. I think that he is due for a good day, is how I would describe it. I think both he and Stephen Kirsch, who they do train together quite a bit. They actually, and Tim Ferricks, who's not that far behind them. Those three men all live in Flagstaff, Arizona. They all train together a lot over the course of the winter. Jared has been, I think, in Europe though since the Solomon team camp a number of weeks ago, and I think he's spending the summer in Europe, from what I've been told, which would be really interesting and really cool to see. So he's been over in Europe for a number of weeks now, getting in some really good training. So he's familiar. He's on the right time zone. He's familiar with the heat. You know, he's not coming out of a Flagstaff snowy winter and spring. So I think that, Jared Hazen is due for a good day. And I think that he's been around the sport for so long. It's like easy to forget that he's still not that old. I think he did his first Western States as like a teenager, basically. So it's like I feel like has come full circle in his running career, and is kind of, I think we're going to see a better and better Jared Hazen over the next 5 years than we've seen in the last 3 to 5 years, for example. I think that his stock, again, Ken Andreas, is like on the rise, and I would love to see him have a great day here.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you on that, Crane, and personally also I hope that he can have a really good day. He's such a good person, but like sometimes he's not very outspoken, so you don't get a chance to get to know him. But once you do, he's really, really good. And you're right, like I'll back up what you said as well about him. Like he's been on the island for just over a couple of weeks, training on the course, getting used to the heat, getting used to that kind of terrain, and indeed didn't have to deal with jet lag having to come from the US. And you're right, he's here for another 3 weeks. He will stay in Annecy, France, and he will stay until the end of May, where there will be another race, about a 50 miler, quite technical, quite brutal, and then he will head back to the States.
Nice.
And
Yeah,
so
I'm excited for him to have that kind of stint in Europe.
Yeah, and see, that's the last part, up the riverbed and then up into, and see that straight line into the finish line in Los Llanos. And there you go. You have it, 77K.
What a beautiful course profile. I love the island races. I love the point to point, run from one end of the island to the other. Kind of questions about where the cameras are on course in the live chat. We will go back to the drone in not all that long to catch our lead women coming through that aid station that we saw our lead men come through. We expect our lead women to be there in the next 7 to 10 minutes. So we will be going back to that drone shot. And again, the cameras that are on course are there and then following our lead men right now. But with partially with weather and cell connectivity. The camera following the runner. We do have a runner following right now the runner with a camera. When those shots are good, we're going to have them for you. And when those shots aren't coming through from a steady network connection, it's going to default to something like this, to the drone at that next aid station, etc. It's still an island. They're still out on the trails. We can only control the controllables, but that is what is going to default on the cameras for you all this morning. Hopefully we'll be getting more images from those follow cameras out on course. But again, if there's a connectivity issue with that one camera, we won't get a new camera until we actually pick up another camera runner or camera cyclist. So that's where we're at. They're in between sections right now.
Yes, Corinne, it will be another camera runner because the mountain biker is actually sitting at El Time, which is about 2/3 of the descent into Tazacorte. So we'll have images from the mountain biker on the last part of the descent into the switchbacks into Tazacorte, out and back up towards Los Llanos. And there will for sure be better reception. So we're going to try and figure out how to sort it out. And I'm reading in the chat, like Rafael, who's helping me correct again. I think Rafael, maybe it was you already at Istria to pronounce Anje Vitek, who won together with Stian Ungermund the 50K distance at Istria by UTMB, because I kept saying Andre, but it's actually Anje, how you pronounce it. So thanks again, and this is what we like. We learn a lot of stuff thanks to you being with us and giving us all your details about languages, culture, and anything. So obviously, I'm not going to give too much of a shout out to the Canarios because they will be on the Spanish channel together with Tepa and Luis Alberto, your teammate actually. But yeah, if there's any English speaker that are from the island, and I believe there could be a few, give us a shout out, give us a hello. And actually, wherever you are in the world, which are the countries that are awake and following the English channel right now? Let us know on the chat, and we'll give you a big hi whenever you're joining us.
It's a beautiful shot from out on course. But yeah, you can see the kind of the marine layer there rolling over the mountain. I do think that we're picking up some of that connectivity, hopefully from the cameras that are out there. And we should have our lead women coming through that 31-kilometer aid station, I think in about 5 minutes time. Again, the Polish athlete, Edna, still leading Martina. At that point, we think there's probably 3 to 4 minutes separating the two women coming into that 31-kilometer aid station. So we should be getting an update from the course on them right now. Meg McKenzie expected probably, a good 10 to 15 minutes back from them at this point. Interestingly, a name that was probably missed in many of the previews, Francesca Preto is running in 4th right now, followed closely by Michelle Bunke of the U.S., a Portland-based runner. Looking to get an entry into CCC, I imagine. So there's definitely probably a bunch of new names for a lot of folks right now in the women's top 10, just in part due to some kind of late withdrawals from the women's field. But we should have an update from them from the 31-kilometer mark in the next 5 minutes. And then the men are expected to come through the next checkpoint, the 37-kilometer mark, in about 10 to 13 minutes time. So that'll be a really great update with how they're doing there. This drone shot is spectacular, though.
Yes, it is. It really shows how steep that section is after El Reventon, after that place where we picked up the first male runners, and you see how they're running on that ridge, and still overcast. You can still see the kind of, it's not really clouds, more of a fog type thing that is just leaping over the caldera. And hopefully, yes, we'll get images soon. But as far as we know, and if you're joining us now, there we go. We had Dakota Jones, leader, just ahead, Andreas Reiterer, Damien Humbert, and from the GPS trackers, we had Jared Hazen reeling in the top 3. And we should still be in that order. Let's see if those are quote-unquote random runners, or if this is someone we can actually put a name on and identify. And you see different styles here. That runner is using poles, making good use of poles. Luis Alberto Hernando, who's won the race 3 times, was definitely using poles the whole way up to the highest point, El Roque de los Muchachos, at 2,426 meters of sea level. Usually Americans, we see them use slightly less poles and more going from running to power hiking.
Yeah, if that was an accurate distance checkpoint, about 32K there, it's probably further back in the men's field because your men's race leader right now, Dakota Jones, on your screen, is about 36.4 kilometers into this race. Oh my goodness. This is such a beautiful shot.
And he's moving. He's moving
He's
right now.
moving
Because
really well.
that part of the course is kind of undulating. So if you're feeling well, it's the opportunity to like shake out the legs from that really long climb that they've been going uphill since the start. So once you get a chance to get the legs loose a little bit and then relax on that descent, which they did going into El Pilar, you do take advantage of that. And this is what Dakota was doing. And I don't know if if the keen eye, whoever is a bit familiar with the geography of the island, you could, on the left hand side of the screen was the long descent into El Time and then into Tazacorte Port. So essentially they will go all the way around the caldera and drop down westbound into almost all the way into the ocean, and then back up into Los Llanos. So we had quick images. That was brief, but it's good to see that Dakota is still going.
We know they're running. We're trying to see if we're going to get... Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think we're trying to see if we're going to see our women coming through that 31-kilometer aid station. We expect them imminently. I believe that that drone pilot might be the person responsible for getting those images to us. So we are waiting to get confirmation from our leading women through the 31-kilometer aid station in the next couple of minutes. Hopefully we have images to bring to you from that aid station, from that drone pilot. The people in studio are actively working on it, hoping to pick up the women just after the aid station, probably with that drone pilot that we just saw on screen a moment ago. Because again, that aid station is kilometer 31. That drone was hovering around the 32-kilometer mark. So we should be picking up images of our lead women just after that aid station. And it looks like Edna, the Polish woman, has come through that aid station. 3:39:49 elapsed on the clock, 9:40 local time. Martina should be there in the next minute or two. So looking to get a split between our top 2 women at that 31-kilometer aid station. And then hopefully our drone will pick up our leading ladies in just a couple minutes time as they approach the 32-kilometer mark. So don't go anywhere. Stay glued to this screen.
Yeah, I was trying to do the math here, which is not my forte. But from the data I get from the GPS trackers, Martina would be less than 900 meters away from the aid station where Edita Lewandowska has gone through in first place. So if that is accurate, the pace at which they're running, she'll be between 4 and 5 minutes away from the aid station and from a place where we'll be able to have an accurate split between first and second in the women's field. And so here again, you can see Martina Valmasoy profile running for Salomon, and I think it's missing there because in 2022 she's so 13th overall. But what matters is indeed she won the women's category at TDS after a long summer of training, running, but also doing a hell of a lot of mountain biking and bike packing. Actually, she had done the race across France. She had done a whole lot of that, and she realized that almost unexpectedly, because I mean this is clearly something that gets you fit, but she didn't realize she would get that fit, and winning TDS was a bit of a surprise to her, and definitely a really good sign of her fitness, because she had won Canadze, the Dolomite Skyrun, which is a completely different format, which is about like 25k, if that, in the Dolomites. In the Alps, it is like a very short, straight up, straight down. So she had won that earlier in the season, so she kind of knew she was fit, but not that fit to come and win TDS. Fiona Port, I haven't seen her. I was looking for her in the results, but I haven't seen her. So maybe she is a DNS. So we'll figure that out. But yeah, she was definitely not in the top 10 in a women's. And Alessandra is currently sitting in 6th, coming from Italy and representing Ultra Berica's team.
Yep, and Martina has officially come through that 31-kilometer aid station. It looks like she is exactly, 3 minutes back of the Polish athlete. They expect them to be about 2 minutes apart at the next aid station, so they're expecting Martina to close that gap a little bit. But that is the expected time at that next checkpoint. But right now, 3 minutes separating our top 2 women. And hopefully, when we come back from this next short commercial break, we will have drone footage of those women as they run through the 32-kilometer mark just past the aid station that we got those splits from. So again, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Thanks, Corinne.
We got it.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
And we're back. Mouths full of cereal. Ready to talk about ultra running. Ultra running is kind of an eating competition, so I feel like we're doing it justice. Just pulling up some splits here. It looks like we have our top men and women, our top men through the first checkpoint in the 50K race. Werner Marti, the Swiss athlete, currently leading that race, running together with, though, Julien Racon and Dimas. It looks like 1, 2, 3 they're tied for first. There's 3 of them all running directly together in the men's 50K right now. They're through that first 7-kilometer checkpoint. Off to a blazing start. They came through there 42 minutes on the clock, all uphill for 7.6 kilometers. So they are taking that race out fast and furious on the men's side this morning. And we should have our women through that checkpoint. And it looks like we actually have our first 2 women through that checkpoint. They are actually teammates, Tony McCann and Amelia, new Swedish athlete on the Adidas Terex team. They are together running, it looks like, step for step together. They came through in 46:22 on the clock, just 4 minutes shy of the leading men at that 7.6 kilometer mark. So moving on the women's side right now as well. Tony and Emily leading that race. And we do anticipate the next couple women should be coming through there any minute. We'll get a better update as they do. But the 50K race off to a speedy start, 46 minutes into their race.
Yeah, and it is not surprising. I mean, Werner Marti is an absolute machine. He is originally more of a ski mountaineering athlete, so anything climbing is his forte. But he's just an overall very strong mountain runner. And so is Julien Rancon, even though Julien has been racing for probably over 20 years. He was still, I think, second national championship cross country running this winter in the veteran category. So it shows that he still has speed and he's still there. So he's most likely coming here to get his ticket for OCC. And I can't remember who I was talking to, but when we talked about the 50K, his name definitely came up, and he's up there without a surprise. So we caught a glimpse of Dakota Jones moving very, very lightly, and that was something I was actually quite keen to see, is how comfortable Dakota would be looking on the downhill, because we say that really it's the deal breaker or deal maker, that long downhill, and it looked like he was really smooth and flowing and quick as well. So that is a really good sign for the American runner, who might be able to hold on to the lead. And talking about the lead, there has been a change, because now 2 runners have gone through Punta de los Roques. And second place is Damien Imbert from France, who's back in second place and who has passed Andreas Reiterer. And so far, we don't have more runners who have gone through Punta de los Roques, and they have gone through now 5 minutes ago. So I hope there has not been a problem with Andreas Reiterer, who could have gone off course, because feeling like he's lost 5 minutes in so little time seems odd. So perhaps he has gone through and his number just didn't register, which is also a possibility. So we're trying to find out more about this, because there seems like there's something going on here.
Yeah, that is actually really curious to know. We were thinking that Jared Hazen maybe was closing that gap. So who is the third person to come through that aid station? Is there an issue? Oh, nope, it just updated. So Andreas has come through there. He came through about 3 minutes back of the lead. It's just a delayed update from that aid station. Jared Hazen, though, is in 4th position. He is only about 2 minutes or so behind Andreas. So top 4 men all through that aid station: Dakota, Demian, Andreas, and Jared Hazen. We expect Jeff Morgavaro to potentially be the next runner through there, or Davide. But it looks like actually Stephen Kirsch has moved up alongside Jared Hazen. So our top 5 men are through there, and the top 5 men are separated by about 7 minutes. Dakota Jones back to Stephen Kirsch, 1 through 5. So there's some shakeups are happening in the men's race.
And Davide Shiraz as well from Italy is right, about two seconds back from Steven.
Right there.
And there we go. We have images of Edyta Lewandowska, the Polish runner, currently leading the women's race. And as we said, different styles, and she is using poles, moving extremely well. And as all of you people, thank you for sending us all this information about her. She has the fastest time on on an uphill marathon in Sicily, up the Etna. So she is familiar with volcanoes because the Etna is still an active volcano on the island of Sicily. This is the highest point. And she is about, we don't have the dates, but to take on the Route 66 in the US that she's planning to cover in 50 days. So big plans for this lady who's currently looking very strong, looking very smooth, and working her
moving
way
super,
up.
super well. I was going to say, I imagine Martina also probably has poles on her and is using poles on this section.
100%.
As an athlete coming from a ski mountaineering background, you know, someone who's very, very comfortable using poles through this terrain. So I imagine that second in Martina should be, you know, just probably, you know, 90 seconds, 2 minutes back of the lead right now, probably running in a similar fashion, having those poles out to move through some of this terrain. So I am so happy that we're able to get some of the images from this section of the course, that our connectivity is holding just enough for us to get these images out to you. So again, we are following our leading lady in the women's 72-kilometer race right now, Edna, the Polish athlete. We're lucky that we have a bunch of Polish viewers right now helping to tell us a little bit more about her. But it sounds like, yeah, that Route 66 project will happen in the fall of 2023. And will be a fundraising effort. It'll be kind of paying respect to her mom, it sounds like, as she tries to accomplish that in under 50 days. So a really, really strong athlete, but probably not widely known outside of Poland by many in the ultra community. That will change after today, independent if she ends up, you know, in first or somewhere else on the podium. You know, this Polish athlete will be more of a known name after the morning that she's had thus far, making her way through the 31-kilometer mark of this 72-kilometer race.
Yes, and that will force us to remember how to pronounce her name, which hopefully we've been saying somehow right. Elita Lewandowska. Definitely moving well, and I like that you make this parallel, because indeed Martina would most likely be using poles in a similar fashion. It's interesting. We were almost talking down the women's fields, like, oh, it's not as deep because of so many strong women dropping out. But it looks like we're in for a fight, for an exciting race. Nothing is done so far. And also, have you had an update? Let's see if Meg McKenzie has gone through yet. Through El Reventon, not yet. So there's now 10 minutes.
But should be any moment.
Yep. It's been 10 minutes since Martina has gone through in second place, just a couple of minutes back from Elita Lewandowska. So again, everything is still up in the women's field, which is super exciting. And thanks, Kaja, for the confirmation. We are pronouncing the name right. That's a plus, because usually we struggle a little bit. But hey, we try our best. And thank you all for being here. We've got people watching from Luxembourg. We've got Irish people watching from Chamonix. So definitely enjoying the high mountains, and most likely will be also witnessing live on the field, or perhaps even running Aaron Shimon's one of the UTMB races that will take place at the end of August for the UTMB World Series final. Here, who do we get? Blue T-shirt. I do not remember who that. Oh, that's is that Damien?
That's no. That's Martina in the white T-shirt. The white T-shirt is Martina, your second place female. That is who we're following. I don't know who is in the blue, but the white T-shirt at the first runner you're seeing on your screen, that is Martina, currently in second position with poles, as we said, moving her way up this climb. So we do have eyes on second position in the women's race right now. Moving well, looking really solid on this climb right now.
Yeah, you know, like going into this season, as you said, and she had kind of shared that on social media as well. The fact that she was unsure about her fitness, As you said, she got like pretty badly injured at the end of last year in a climbing accident. But she took her time to come back in a healthy way, did a few skimo races, and looked like she was fit. So again, you get off the skis, so far the heat is not going to bother her. But that long downhill when you're skiing, when you're doing a sport that has very little impact, and you then transition into running, trail running, um, you potentially can break a lot of muscle fiber on the downhills, and that can become very painful. So we shall see. We shall see how it goes. But being a mountain athlete and having proven that by winning TDS last year, Martina definitely has a shot at doing really well on that downhill. So early images. This is a replay from El Reventon when we started the live. So you can see from the drone shot Dakota Jones stopping and refilling his flask while Andreas Reiterer kept going. And then everybody was kind of in the mix. Damien Imbert as well. And hard to tell who had come through at that point. Was that Jared?
And yeah, a
They all
whole
look
group of
together,
men
eh?
leaving at that point. Yeah, all the white shirts. That could be Jared Hazen and Stephen Kirsch.
Yeah.
In that group, they'd be in white shirts for sure. Here's Dakota Jones just hauling on this section of trail. He is a good downhill runner. I mean, he's a good all around talented runner. I'm glad that we're getting to replay some of these images that we have been able to collect this morning. And I just want to update that Meg McKenzie has come to that 31-kilometer mark. She is 12 minutes behind Martina at that point. So 1, 2, 3 on the women's side, all through that 31-kilometer mark. So a bit more spread out on the women's side. We anticipate, though, it looks like athletes 4 and 5, Francesca and Michelle, should be through that aid station in the next 3 minutes, likely very close together. So we could see some movement kind of maybe towards that podium in the women's side over the back half of this race for sure. Kind of so much can happen. You've made it through the big climb. There's still a little bit more climbing to go. There's a 2,400 meter descent followed by a nasty run through a riverbed. We call them baby head rocks, which is very descriptive, but also a little disturbing. It's very awkward running through there before another 300 meter climb and a hot road finish of a little over 2 kilometers. So lots and lots of running and hiking and probably tumbling and falling a little bit to be had yet by all these runners. Hopefully no big falls for sure, but there's lots and lots of kilometers yet to go. And it will be warmer down at the finish, even though they had an overcast start to the day.
Let's keep you entertained with beautiful faces. How you doing? Because you're probably getting tired of that one finish line. And I just also wanted to share our faces in a bright smile. Why? Because you were talking about movement. There's movement in the screen, but there's also movement on the field, because 2 wise runners who we expected to see in the first places, but had a conservative start. But I'm happy to report that Tim Tollefson has moved into 7th place and Germain Granger into 8th place. So they've broken both into the top 10 and already actually moving significantly well. So I am really excited, and you might be too, to see how these 2 runners will actually keep moving up the field. And as much as Germain is also getting off the skis, he is a mountain athlete, and he's extremely strong going down. So the downhill, we can expect him to probably make some good ground on the rest of the field. While you were talking about him, Jeff Mogavero is moving down a little bit. So yeah, there's some movement, there's some excitement to be had, and hopefully soon we'll have images of everything that is going on the field. Thank you also so much. Big shout out, for your kind words, Razali, saying that you're addicted to watching these live and these vibes. Thank you. These vibes are only getting better with search comments. Same Kaja. Thank you for your kind words. It's always appreciated. And yeah, we enjoy being there and commenting for you and sharing as much as we know and we understand, and we sometimes make mistakes, and this is the fun of it. And most of the time, you actually are here to correct us. So that's even the best part. So we can branch
Yeah,
into
they
essentially
correct
any
us.
type of yeah. And I
They
was just gonna
correct us.
say
They give us beta.
yeah, and I was just gonna say, like, if right now you want to talk about any type of trail running topic, uh, you have the privilege to have today Corinne Malcolm, who is definitely one of the most knowledgeable person about a lot of things related to trail running. So now is your chance. Ask your question. I'll read them, and then she can provide very valuable data on anything trail running related.
Yeah, we'll try. We'll try to cover the full spectrum of what might be going on out there, or just about ultra and trail running in general. And speaking of kind of commentary season and live broadcast season, you're stuck with Martin and I think, for the rest of the year at this point. You know, they'll be listening to our voices at a number of races coming up. I feel like we'll get to see each other's faces quite a lot this season, which is, for me at least, very exciting. But yeah, we'll be following along again on the 50K today, the Volcanoes 50K. I think we can probably give a little bit of an update there. We have our top 10 athletes through those first 8 stations. We won't get another split for them until the 17-kilometer mark, but we do have I've got the top 10 women up on my screen right now. There's about 12 minutes separating first through 10th. Tony McCann and Emily Brongefelt, a Swedish athlete, they are together in first. They're running in 10th overall at that aid station, so moving really, really quickly. They are followed by a handful of Spanish athletes. Julia, Ana, Moana, Lily. They are 3, 4, and 5, running, it looks like, virtually together. They are about a minute and 3 minutes back from the lead, respectively, and then followed by a duo of American athletes, Sophia Gorman and Rachel Tomazik, in 6th and 7th. They are, once again, only about 3 to 4 minutes out of the lead at this point. And then another handful of Spanish athletes rounding out that top 10. So overwhelmingly a very Spanish, very local field. Same is going on the men's side. There's a Portuguese athlete mixing it up in that men's top 10, led of course by Werner and Julian, tied for first right now, the Swiss and French athletes, and then a whole host of Spanish athletes trying to make their way onto that podium. We expect to get the next split from them at the 17-kilometer mark in about 40 minutes on the men's side. So curious to keep our eyes on what's going on there. I don't think we'll have any video coverage from that race until they are making their way towards the finish line. That's where we'll get our first images of the 50K race today. We are predominantly following along with the 72-kilometer race, kind of the race that's been the preeminent focus of Transvulcania, I would say, over the years. They've always had shorter distances. The shorter distances used to finish in different locations. And now they've changed it where they bus runners out to different start locations, and they all finish in the same finishing chute, which I love. I think that really promotes a wonderful race atmosphere. So we'll be looking for them at the finish line later this morning. But right now on your screen is the leading lady in the women's 72-kilometer race, looking super, super solid on this climb, taking a moment to get some calories in. But man, being in that sunshine hopefully feels good right now. Not too warm. It looks like there's a little bit of a breeze based on movement kind of across the back of her pack there, and some of the audio we're getting from the runner that is with her. So that breeze will keep them cool. They shouldn't be feeling too hot yet at this point.
Yeah, Corinne. I actually purposely bumped up the volume. I don't know if that makes any difference for you people at home or wherever you are, actually. But I was curious to see if we could hear anything that was going on. And there you go. Our camera runner is actually giving us a front shot of Edita, who was fueling. And indeed, now in this section, as expected, it is now exposed and with wind blowing. So that will dry out the runners. Not necessarily with them noticing, and you really, I just can't emphasize enough the need to drink a whole lot on that section. So we've lost Edita again, but she was still moving really well and still staying on top of nutrition, most likely hydration as well. So this is exciting. This might be the breakthrough race for Edita Lewandowska. And yeah, a name that we will now indeed remember and be familiar with on the international scene. And if she finishes in the top 3, she'll punch her ticket to CCC and hopefully join the party at the end of August in Chamonix.
I just got an update from Rob from our Adidas friend out on the course, because I haven't yet met our new Swedish teammate, but I got a name pronunciation update because I was woefully in the wrong pronouncing Scandinavian names at 2 a.m. my time. But Amelia Brangefelt is the new Swedish athlete on the team. She's super young. She, I think, is 20 years old. She raced Worlds last year in Thailand and had an amazing day in the 40-kilometer race. Super fast athlete, really talented. Excited to see what she can do. Hopefully punching a ticket to OCC with her performance here today. But yeah, Amelia, I will get your name right eventually. Today is a good place to start, though.
Yes, and so as you see, there's the on your screen there was. So next time, be quick to scan the QR code for the Crossed Path podcast. It is a new podcast put together by the UTMB World Series, and Crossed Path means that two runner meet up, an elite athlete and kind of a meat packer, back of the packer, and they share their experience and how they train and how they essentially experience trail running. And so next time this shows up, and if you're interested, the podcast is in English, and so you can listen to it and experience and see how different profiles, all the way from athletes to kind of the normal humans like us, or like me, because you are an athlete. I mean, how do you define an athlete? You know, since we have a finish line.
Us mere mortals.
Yeah, from what point can you say you're an athlete? Because essentially all these people like taking on a 72K course with over 4,600 meters of elevation gain, like, aren't they all athletes?
Oh, they're athletes. They're all athletes. If you run, you're a runner. If you attempt and accomplish any of these races, you are an athlete without a doubt. So I think everyone should cut themselves a little bit of slack. But I do know that the first episode of the podcast features last year's men's champion of this race, Petter Engdahl. So people should check that out. It came out while we were in Madeira. I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet, but I do know that last year's men's champion of the 2022 edition of Transvulcania, Petter Engdahl, is the first elite guest on the Crossed Paths podcast.
Yeah, and maybe this is also, as we have replays, a good place to tell you that if you are excited about the prospect of potentially taking part in one of the UTMB World Series races, this race, Transvulcania, as well as many other races of UTMB in Europe, you can actually be coached specifically with a UTMB collaborator, which is Vert.Run. It's called Vert.Run. And you get training plans that are co-designed with pro athletes. And so you were talking about Petter, and Petter has designed with Vert.Run a training plan specifically for CCC. And we have another teammate of yours, Tom Evans, has designed a plan for UTMB. So essentially, they offer whoever signs up to the plan the opportunity to train their way. So if you can relate to athletes' approach or training philosophy, then this is your chance to benefit from that and having coaching advice for a very cheap price, actually. So if you're interested in that and you're unsure whether you can take it on or not.
Yeah, I asked Petter about that, and I said, Petter, should anyone train your way? I was like, is that good? Is that good for anyone? Petter is, I think, known for being kind of a high volume athlete, known for putting in lots and lots of hours on both skis and on foot. Not much for a taper for sure. And he said, I promise. I think it's a good mix of training. There's some good levels, good options for different levels. But I said, we had a good chuckle about it when he told me about that back in Madeira, because we razz him periodically about his training, which obviously works really well for him, but is definitely probably atypical to the mere mortal athlete for sure, from a time on feet perspective, but is obviously a brilliantly talented individual.
No, that's a very good point, Corinne, and I failed to actually explain how it works, because indeed you can train with their philosophy, but you get allocated a coach, and the coach will take that plan and have a call with you and be like, hey, okay, what's your level? Where are you coming from? What's your goal?
Scale
and then
it.
what are your constraints? Exactly. And then it's individualized to everyone who signs up. And because it's easy to have the full plan of an elite athlete and then scale it down to the individual. But you're right. You will be training with the philosophy of the athlete, but you will not be doing the actual the load and the intensity that these guys will be doing. It will be adapted to you by a coach that will follow you throughout the process. Yeah, you're right to mention that.
Many of us
could freak out.
Yeah, I think many of us would perish if we tried to follow Petter's training plan to the T. But yeah, everything's scalable, and that is hugely important.
Yeah. So, still hoping to have images of the front of the race, both in men and women's, and trying to have a look.
I imagine as they get closer to Pico de la Cruz, which the men are about 30 minutes away from, it looks like right now, I believe we'll pick up another camera kind of through that location. So it might be that we get better connectivity along the top there between Pico de la Cruz. Speaking of, we are following Damien right now, our second place male, and it is windy up there.
It is insane. I don't know if you catch the sound of the wind, but it is something else. It looks extremely windy, and Damien's looking good. Damien's looking good right there.
Yeah, no, he's moving really, really well. It is definitely blustery. Not going to keep a drone in the air through a lot of that. He keeps having to, you can see him physically having to pull his hat back on. His hat keeps getting almost blown off of his head. He needs to turn it around, put that bill backwards. There we go. It's like we're talking to him. That will hopefully keep that hat on his head. The wind is going to stop picking up the brim a little bit. You'd hate to lose your hat at this point of the race. But yeah, 41, almost 42 kilometers into the race. This is your second place.
And it looks, Corinne, that this is going to be a redemption run for Damien Humbert, because he's looking really, really good right now. And he said to me 2 days ago that he was happy to be back on the island healthy. Last year, he knew he had a bit of a Achilles injury coming into the race. And as much as he was leading for a long time, that he knew already 10 Ks away from El Roque de los Muchachos that he was going to drop, because he just didn't believe it was a good move to try and tackle this descent with an injured Achilles. But it's good to see him move really well. He said actually he's worked together with his coach to change his training approach a little bit by increasing significantly the volume. And he said it's insane because it has destroyed my confidence, because he says essentially for the past 2 months I've been feeling like crap because I've been on the load constantly. Yes, and so he says, like, I really don't know where I'm at, but now I've been tapering for a while, and I'm starting to feel better day by day. So I hope that it will turn out to be a positive shift. And right now, seeing him like move really, really well now, it seems like it was a winning combination. So good on him for taking that chance. And like, again, coaching. If you can work with someone who you trust and who has the skills and the ability to understand who you are and what works best for you, that's a game changer. And Damien right here is, I'm really impressed and stoked for him to see him run that well.
Yeah, he looks like he's moving really smoothly along this section. I think this is the section that's oftentimes forgotten about. When people look at the course profile, they think, oh, it's a big climb and a big descent. But this stuff in between kind of that 37 kilometer mark and the 50 kilometer mark is like this. It's rocky, it rolls, it's hard to get in a rhythm. It's up, down, up, down, up, down. Pretty smooth and little tiny bits of technical here and there. It can, if you're not moving well here, you're not moving well. Like you can really slow down on this section. And so watching Damien move really smoothly through here, I think is really indicative of him having a good day right now. And I hope that continues as he makes his way past that 50 kilometer mark and into the meat of the downhill, which again is a 2,400 meter descent, which is going to be just bonkers for everyone's quads.
Yeah, and you're right to read those images and saying that he looks smooth, because Damien is a skyrunner first and foremost. Like he's been competing in the Skyrunner World Series for many years and at top level, and so anything technical will feel butter smooth to him, and I can really expect him to at least not fade one bit in that descent. He'll most likely be looking forward to it. So as much as Dakota Jones is also a very strong descender and like familiar with the mountains, it will be interesting to see if those two pulled away from the rest of the field, or if we have some late bloomers who are conservative all the way to El Roque de los Muchachos, and then we'll try to make way and gain in that descent. And here I'm thinking about potentially Germain Granger.
Yeah, yep. I think Germain Granger, I think Tim Tollefson, while Davide has moved back a little bit in the field with Jared Hazen and Stephen Kirsch moving past him, like I would love to see that group of men, that 4 through 8 group of men move. Like I think there'll be a lot of bridging together there. They're not separated by more than about 70 seconds. That group is really interesting to me, particularly I think Germain and Tim started more conservatively. I'm curious to see kind of how that plays out. Tim obviously lives in Mammoth, California, which has had just the most insane winter of all time. I mean, the snowbanks there are not going to melt until September, I think. By the time you're there for the Mammoth Trail Festival in the fall, they might not have snow at that point. But it's definitely, they've had an epic winter there. Running has been, a lot of treadmill time for that guy. So interested to see kind of what comes of this race for an athlete like Tim Tollefson. His goal is UTMB at the end of the season. That is his big goal. That is his focus. So I don't think he's going to risk anything to put that goal at jeopardy, which I think is really, really smart and really mature. But yeah, that group of men that are in 4th through 8th right now, separated by all of 70 seconds at that last aid station, that to me is a dangerous group of men to be hunting anyone down later in the race, independent of how well people are moving or not moving right now. So I'd keep my eyes on those guys. I wouldn't want to be being chased by them heading into that downhill.
And Corinne, another position I wouldn't want to be in is the camera runner right now that we can hear breathe pretty hard trying to keep up with Damien. It's quite insane. I mean, obviously those runners are really talented, because as much as the equipment becomes lighter and lighter to offer you those live images, they still have to keep up with those world-class athletes and aim with the camera and then cover the ground and then look after themselves, because right now,
while not moving one arm essentially. So it's like, even though the stabilization on these GoPros, etc., are super, super good, you still have to kind of keep one arm super steady. You are the steady cam essentially. I did some running with the lead women at the Canyons 100K last weekend. We couldn't do a full live coverage of that race due to cell service connectivity, but Dylan Bowman and myself went out on course early that morning, kind of around the 6 and the 14 mile mark, and filmed our lead men and women coming through there. And, I'm chasing Ida Nilsson at mile 13 of her 100K. And I'm like, okay, this is fairly comfortable, but I'm glad it's not technical at all, because keeping my arm steady while trying to film Ida Nilsson as she runs, well near 6 minute pace down a hill is like, I'm glad I only have to run with her for 5 or 6 minutes, and then I can go back and find second position, etc. But yeah, it's I got my first taste of being a camera person for some live broadcasts last week, and it was I was both the commentator and the camera person, doing a little bit of everything last Saturday, and it was I have so much respect for our camera folks that film all of these races, particularly as the races get shorter. It's just like filming OCC sounds like a total nightmare to me.
Well, I would have liked to have footage of you being the one woman band and commentating and filming and trying to keep up. That would have been a good one. All right, team. Thanks so much again for sticking with us. We'll have a short commercial break and we'll be back with you in a matter of a couple of minutes.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB, I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
And we're back at the finish line. Don't worry, the runners still have many, many miles to go before they get here to this beautiful finishing arch. Martin, how close are you to the finish line? Where are you guys set up on the island today?
I was actually going to say, like, perhaps I could run down the finish line, make a little cuckoo dance, and then come back to the life. Because I am actually very close to that line. So if you see the other arch, like kind of the dark blue in the distance, on the left of that, there's a big building, which is a cultural building, and we're on the top floor. So if I lean back and I look left, I can actually see the backside of the finish line. And actually together with Depa, when the top runners will be arriving, we'll go down to welcome them. But there we go, back with Damien Humbert in second position in the men's race. Very, very exciting and strong performance from the French runner right now, who's, looking away, just checking who's running behind him. According to the last data we had, it would be Andreas Reiterer. So this is not so much someone you'd be stoked to have chase you, but on the other hand, Damien is moving well, and it'll be interesting to see the splits with Dakota, because Dakota was also looking very good, to be honest. But these two runners are taking out the course this race by storm, and it is really, really impressive performance at this point. It's good to see Damien put a hand down and stop running for a bit, because otherwise I've rarely seen runners look that good, that fresh at this point in the race.
Yeah, like I said, this section of the course is meaner than a lot of people will expect. It obviously is an uphill, but it's the rocks that keep breaking up your kind of stride and rhythm. It's definitely very windy. We actually had to turn down the audio from the camera because it was just this super loud wind noise. You can see the plants moving there along the side of the course. So it shouldn't be too hot. Martin's turning that up for us so you can hear how windy it is. So it shouldn't be too warm. The wind is a really effective cooling mechanism because the way it travels over your skin surface really rapidly cools you down. So that's actually really nice given that they have direct sun at this point of the race. If you're not moving fast, obviously that wind can become quite cold, but when you're moving really well, it's going to help that ambient air temperature not feel quite as bad. We actually saw him have to move his hat and flip it around backwards because the brim was getting blown up and he was going to lose his hat if he wasn't careful. But he is moving really, really well. We expect him and Dakota Jones to be at Pico de la Cruz in about 15 minutes. We expect the time gap between those two men to be about 2 minutes. But interestingly, Andreas's predicted time is now about a 5-minute gap back from them with Jared Hazen, Stephen Kirsch, Davide, and Tim Tollefson actually looks like he might be moving better than that entire group. So I do anticipate that the men's 3rd through 7th or 8th place position is going to be shaking up a little bit when they get to Pico de la Cruz, that 46-kilometer mark, before they make their way to the next crew checkpoint, which is about another 4 or 5 kilometers from there by the big observatory. This is a replay from earlier, seeing Jeff Mocavaro come into that aid station, seeing Jared Hazen and Stephen Kirsch come into that aid station. That's Jeff is in an On kit, Jared Hazen is in a Solomon kit, Stephen Kirsch is in an Adidas Terex kit, yet they are 3 white shirts running from the U.S. into the fog there. So really cool images from earlier this morning. Dakota moving well, Damien moving well. Just really, really a solid pack of men in that top 10 group. We can get an updated split for you. We don't have much news on the women's side, but we do have our top 10 women through that 31-kilometer mark. So again, Polish athlete, kind of a surprise, I think, to many people besides the Polish folks watching right now on YouTube. Edna's currently in first, moving really well. 2 minutes behind her, so we believe, is Martina, followed another 10, 12 minutes or so back by Meg McKenzie. Francesca Preto of Italy in fourth. Michelle Bunke of the U.S. She's a Portland-based athlete running in fifth. She ran the Gorge 100K back in April. No, she didn't. She ran Black Canyon, I want to say. Man, I'm forgetting. I'm mixing up all the races now. But a super solid athlete, definitely under the radar. Excited to see what she can do here. Alessandra, another Italian athlete, in sixth. A French athlete, Alex, in seventh. Christina in eighth. Elizabeth Borgensen in ninth. And a German athlete, Miria, in 10th. So really a very international top 10 women's group. We've got Poland, Italy, South Africa, the U.S., France, Spain, Norway, and Germany in that top 10 group. So a really international top 10 on the women's side. But that spread now at this point between first and 10th at that 31-kilometer checkpoint is almost 45 minutes. So, almost 35 minutes, sorry, between first and 10th there. Yeah, 35 minutes between first and 10th. So a spread out top 10, a very international top 10 with lots of movement we anticipate probably in those maybe third through eighth positions as we make our way into the back half of the race.
Yeah, and in fourth place right now, Francesca Preto. I was not too familiar with her, but she did really well, like placing fourth at Lavaredo last year, as well as ninth at UTMB. So we can expect her, if she's familiar with those long distances, Lavaredo being 120K and UTMB being the 170K that we know. This might be a bit of a faster race, faster pace for her, but like she will hold the distance. And as you can see on her bib numbers, she doesn't have a low number, so probably wasn't expected to be there. But her past results makes her totally legitimate to be in fourth place right now and potentially move up the field again, because she's done Lavaredo and UTMB again. So she is capable of holding on and running on technical and mountainous terrain. So there might be some changes, although I agree with you. The splits in between those top 10 female athletes are much more significant than with the men's at this point.
Yeah, and I just remembered where I was like, where did I see Michelle Bunky run earlier this year? I've been at so many races. I was like, was it Black Canyon? Was it Gorge? Was it? It was chucking up 50K, a really classic early season 50K in the U.S. up in Bellingham, Washington. She went out really, really hard at that race and kind of had a tough day. So she ran a 50K back in March, building here. Not Lavaredo. Transvulcania is a really interesting race in the sense that it's like kind of a short. It's obviously a long ultra. It's over 50 kilometers, but it's kind of a short ultra because it's under 80K. And so it's this really interesting distance where it's like it's quite fast, but it's got a lot of climbing. It's got some technicality. It's an early season race. Like it's this really, I think it's a really great race and a great season opener. And I hope that it continues to build back into kind of its former glory. I think it's been a race that has been a really solid season opener. It used to be part of the Skyrunning World Series. That's why I heard about it. That's why I came to the race in 2017. That's why I wanted to be there. Was like I had followed this race. I had heard so much about it from the Skyrunning world. That was my first interest in the sport of trail running. It wasn't from an ultra perspective at all. And I'm really excited to see this race kind of, I think, re-cement itself as kind of an early season classic without it being as long as Transgran Canaria or the Madeira Island Ultra Trail races, which are, more of a, 15, 16, 18-hour race potentially. This 6 to 8 hour race seems like a really good way to open your season without it being too early in the year for those athletes that are coming off of skis as well. This early May timeframe seems like a really ideal way to open things up.
Yes, and as you said, on a shorter distance and not overnight, which definitely makes a bit of a difference. And but yeah, it's been good because, as you said, like this was the season opener, and somehow I don't know if it was because of the geographical location of the Canary Islands or anything else, but we've always had like a really international field, Americans coming over, Europeans going, and always hell of a battle, kind of almost kind of U.S. versus Europe, and who could kind of crack it. And it's been good to have a lot of different winners, and every once in a while, like the odd American Dakota Jones and Tim Fricks. Oh man, I remember his win, like insulting, because not only coming from the US, but in a pair of Adidas Boston. It's like, guys, like I'm American, but you're not gonna take me down with your technical, and I'm actually gonna wear a pair of road shoes, and that's not gonna bother me at all.
Yeah. To be fair, that seems spot on. And speaking of, I listed probably 8 countries in the 9 countries in the women's top 10. On the men's side, it is the U.S., France, and Italy, with the U.S. having 5 guys currently in the top 10, Italy with 3, France with 2. Like it is international for sure, but it definitely feels much more of the like USA versus Europe, a little bit on the men's side versus the women's field, which is, I think 9 different countries represented in that race presently. So really, I mean, I think it just speaks volumes to the race that Transvulcania is and can be. Dakota Jones's win back in, was it 2011 or 2012? 2012, right?
That
I think that was like what that put him on the map. Back 2012, like that put him on the map, right? Like he would have been 21 or 22 at the time, like super young athlete,
21,
incredibly talented. Yeah, like just and to see him now, like 11 years later back at this race, like that I think speaks volumes to longevity in the sport, taking time in the sport. Really, like it would be pretty poetic if Dakota Jones pulled off a win here, 12 years after his first victory on the island.
Oh yeah, that would be something indeed. That would be something. Um, and talking about the front of the pack, but then also giving um, like a bit of a two runners that are a bit further back, but we were potentially expecting a little bit higher up in the rankings. So is it just a bad day in the office? Is it being conservative? Is it being, as we said, early season? We've got Joan Lance in 18th, Yang Kiao Yun, our Chinese runner, currently 16th, Moises Jimenez 17th, and Tim Furkis in 13th. Looks like he's moving back a little bit. But yeah, it is such a deep field. It's I'm really impressed because let's see here, Johan 4:11. Yeah, that's like 30 minutes back already from Dakota Jones after three, like just under 4 hours of racing.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of spread. And what I will say about the men's race in particular here is that there's not a lot of room for mistakes, I think, in this field. Um, if you have a bad patch, that is going to affect your position, I think, a bit more than in some other races, some longer races where you can have a really bad patch and bounce back and maybe not even lose a position during it. This men's race is pretty darn tight. There's 10 minutes separating first from 10th. That puts basically everyone in that top 10 really in the mix. So yeah, having a bad moment, having a low moment will cost you.
Look,
This is
Corinne,
live right
this
now.
is now, yeah, live, Edita, and we see her in the exact same spot that we had images of Dakota Jones, and I can't help but notice the difference in ease
Yeah.
at which they're running, and she
Yeah.
does not look too comfortable running downhill. Is this just this patch? It looks like she's holding on to something, so maybe she was fueling and she got caught off guard by this descent. But if she's not extremely comfortable and she keeps running that
This
way,
is Martina
it'll
will
be
definitely eat up
yeah,
that gap.
yeah. Yep. That's precisely my thought. So interesting situation here. Perhaps Edita is indeed perhaps a very strong uphill runner, but perhaps her downhill skills do not match her like uphill strength, and that could lead to a bit of a change because there was only a couple of minutes between Edita and Martina Valmasoy in second position right now. So let's see. We might have a surprise. We might have a surprise. So let's see how things change or not. And one thing that does not change is the finish line. Still here.
Yeah, still there. Whenever we lose camera signal, you're going to get the default back to this kind of steady shot at the finish line. That means our camera is down out in the field. But you're right. I do think that she looked pretty tentative on that descent. I think you got to move your feet faster. Moving your feet faster is a big deal there. It looks like at the last they did come through the 37-kilometer checkpoint, and she had opened up a bigger gap on Martina. She had opened up close to 6.5 minutes on Martina. So Martina lost time between the 31 and 37 kilometer mark. Lost a couple minutes there, but those little downhill technical bits might be a place where Martina, if she's feeling good, is otherwise okay, is I think going to make up time. I've seen Martina run downhill. She moves like a gazelle over rocky terrain. She has done well at skyrunning races in the past. She, I think, handles technical descending very, very smoothly. So that gap of about 2 minutes has opened up to be closer to about 8 minutes or so right now. Will that hold over this next section? I don't know. But yeah, that caught me off guard a little bit too, just looking at the splits all of a sudden between that 31 and 37 kilometer aid station. Our women's race leader, Edna, made up quite a bit, or like extended her lead by quite a significant margin over Martina. So we'll see if that holds, but there is also a pretty big gap back to Meg McKenzie. She isn't expected to be to the aid station for another 14 minutes or so, which would put her a solid, 16 or so minutes behind Martina. So big gaps opening up in the women's field right now, or heading into the 37-kilometer mark.
Yeah, I'm exactly like you. I had missed that gap, and Martina looks like either she's falling back a little bit, or it was Edita who really put the hammer down on that uphill. 8 minutes is starting to be something, but again, this is a long way in over 22 kilometers when you have 2,400 meters of descent. A lot can happen if you're not like comfortable on your feet, because not only you're going to move slower, but you're going to be like using up a lot of energy to try and balance yourself and go down. So all right, well, people who are following, what do you think? What do you think?
Let us know. That I think threw a little bit of a wrench into our prediction. I think we thought, this gap's going to close down really quickly. Like maybe Martina's going to move back into that first position, but that gap on that last section is actually really interesting. So I'm really curious to know what's going to happen there. On the men's side of things, we do have Dakota Jones through Pico de la Cruz. So he is through that first kind of high aid station, that 46-kilometer mark. It's a really small aid station. And then right now we're kind of we're in between. This camera is in between those two locations. It's looking towards the next aid station, right, by the observatory. And Dakota should be coming by this location still.
Yeah. So essentially, that, as you say, that camera is further up on the course, and they'll be coming towards us. And on the right hand side is the caldera. One of the biggest
have you orient me to time and space.
One of the biggest caldera in the world. Is like it's a 1,500 meter drop on that side, which is quite phenomenal. And when you run on it, because you're on the ridge, as you were saying, you can see El Roque de los Muchachos from so far away, and you're like, oh, I'm getting there. No, I'm not. I'm getting there. No, I'm not. And then you get to that aid station. It's like, what's happening? I'm still not at the highest point. And actually, truth be told, the after El Roque de los Muchachos, which is the highest point in the race, like you'd be like, oh, okay, now it's all downhill. But actually, for those of you who are planning on running Transvulcania, you actually have another 3 small bumps before you actually start dropping down into that descent trolley. And so once you leave the aid station, you cannot quite go into like full descent mode, but you still have to grind through 3 very small bumps. It's undulating for, I don't know, it's like a couple of Ks, 3 Ks, but it will catch you off guard if you're planning on just like descending. You still have to push quite a bit before you do head down and use gravity to take you all the way down to the ocean, to Tazacorte.
Yeah, and it does look like we have Damien through Pico de la Cruz 2 minutes back, basically 2 minutes on the nose between our first and second male. We anticipate that gap to hold pretty steady to the next aid station. 2 to 3 minutes is the predicted gap at that 50-kilometer mark. So right now, yes, Dakota Jones and Damien Humbert through Pico de la Cruz, 2 minutes separating them, so that gap has held pretty steady over the last kind of 2 checkpoints. The curious thing that's about to happen is we have Andreas and Tim and the trio of Jared Hazen, Stephen Kirsch, and Davide should all be coming through this next checkpoint very, very close together. They will likely be within eyesight of one another. In that mix as well is Germo. So that the top 8 men, this is a group of men that are hunting, that are going to be pushing each other. I'm really, really curious to see what this next couple of splits look like from this chase pack. Essentially, they're not quite in a pack. They're separated a little bit there, but Tim Tollefson is actually predicted to come through this next checkpoint in 4th, having potentially overtaken Jared and Steven in like on his way to do that. And I'm just like, oh, I feel like I need popcorn, and I'm like on the edge of my seat, and it's almost 3 a.m. here in Seattle, and I'm like wide awake now because I'm so freaking excited about what's about to happen. So hopefully you are as well in the YouTube chat, despite the fact that we have no current images of our runners on course, but we should be. They are waiting Dakota Jones and Damian Humbert through this section, and I think we should see them very, very shortly. But man, that caldera, what a beautiful zone to run through. If this image doesn't make you want to run Transvulcania, I don't know what will, because the descent we're going to show you a little bit later will definitely make you question your sanity and if you would actually want to run this race. But this section, this is why you run Transvulcania. You run it for the bananas and you run it for the caldera, and you just hope that you have a perfect weather day.
I couldn't have said it better, Corinne. You do indeed run for all this, as well as what we mentioned earlier, the atmosphere on the island, the stoke that everybody has. It is kind of the national pinnacle event for all the Canarian, and they show it. They are extremely welcoming, and they all get involved and support this race. And whenever you are on the course, you can experience that. And if you're in a good place, you will like soak up the energy. If you're in a bad place, that will put you back into a good mood. And I can't help but notice how much wind there seemed to be up on that position here. Muchachos is way over in the distance. So they will still have quite a bit of ground to cover before hitting that aid station.
It's so windy. It is exceptionally windy up there today.
And I somehow had hopes that it wouldn't be, because at the start, for once, it was actually super mild and almost no wind, while usually there is, which makes the start always a bit of a challenge, because it's still like very much black lava sand, and as everybody goes out, like it just creates an insane amount of dust, and with the wind it just blows back onto you. And you chew sand for the first 5 kilometers if you haven't managed to extract yourself from the main pack. So as we speak, I'm trying to find the exact location of Dakota Jones through the GPS trackers, but his tracker has not moved for quite a bit. He's kind of stuck at 46.5 kilometers, and obviously, I mean, fingers crossed, he's still moving. So we'll see him. There we go. He has moved, so we're good. Yeah, we should see him in the distance at any time now from this drone shot.
And yeah, and Andreas right here is through Pico de la Cruz. He is, though, 5 minutes back of Damian at this point, which I think is similar to the last checkpoint, actually. So Dakota, 2 minutes, Damian, 5 minutes, Andreas, 1, 2, and 3. We anticipate Tim Tollefson, Jared Hazen, Stephen Kirsch, Davide, and Germo should all be through in the next 2 to 4 minutes. So we should have a men's top 8 update imminently. So don't go anywhere. Keep refreshing your live.utmb.world, just like we are. You know, high technology commentary around here. We're staring at the same tracker that so many of you are at home, just providing our own speculation on top of it. On the women's side, we're still waiting for Meg McKenzie to come through the 37-kilometer mark. She's projected to be about 5 minutes out from there. Michelle Bunke appears to be moving up. She should only be a couple minutes behind Meg McKenzie at that point. So Michelle having a good run, moving her way up the field. She should potentially overtake Francesca Preto of Italy on her way to that next checkpoint. So movement in the women's top 10 as well, but a big gap out front by your race leader right now, between 1 and 2, and then they are, quite a bit ahead of 3. So curious to know what will happen on that final descent. I was kind of chatting back and forth with Walt Wood in the live chat there about, the truly that downhill finish is really challenging in the sense that it really throws a wrench in your ability to predict Athletes have normally have strengths, right? They're generally a good uphiller or a good downhiller, or they're really good on technical, etc., or they're really good on the road. It's hard to be really good at all of this. Obviously, there are athletes that are in fact good at every single facet of running. They are the best in the world, but overwhelmingly, even if you're a good uphiller or downhiller, you get into a race and you can have a bad day. You can go in thinking, you know what, the uphills are going to be where I do really well today, and suddenly it's not. Suddenly it's only the downhills that you feel good on, or the flat sections, and you've never felt good on a flat road in your life, and suddenly that's the only section of the race that you feel really strong in. So running, I had a long chat with teammate Abby Hall after Madeira, and I said, the challenging part about our sport is that you can be perfectly prepared, you can be as fit as you've ever been, you can have everything really dialed, but ultra running is a performance on a singular day. And even if you're fit and prepared and ready, it's still about the day that you're given, right? And you can have just bad days because, truth be told, right? Like it's still one day out of 365. And so I think that is something that athletes have to remember, and spectators have to remember, is that one bad race isn't indicative of not being fit or not being ready. And it's just like some days are just bad days, and that happens, and that does screw with our ability to be super predictive every single time.
True, like a lot of good points you have there, Corinne, and it's just that with these athletes, like this is a day in the office, and as you say, there will be bad days for all of us. And the thing is, nobody's filming us while we're in the office, so we kind of like, yeah, that was a bad day, so that's it, on to the next. But when they're out there, and this is a race that they've prepared for, tapered for, focused on, and it just doesn't click on the day. Well, it just, again, it's not the end of the world. It happens. But it just doesn't define the person or their capacity for the rest of the season or their career. So, and talking about, like, I don't know if we're gonna have a lot of time to talk about this, but when you said, you're raced with the day you've been given, and that is a part that applies even more so to female, depending on where they are in their cycle. And there's more and more talks about it, which is really exciting, which is really good, to bring awareness to this, and then hopefully utilize a little bit more of the resources that are out there to uh, at least, at the very least, understand how, like, the female cycle works with the luteal phase, which is better. But, like, how much do you know, Corinne, about this, and how much can you share with the audience on that topic?
Yeah, I mean, what I'll say to that is that there's a ton of individual variability. An Olympic medal has been won on every single day of a menstrual cycle, i.e., not every Olympic medal is won in the luteal phase versus follicular phase, etc. So I think that it's really easy for an athlete to want a very specific answer to I only perform in this phase of my cycle or that phase of my cycle, etc. But I think that's actually super detrimental to the athlete, because it can make you feel like you can't perform during a certain day or a certain phase. And so that's kind of the statistic coming out of, Olympics, for example, is that an Olympic medal has been won on every single day of the cycle. But that being said, I know that on day 1 to 2 of, like, the bleeding portion of my cycle, I have more GI issues. And so when I go into a race, I have to change my nutritional plan if that's where I am in my cycle. But for the most part, it's highly individually, it's got a high degree of individual variability, which just means that, like, each individual athlete needs to know how they feel at different times of the month and adjust accordingly. But there's nothing to say that you can't perform or that you're doomed to a bad performance on X, Y, or Z day.
Yeah, and I don't know how much psychological aspect, or if that follows the load, but I've heard firsthand about a lot of athletes having their period on race day, because it seems to coincide with, okay, you kind of start tapering, you give your body a bit of a break, and then you start having your periods. And in Western states, I think it was 2 years ago, I think there were 4 of the top 10 female who had their periods come out on the day. And obviously, it didn't stop them from performing extremely well. But as you say, I think that's the best word of advice is understand how you personally work and how to make the necessary adjustments if that takes place, or depending on when race day falls on your cycle. But that's definitely some more data that's out there, and one person that I can think of. And if you know someone else, by all means share this in the chat. But that's Dr. Stacy Sims. Like, she's been studying that topic in female for quite a while. But like, you seem to disagree, Corinne. So maybe we can have a.
Well, I'll share some other things when we come back from this commercial break. But yeah, there's some really good new researchers that are brilliant. But we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
We've got a Pico. We've got an update. We don't have men on our screen yet, but we do have an update from the Pico de la Cruz aid station. Some interesting things that you might see there. Guess who's up in 4th position, Martin?
Oh, is that Tim? I need to refresh.
No.
Oh,
it's Germo.
Allez les Bleus!
4th. Yes. The sleep in Flagstaff, Arizona right now. She'll be awake in time, I think, to catch his finish. But hopefully she's asleep right now.
She is not. She's not. Like, she called, like, she messaged me at the start. She's like, "Oh, when are you guys going live? Oh, I'm already up. She is all fired up, and so I'm pretty sure she would have found that before that we did that.
It's 4 a.m. right now, I think.
Yeah, but when your partner is racing,
yeah, but still, it's hard to stay awake. I would be sleeping next to my computer, falling asleep, I think. But yeah, so Germo is up in 4th position, Davide in 5th. They're together. So right now, 4, 5, and 6, those men are separated by 30 seconds. That's Germo, Davide, and Tim Tollefson, 4, 5, and 6. Interestingly, another guy who was moved up, who I think we were kind of watching, he was well outside the top 10 until this aid station, is Einl. He's up into 7th position. He's overtaken Stephen Kirsch and Jeff Mogavero. But yeah, our top 10 men are all through Pico de la Cruz, and the spread now between 1st and 10th has extended. Dakota Jones has extended it further. It's about 15 minutes between 1 and 10, but 4, 5, 6 are only about 2-3 minutes behind Andreas, so definitely well in the hunt there. There's a small gap after Tim Tollefson back to 7th and 8th. which include and probably will include 9th and 10th. So 7th, 8th, 9th, 4, 5, and 6 in the men's race. So if I was Andreas, I would maybe start to feel the heat a little bit of the chase pack trying to close down to him.
And it looks like Edita is moving a little better. I was watching her going on the kind of this roller coaster on the Caldera up and down, and she looked like she was a little bit more smooth on the downhill. So perhaps, oh, there we go. We've lost images again. Sorry about that, folks. So I don't know if you're like us with your head like right on the screen trying to find a dot. That would be Dakota Jones on his way to the highest point of this course, El Roque de los Muchachos. And I don't know if you hear behind me, but there's a whole lot of noise going on. That finish line is getting hyped up. This is probably to welcome some of the runners of the shorter distances.
Yeah, I could definitely hear those finish line sounds. This morning, people won't know this. Before we went
Can you?
live, we were having major audio issues where Martin, no one could hear Martin. I couldn't hear Martin, but I was hearing all this noise from the finish line, and I was like, "What audio am I hearing? I hear birds and boxes being dropped and French speakers, but I can't hear Martin. Like, what is happening?" We were able to get all that sorted, like literally 30 seconds before we went live. So we feel like we were very fortunate on that front, but yeah, you can hear the finish line noise picking up, but yeah, you can hear the finish line noise picking up behind you as we start to get ready to welcome the shorter distance runners to the finishing area.
Okay, so
And
changed a little bit.
Did you just see that? I was gonna say, did you see that we because of the wind, we can't fly the drone up high?
And that's why, because I think that section was originally supposed to indeed follow the runners on the whole section. But if there's too much wind, indeed, they just have to stay on locations that are a bit more sheltered. But I've changed the view on the tracking software, and I can see just now a little better where all the runners are, and it looks like Dakota Jones has gone past Fuente Nueva and will now be going down to the kind of a little saddle before heading back up. So the saddle that you can see here on the images. So Fuente Nueva is where you see the observatorium on the right by the edge of the cliff, and so right behind that, right ahead of that is that downhill to the saddle and then back up. So we should see him in the distance still. And I just noticed here on the screen that Martina has closed the gap from 8 to 6 minutes on Edita Lovanovska. So is it the beginning of a remontada, or just a gap being slightly closed but not quite entirely? There are still a few climbs until you get to the finish line, so we'll see. We'll see. And here we have a replay. Is that Canyons?
That is Canyons. That is from last weekend in Auburn, California. The 50K, the 100K, and the 100-mile race. It was scorching hot, both in terms of runners and speed, but also the actual temperatures there. It was incredibly sunny. It was the first warm day we had all spring, 90 degrees Fahrenheit on the day. The poor 100-mile runners got absolutely torched. A little bit easier on the 50K runners. 100K runners had a hot day in the back half of their race between about mile 40 and mile 48. Lots of carnage in that race, but it was the America's World Series Major, so top 10 men and top 10 women in those distances. got their spots into the UTMB World Series finale, as well as 2 golden tickets for the men and 2 for the women in the 100K distance into Western states. So a lot was on the line last weekend in Auburn, and it was a really cool event to be part of.
Yeah, and as you said, as a major, that was the top 10 men and women who got their ticket to the UTMB final, which is quite exciting to bring more American runners to have an attempt at cracking it. And there you go. There he is on the bottom right corner of your screen. It's shaking because we're zooming, so we're going to zoom out. But here he is. Here he is, Dakota Jones, still in the lead, hiking his way up to El Roque de los Muchachos.
Yeah, and it's so windy. We were supposed to have a drone follow the runners through this entire section, but they couldn't get the drone to launch with how windy it was out there. And we're back with the first woman now on our screen, moving well kind of through this technical rolling section of the race. It does seem like Martina is closing a little bit of distance down to her, and then we'll go back to that other shot of Dakota moving his way towards camera as he makes his way towards the 50K aid station in just a little bit, which is, I think, a massive checkpoint to get to. I think when you make it to the 50K mark, it's kind of like, okay, now I'm into the next section of the race in a big way. It feels like that's a big mark to make it through in the 72 kilometer race.
True. It kind of makes the break between the one long relentless climb and then starting into the next section. And I keep saying it was a 22K descent, but it's actually 20Ks to the finish. And I'm surprised. It must have been a bit of a change because it used to be 18Ks down, and there's more than 2Ks to make it back to Los Llanos. So I'm gonna have to get those numbers right. Because there's 4.7Ks.
Like they call it 72K race, but I think it's more like 74 or 75.
Yeah, and so technically, and then it used to be 52K El Roque de los Muchachos, but then if you look on the race profile, it's 51. So there's a bit of a wiggle, but you're right. Psychologically, what's happening when you get to El Roque de los Muchachos, you're like, okay, I am done with the biggest chunk of uphill in that race, and now I can transition into a bit of undulating for a couple of Ks and then dropping into that long descent. Because one thing that is for sure is that from El Roque de los Muchachos all the way down is truly 2,400 meters of descent, because it's going from the highest point on the island all the way down to sea level in the port of Tazacorte. And here Edita is still looking good, still moving in the lead, and even changing gears on that running ball section. And we got one male runner telling her so it's better to run in groups. And really solid performance so far from Edita Levanskova.
Yeah, she's moving really well, transitioning well between hiking and running in this section. When you can tell when a runner's energy starts to get kind of low, they will continue to hike into a runnable section, etc. They don't transition quite as well between running, hiking, as that fatigue builds, or if you're not feeling great, it's just really easy to continue to kind of hike it out. So watching her transition back over to a run, I think, is a really good indicator of her still moving very well through this section. I think that big downhill is going to be the most telling component of the day. It could come down to a drag race, which would be very exciting, I think. And once again, I think this Polish athlete's going to surprise a lot of people. I don't think she was on many people's free trail fantasy picks. Anything of that nature. She's going to have messed that up for a few folks, but really exciting to watch her race here, and she'll be a name that many of us will keep on our radars moving forward.
Yeah, and I can't help but like I don't want to bury her saying that she's not running downhill well, but it reminds me of Nienke Brinkman, who came onto the international scene being an incredible uphill runner, and she had shown that at the Jungfrau Marathon, as well as the obviously very followed international Sierzinal. But then she had done the races like Skyrun and I could say, even though she absolutely smashed the course record, wasn't as comfortable on the downhill as she was on the uphill, and she's just corrected that. And when she ran Zagama last year, she blistered through and destroyed the course record by somewhere around 18 minutes. So the downhill is just like the uphill, something you can work on. So if you don't feel very comfortable on downhill, technical. Just cover more ground downhill. Just relax, keep your shoulders down, use your arms to balance yourself. And then if it gets a bit steep, just make sure you bend over forward a little bit, just to keep your center of gravity just ahead of your feet, which means you'll end up on your forefoot, and that'll give you a bit more precision if you're on technical. But as well as if your forefoot slips, you'll land on your heels on your bum, which is unfortunate, especially if you're running on lava rocks. But yeah, this is something you can work and develop. Um, and so seeing right now Edita Lewandowska doing really, really well on the up and on the rolling terrain, still moving really well. She's quite tall. Like I saw her at the start and then passing by the first checkpoint. She's much taller than the likes of Martina and Meg McKenzie, for example. But she's moving really, really well still. This is exciting. Newcomers to the scene. Obviously, as you said, not to the Polish scene, but to the international scene for sure. And seeing the pace at which she's running right now, if Martina wants to close the gap, she's going to have to put in a hell of an effort.
Yeah, I think Martina will have to be on her game over the back half of this race if she wants to close that gap and move her way up the podium higher. Again, Martina coming off of a ski season. She, I think, had told us a little bit of like, not sure if it's going to be 100% or not this weekend. I think she is coming in very, very fit though. Coming off that Solomon running camp, they put in a really solid block of training all together there. Looks like we have Damien on our screen right now, kind of coming to this parking lot. They're saying, okay, got to keep going. Make your way to this next aid station. Smiles to the camera there. He looks really happy.
Because and so I think following the men's is Olivier, and so they know each other, and they're going to be able to potentially have a bit of a chat. And but seeing that Damien smiled says a lot. Says a lot about him. Means like he's in a good place. He's in control, running with himself, and potentially therefore still able to push. Should he be challenged, or should he want to try and close that rather small gap he had, like Dakota Jones has on him, because last we know was a couple of minutes, anticipated to be 3 minutes in El Roque de los Muchachos. So we'll see what happens. In the meantime, the crowds have gathered on that finish line to probably welcome the first runners of the shorter races that have started this morning a little bit later. The marathon started at 9 a.m. local time, so 3 hours after the ultra marathon. And yeah, we're back with the women's leader currently from Poland, Edita Lewandowska. So we're both silent, but we're looking at all the data, and it seems like Dakota Jones has gone through the aid station of Roque de los Muchachos, according to the GPS tracker at least, which means sadly we did not have images, but he has gone through the aid station. That's the big one where you can have crew, and that kind of marks the end of the long uphill, and he's now transitioning into the downhill. And Romain Bert is on the last climb, about half a K towards El Roque de los Muchachos. So I don't know why we missed Dakota Jones, but it looked as though he has gone through. So perhaps now in the live coverage, we should have an update, a clear update. And yes, it has happened. And actually, Damien Bert has also gone through. And 3 minutes between.
Yeah.
Well, no, 2:30.
So Dakota added. Yeah. So Dakota got another about 30 seconds or so on Damian. So it's the gap is staying more or less the same. You know, it's that is no time at all between the two. The race, and the gap hasn't changed that much. They're moving at very comparable speeds to one another. So there's not not a huge difference in how fast they're moving. That does mean though, for there to be a change, Dakota either needs to slow, obviously, or Damian needs to speed up, because right now they're moving at basically identical speeds, just 2.5 minutes apart from one another. So we'll see if one is moving better than the other heading into this downhill section. They are both really competent downhill runners. And then what I'm really curious to know is what's happening in that chase pack, again, in 3rd through 8th position in the men's race, because I think that they are quite bunched up. And I think there's going to be a little bit of movement within that field. And I think Andreas, this would be a good time for him to get a second wind, because there are definitely men that have been working to close the gap down to him, and we could very well have a race for that podium, that final podium position. And those men, if they're moving really fast, you know, that gap could come down to Dakota and Damian, even just because, you know, it's when you're not sure which part of the battle you're in, all of a sudden those gaps can change quite a bit if you've got a pack running behind you versus being, you know, off by yourself, either running scared at the front or in hot pursuit.
Yeah, yes, Corinne. I think this is whoever gets the order right for the next 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th position coming into El Roque de los Muchachos should really play the lottery today, because it is literally impossible to anticipate who will come in first. Between all these runners, Germain made a really strong comeback. So is he now putting an effort all the way up to El Roque de los Muchachos and then into the descent? We were expecting him to come back and strong. He seems to have made a move just before that, and so did Tim Tollefson. So it'll be interesting to see, as well as Lionel Christian Manole, who is a very, very strong long distance runner, originally from Romania, lives in Spain, has done, he won the original edition of the Val d'Aran by UTMB on the 100 mile, and then Stefan Kirsch as well. Who knows, he's dropping down a little bit, but he looked really, really well in the early stages of the race. And then now we see Edita Lewandowska transitioning into walking, although it doesn't seem to be that steep, so hopefully nothing happened there. I didn't catch quite the reason, but she looks back running, so everything seems to be okay. Or maybe just the terrain seems to be flattened, but it is not. So this is the west coast of the beautiful island of La Palma. And as you can see, it is now a beautiful day with just slightly overcast on the caldera for the benefit, to be honest, of runners, because if they don't get exposed to the sun directly, that will make for much better times. Let's see what's going on with that camera runner, if we can hear something. But the little something that you might be interested in, our camera runner who's following the lead female is Fleury Roux. And Floris ran the vertical challenge. That is the opening race on the Thursday night here in La Palma, and he won it. He was like, "Oh, I might as well,
That's
since I'm
so
here, I might as well
impressive.
race." And so he got involved and actually blew everyone out of the water and had the fastest time. It is a net uphill, up the switchbacks if you're familiar with them, but if you stay with us, we'll show you exactly where it is. The runners of the ultramarathon will run down the switchbacks into Tazacorte, and the vertical challenge was from Tazacorte port all the way up to the switchbacks, being 250 meters, and Fleury won that just before then taking on the challenge of filming all those athletes. And in the foreground here is the descent, the last part of the descent from El Time to down to Tazacorte Port. So you see that part looks quite clean, but I can assure you that once you hit the pavement, the grade is still steep and downhill, and you feel like you're running through hell. It is extremely hot, extremely exposed. You've been
goodness.
running for over 15K downhill, and yeah, it is quite a challenge. So we're going back and forth between the drone and the camera runners. So I think we'll have a short commercial break. There we go. Look at this. All the volunteers giving you a big shout out, taking a photo. There are so many people involved on this island to make this even possible that it's good to see them having a good time as well. So we'll be back shortly after a couple of minutes of advertising.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Record timing, Martin making it back as we go live. We're currently following our leading female runner in the 72-kilometer race. But we have some updates from the field. I was just checking out the women's race in the 50K. We do have a new update there. The women have come through that 17-kilometer aid station. They are on their descent to El Pilar. The men should be at El Pilar any moment now, actually. We expect Dimas and Warner to be leading that race in 1 and 2. On the women's side, though, at the 17-kilometer mark, Amelia Brangefelt was leading. She has separated herself from her teammate, Tony McCann. They've got about probably there's 3 to 4 minutes between the two of them now. They are on their way to El Pilar. Julia Font Gomez is in third, followed by Anna Tarasova. In fourth, looks like Sophia Gorman and Rachel Tomazik in fifth and sixth, respectively, all on their way to El Pilar, where they will see their crew for the first time, I believe, in that 50-kilometer race. I think we should have an update as well from our men coming to that aid station. It looks like Andreas has come through there. He is now a good 8 minutes or so, though, behind Damien. He's still in third position. He's still holding on to that third place, although we will be waiting for that chase pack again, of fourth, fifth, and sixth to be coming through there any minute now. So we should have an update on the men's top 8. to 10 in the next, I would say, 1 to 5 minutes, which will give us a good idea of what's happening. We do have men coming through this section ahead of that 50K aid station. We'll see if we can identify any of these individuals.
That's Germain. I really believe that Germain, and with the green t-shirt, I am not sure who that is though. But in first place, I mean, leading these two men is definitely Germain Granger. I am surprised though, because
That could be
car
Davide.
park,
That could be Davide Shiraz.
let's see.
Was that the Italian runner, maybe?
Yes, with the Dynamo t-shirt, because he is in the same team as Andreas Reiter, and so with the green t-shirt is Dynamo running team from Italy. So yeah, that was them. Good catch. But then I'm surprised, because you probably remember last year we had images. El Roque de los Muchachos was an aid station right on the park. There was so much going on. There was tents and the actual aid station. So I am actually a bit confused as per where the aid station
is
gone. Yeah.
Moved to? Because you can see those two men now on the road together, having presumably left that aid station, that they haven't come through it yet on the live tracker.
I feel like that's much further down that section, and maybe that's the lead. Could it be Dakota with maybe a camera runner? Or
that is literally Germain and Davide, who we just saw. I'm pretty sure. I think the green shirt in front is Davide, and Germain is behind him, I think, in that dark shirt. But maybe
I think it's the opposite. Like Germain with the white, and then somehow the green. You're right about these two runners. I think Germain is just in the lead, and he's already broken away from him on the downhill. Okay, well, maybe there might have been a little bit of a change in the course, because I remember clearly that after El Roque de los Muchachos, you had quite a ways to cover on that undulating single track before heading into any type of road.
Yeah, no, I agree wholeheartedly. I wonder if that's from the...
Oh, and it looks like someone is reeling them in as well. We have three runners right here.
I'm very confused.
Hello, Bunjarat.
Because we don't have an update. We don't have an update from the live tracker, though. Go ahead. I was just saying we don't have any update from the live tracker, and that is definitely confusing.
Yeah. Oh well.
We'll figure it out for you, and we'll let you know as soon as we know.
We sure will. At least we'll try. Meanwhile, we have Bunjarat from Thailand. Bunjarat, who is a person working in the shadows for Thailand by UTMB for Doi In Tianan, who will be once again the Asia Pacific Major. And obviously a fan, so she's involved with us. So welcome with us. Good to have you on board. And
so we do
Corinne,
have an update for that aid station. I don't know where. Yeah, so I don't know where the physical aid station is. That still is confusing to us. But we do have a split. Davide and Germo came through that aid station together. 5:28:22 elapsed on the clock. They are, though, 4.5 to 5 minutes back from Andreas. So Andreas has rebounded some. That gap has opened up a little bit now between third versus fourth and fifth, looking for Tim Tollefson to be the next runner through that section. But we're going to take another quick commercial break as someone is running across our screen in the bushes. But when we come back in just a couple minutes, hopefully we have some more intel for you.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc
I've raced UTMB, I feel like I've underperformed every time.
he sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
We're back, and our camera is following our lead woman still, but we do have an update from the men at the high point of the course. We did just figure out what's going on with that aid station. Martin, can you fill us in a little bit about our aid station confusion going on around the 50-kilometer mark?
Yes, so indeed, the aid station used to be exactly where the drone shot was happening on that car park. But it sounds like, according to DEPA, who gave us the intel because they're doing the live commentary right next to us, that the cars this year could not go all the way up to the aid station, and therefore they had to move it slightly back to another location. So just slightly back from where it originally was, and we just hadn't been communicated the information. Which is fine, and it won't make much of a difference to the runner. If anything, they're just going to bump into the aid station slightly earlier, and then
Which is nice, honestly.
Yeah, it's always a good surprise when it's that way.
Better earlier than later.
But yeah.
We do have an update from that aid station. Our top 8 men are through there now.
Yeah, and so Andreas, still held up pretty well against David Echeraz and Germain Grangier. But we were seeing a lot of motion in the last drone images we had about these gentlemen going down the road, and it looked like one runner was just making a hell of a move, and I'm suspecting it could really be Tim Tollefson, like
it could be Tim Tollefson,
choosing to make a move on Germain and Davide. So the next checkpoint will be Torre del Time. And that's going to be quite a ways down that descent. And so until then, it will be hard to speculate on the only thing we can say for sure. I think, Corinne, you'll agree with me that there will be changing in that descent in positions.
Yeah, and we do have an update. Our top 10 men are through. So we think that Tim Tollefson might be making a move on Davide and Germo. They came through that aid station only about 30 seconds apart, so it's very possible that Tim was making a move on that road. Behind him, we have Einel Menol in 7th, Jeff Mogavaro in 8th position, and then 2 minutes behind him, Jared Hazen and Stephen Kirsch. So those 3 men have actually kind of moved back a little bit, but I feel like Jared Hazen and Stephen Kirsch are rebounding. Hopefully they've got some legs for this descent. I think my big notes are that Andreas is holding off the chase pack better than we expected. We were kind of worried that he was falling apart a little bit. He seems to be recovering in this last section, and I'm hopeful that he can take that into the downhill. You've got kind of an interesting trio in Davide, Germo, and Tim there in 4, 5, and 6. Virtually running together. That could allow them to bridge up maybe better to Andreas. But yeah, right now, the gap between really like that gap starts around 3rd position. And while the men running in 4th through, 7th or so are all running virtually together. At this point, they are over 15 minutes back from Dakota Jones in 1st. So, that gap is starting to spread a little bit more within the top 10, but the podium, particularly I think third position, is most up for grabs right now. Again, a 2,400 meter descent can do a lot to the body and could change things pretty rapidly. But that is kind of where the men's field is currently shaking out. We expect our female leader to be through Pico de la Cruz in about 13 minutes. We know that she's working her way through that climbing section right now, and probably an 8-minute or so gap back to Martina, and then another 15-minute or so gap from Martina back to Meg McKenzie. But yeah, we expect those women through Pico de la Cruz in the next 10 to 35 minutes or so. We'll be keeping an eye on their trackers as they make their way across the top of this ridge line up above the caldera as our men have entered the descent, which is definitely known to be a bit of a quad eater.
No, yep, to say the least, indeed. Really, once you get to Tazacorte Port and you start to have to run on the flat and then uphill again in that riverbed, it's like, what just happened to me? What just hit me? Yeah, one thing as well, because since they moved the aid station a little bit, it'll be interesting. I don't know, maybe in the finish line interviews, or try to figure out from talking with those athletes, because we have the checkpoint, like the times, but is it coming into the aid station or leaving the aid station? That could make a big difference, because runners are allowed crew at El Roque de los Muchachos. So whoever has crew could potentially make a big difference in whoever does not have anyone to help them out, because that's what we see now in ultra running races, as we, I think, witnessed with runners like Mathieu Blanchard during UTMB, who had planned his transitions to the T and did not want to spend more than 60 seconds at each aid station, knowing that that would be free time that he wouldn't have to, like, he would save. And
Yep,
so right
totally.
now, because you have the opportunity to have crew, is when they're coming into the aid station, they might already be leaving with a minute or even potentially more in between them, depending on how much time they would have spent at this aid station.
Yeah, and I think most of these individuals will have a person that is there, someone from normal, someone from I know that Mimi, actually, because she's not racing, she's crewing Tim Tollefson and Tim Ferricks in this race. So it's like I think most of these runners will have a person on the ground. Not everyone by any means. I've definitely traveled by myself to an international race before and been completely on my own. Even running at a high level, like that definitely does happen for sure if you're not traveling with your team per se to an event like this. But even with crew or not, there are some runners that definitely go through aid stations just much more rapidly than others, and that might change aid station to aid station. That might change based on how you're feeling or your needs of the day. But aid station time can really be quite a lot of time that adds up all of a sudden. But it does look like we're going to go to another quick commercial break while we wait to get more live footage from the field, despite the high winds out there. So bear with us. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Even if I speak to him in French, I will just translate.
That'd be amazing.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got caught off guard back live as we're shooing away because
Oh, yeah,
on
sorry,
the
you're
finish
listening to us eat
line,
our cereal.
from Team Nike Trail, awesome performance, a really young athlete from Spain, living in the Pyrenees, in Forme precisely, speaks a bit of French. I had a chat with him. They ran the vertical on Thursday night. And definitely a young kid to look out for in the future as he climbs up the distances and grows a little
Yeah,
older.
this is from the 20K race. We should make note of that this morning. But yeah, a super impressive performance this morning. Yeah, so again on your screen right now, this is the 20K winner in today's event. We can probably turn up that finish line audio. I know it'll be probably in Spanish, but
that's what I'm trying to do, but I don't have control over that. So hopefully on the live you have something, so I will say nothing.
Mucha fuerza para llegar adelante. Y desde Tazacorte hasta el final del barranco de las Angustias es donde he cogido a Borja. Pero sí que felicitarle porque la verdad que en terreno técnico hoy estaba muy complicado arriba, estaba muy mojado. Y igual le peca un poco de ser bastante cauto, pero
al final te ha salido muy bien. Aplauso grande. Primera victoria de Josep Miret aquí en Transvulcania. Primer corredor que ha cruzado la línea de meta. Primer vencedor.
Ah, there we go. We got finally volume. He looks composed. He looked like he was in control and knew exactly what was happening. Really strong performance here from Giuseppe.
Bueno, pues ahí tenemos sonido de DJ porque Depa entra, aparece el segundo clasificado de esta modalidad del rocker.
Ahí llega. Ahora sí vamos a hacer sonar. Que suenen las palmas.
Arriba.
Llega Borja Fernández. Todo un campeón de España. Ahí tienen al cántabro enorme. Borja Fernández.
Ahí está, cruza la línea de meta de Transvulcania para colgarse la plata de esta modalidad del roque. Borja Fernández.
Ahí está, enorme. Ahí tienen a un corredor bajo este arco de meta. Corredor internacional con la selección española. Corredor que ha sido campeón de España. Aquí, dándole color, dándole prestigio, dándole, sin lugar a dudas, todo el ambiente a esta prueba de Transvulcania. Borja, vamos a... Es tu público, es tu gente, es la recta de meta inolvidable de Transvulcania en los llanos de Aridane para ti.
Yeah, Borja Fernandez. He's been in the scene for quite a while. Always had really good results. He was in the Spanish national team at World Champs.
Vamos. Tenemos cerrando el podio, completando, vamos que es de casa, vamos que viene, primer canario, el meta,
arriba.
ahí llega.
I love it
What
so
a show.
much. Really fast 20-kilometer race this morning.
Llegó el de Tenerife, Eloy Ramos Hernández. Vamos a pedir, Josep, Borja, foto de los tres, por favor.
Ahí está, y ahora cuando les veamos, le vamos a dar el aplauso que se merecen a estos tres tres super corredores de Transvulcania para cerrar el podio de la modalidad el Roque, la distancia más corta de esta edición. Ahí los tenemos, Josep, Borja y Loy, los que forman este podio.
And it's a bit of a handover here because Borja Fernandez is and has been a very strong runner, one of the strongest in Spain for quite a while. And now kind of Josep Miret coming, like the young guns coming to challenge the established runners.
El podio de los tres primeros de la prueba de media maratón. Ganador Josep Miret. Ahí lo decía, dice que si no sabe si era por las zapatillas o por qué. Pero bueno, ha volado en los últimos kilómetros.
Yeah, the men's 20-kilometer podium this morning. Fourth, it looks like, is coming down the finishing chute behind them.
Yeah, and that'll be Alejandro Diaz.
And then while we're kind of watching this happen, I know that out on the field in the Volcanoes 50K, we have our top two women through El Pilar. And again, that's Amelia Brangefelt and Tony McCann are both through there now. Amelia's got about a 2-ish minute lead over Tony McCann. So teammates there both moving really, really well is what I've been told from the field. So super excited to see them charging at the front of the 50K. We expect our top 10 men through the next aid station in about 10 to 12 minutes. Expecting those to be Werner Marti and Dimas Pierre Obaya. So that should be in about 10 to 12 minutes. We'll be getting the checkpoint split from those guys as they approach the 31-kilometer mark. Our top three women have come to the 24-kilometer mark at this point in time, and we got to check in to see what's happening in our 72K race as well. It looks like we should have our leading lady through Pico de la Cruz any moment now, and then we'll get a split back to our second place and third place women as well once they make it through Pico de la Cruz. Again, that is that 46-kilometer mark up along the top of the ridgeline. It's really, really windy. Normally we would have a drone shot from up there, but they can't actually launch the drone due to the high winds up on top of that ridgeline. Dakota Jones is making good work of this downhill. I do believe we have a bike that will start to pick up our men around the 60-kilometer mark. Dakota Jones is expected there in the next 4 minutes, and then we expect Damian to be about 3 minutes later through that checkpoint. So really, really close racing at the front, and it looks like they've opened up quite a substantial gap over the chasing men. The predicted time will have a 10-minute gap between second and third at that 60-kilometer checkpoint, which would be massive. That'd be a massive gap opening up.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like these two men are on a mission, and they're making the best out of the downhill and their downhill running abilities to pull away and secure whether it's going to be first or second or first, but at least pulling away from the rest of the field. And then yeah, just a quick information for the 50K, you were talking about it. Werner Marti, the Swiss runner, is in the lead. Joël Depaz in third. He's last year's winner. And when they get to El Reventon, which is where we started the live this morning of the ultramarathon, they will get to this point, and then they will drop down on a different course off the Caldera, and then shoot all the way down into Los Llanos from a different route. So it's going to be all downhill from there. So it's not as strong of a descender as some of the other runners, and potentially Joël Depaz will move back up the field to try and secure his last year's title. And more kids on the screen from the Wild Trail Project, Nike project, and these two probably, I mean, they definitely know each other, probably train together, and so they're doing really well. That's the future of trail running right there, these young kids. getting into trail running earlier and earlier. I remember like back in the days, I'm talking like an old man, but it used to be like always track, cross country, and then eventually be like, oh, what is this thing called trail running? I might branch into that. Now, like these guys start with trail running and get like the training specific to it, the strength and mobility, potentially everything towards that at a very young age. So potentially we'll see them with consistency in their training for 5, 6, 7 years and come challenge the current course records that have been established by the top athletes of this day and age.
Yeah, speaking of young guns and next-gen talent, someone doing commentary not that far away from you, Luis Alberto Hernandez, did you see his 7-year-old tackling the VK? That to me is next-gen talent. His poles might be as tall as he is. Like, I
Yeah, no, absolutely. So here we are close. That's the aid station del Time, and everybody's eager to wait. And now we take on we'll take on Dakota Jones, the first runner, and that's going to be on the bike. So there's very little chance that we get dropped because the mountain biker is world class, I can tell you that much, and he's on an e-mountain bike, meaning that once he gets to the bottom, he'll be able to be assisted to keep following Dakota all the way up to the switchbacks. But yeah, it is a tricky one for Miguel Martinez to know which runner coming is going to be the one, but I truly believe that he's going to come blasting through, and it's going to be easy actually to pick him up.
Yeah, I sure hope so. I think those will be some really great shots to get of our leading athletes coming through there. Again, we still don't have a split for our leading lady through Pico de la Cruz. She's been listed as imminent there for quite a while. We'll see if that can get updated here on our end. But yeah, Dakota Jones should be through that checkpoint very, very shortly. And they were saying they were calling that kilometer 65, so they might be down below the checkpoint. The actual checkpoint looks to be around 60 kilometers into the race, so the cyclist with that camera might be down below that checkpoint a little bit. So we might get a split before we actually see Dakota and Damien appear on our screens, but they should be very close together. We're talking 2 to 3 minutes separating the two of them before a pretty substantial gap back to third and the chasing pack of the next 8 or so men.
De Transvulcania en la distancia ultra que salía esta mañana desde el faro de Fuencaliente a las
and more interviews with the 20K runners who will get their stones and allow them to qualify or to put their name in the hat for one of the UTMB final races. And for the 20K, the top 3 will get their ticket, I believe, into the corresponding 20K. So actually, it's a good question. We're going to try and find out for you if the role of bumping up in distance also apply for the 20K, meaning can you go
it does not. The 20K, it does not apply to the 20K. It does not apply to the 20K.
Okay, you already do have the answer. Thank you for that. So
that rule is on the website.
It's been updated. Cool.
5 corredores, Joel Obeso, Alejandro Díaz, Eloy Ramos, Borja Fernández y Josep Miret. Entraron en el podio Josep Miret, Borja Fernández y Eloy Ramos. Medalla de chocolate para Alejandro Díaz, quinto clasificado.
And those watching at home, I'm updating this in the chat right now. We keep saying the 20K, the 50K, the 100K. obviously those are not actually the distances of the race. They just are associated with those distances. So the 20K here today, the race associated with the 20K, like in the UTMB framework, is 28 kilometers long. The race associated with the 50-kilometer distance is 48 kilometers long. And the race here associated with the 100-kilometer distance, which corresponds to CCC, is 74-ish kilometers long. So that is just like the framework of the UTMB system, is that races slot into 20K, 50K, 100K, or 100-mile to mirror the UTMB World Series finale. And then the associated races at events might not perfectly mirror those distances. They might be a little bit off, i.e., I'm doing a 113-kilometer race in September that technically mirrors the 100-mile for the UTMB World Series finale due to the vertical ascent of the course. So when we say 20K, 50K, 100K, within this framework, those distances are going to be a little bit different than the associated things you see on the screen, just due to the nature of the way the system is set up.
Yeah. There's the kind of the categories to define each different distance. Corinne, which race are you racing that has so much elevation that 113 is in a 100-mile category?
Wild Strubel in Switzerland.
Ooh, you're doing that. We will be following.
Yeah, you'll probably be doing commentary for it, so hopefully you'll talk about me.
Oh, we sure will. Wherever you are on the field, we'll talk about you. And yeah, you're in my neck of the hood, so you better give us a shout before or after the race, and have a chance to actually catch up in person. Will you be at UTMB?
I'm excited.
You'll be at UTMB physically.
Oh yeah, you're stuck with me in a room at a tiny desk for 4 days in a row at UTMB. You can't get rid of me. You're stuck with me.
That's gonna be so good.
Yeah. So hopefully those notes help to better explain those distances. Again, the 20K, 50K, 100K, 100-mile are the categories in which the UTMB series races fall. So the actual race distance at each of these events might be a little bit different, but they have to be associated with one of those categories, which allows you to qualify for the UTMB World Series finale, either by placing top 3 at most of these races, or top 10 at a World Series major, or collect stones to apply to the lottery. So that is kind of the overarching principles of the UTMB World Series setup, which I know is probably ever so confusing, but I think we're getting better and better at explaining it. So let me know if you have any more questions. You can plop those in the chat on YouTube. Happy to answer them while we wait for our lead men to come through this kind of 60-ish kilometer mark. It does look like we have an official split from Dakota Jones at that 60K mark.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Coming through 5:57:50 on the clock, so came through just about a minute and a half ago. Where is Damien? What is that split gonna be? Any guesses?
Hard to tell, because both would really be in like pedal to the metal mode. Both will probably be looking forward to taking advantage of that downhill. And here on the images that are now frozen on our screen is Tazacorte Port. So here's that face, and on the sunny side, right on the edge of the shadow, are the zigzags where the runners are going to be like bombing all the way down to Tazacorte Port, into the aid station, and then out on the seafront, and then up on what you could see. It was the riverbed that we've been talking about for so long. So as you said, Corinne, Dakota Jones has gone through Torre del Time, which is, you see the zigzags here that'll be coming from the top and
look at the
all the
descent.
Way down.
Brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Such a brutal descent.
And so Miguel Martinez, our mountain biker, was at Torre del Time waiting for the first runner. So I'm assuming that he's now riding with him, behind him, and we're just not having the images quite yet. But I'm confident this is going to eventually come through. So that's the kind of the last part of the descent. Can we see anyone? I think I see. Oh yeah, of course there are several people because this is the 20K going on. So we're gonna spot runners from the sky. But look at that! Look at, you are literally diving into Tazacorte, the port of Tazacorte, because actually the city is just slightly further above that. And you can now realize the magnitude of that final descent on what you can see is black lava rocks. Some of the ground is kind of fixed, but there's some loose rocks, some lava sand as well. And once you've done almost, because yeah, it's 250 meters up, which was the vertical challenge. So when you have done 2,100 meters of descent, and then you still have those 250 left to go, that is brutal on the body, on the mind, knowing that you will be hearing the aid station down on the port in the distance. So hopefully we have visuals of Dakota Jones leading the men's field. Nope, we are still with the women's field with our newly discovered Edita Lewandowska. First woman, still ahead of Martina Valmasoi.
Yep, she is. She has come through Pico de la Cruz as well. She's in between those two aid stations at the top. Like I said, that aid station, the 50K mark, has been moved slightly due to cars not being able to make it all the way up the road for some reason. We do anticipate to have a split from Martina any moment now as well through Pico de la Cruz, so we'll have an understanding of what that actual split is. We still don't have a split for Damien through that 60-ish, 61 kilometer aid station. We do believe the bike was down below that. They estimated about 65 kilometers on our screen when we had that camera come online momentarily. So curious to know kind of where Dakota is in this downhill. We are back again, though, following our leading lady out of Poland, Etia, running really, really well. Still waiting on a split from Martina, back in second position. Wondering what that gap is currently looking like as we wait for Dakota Jones to come into view at our other camera location. Still no split back to Damien. This gap could be opening up in a pretty big way.
Yeah, it looks like Dakota has made his move. Fingers crossed nothing happened to Damien Humbert, because, you know, it is a brutal descent, and well, a lot could happen. So,
but he knows that descent super well, right? This is we decided his 4th or 5th time running this race. This is if anyone knows this descent, it's Dakota Jones.
Oh, no doubt about it. And then he would be ready to make the best out of it, and he sure has, at least in comparison to Damien Humbert, who has now fallen back a little bit, and what used to be a 2.5 minute break is now at least 6 minutes. Oh, there we go. Damien has just gone through in 6:04, so that's 6 minutes back. Gee. So yeah, either Damien has
Dakota. Yeah, I was gonna say, either Damien's fallen back or Dakota Jones has really, put the pedal to the metal, so to speak. It looks like they're predicting that gap to continue to open up between here and the next aid station. They predict a 9-minute gap at the next aid station, but yeah, 6 minutes. So he put, 3.5, 4 minutes or so on Damien in that last section. So he is moving well on that downhill. The question is, where is Andreas? How far is he behind Damien? Is that gap going to close down? And then what's happening in that chase pack behind them? Who's running that downhill well? Davide, Germaud, Tim Tollefson, they are all within striking distance if any of those guys are running particularly well.
Yeah, now we were saying not too long ago that downhill here at Transvulcania Ultramarathon is the deal maker or the deal breaker, and this is where potentially the win has been decided for Dakota Jones. So far, really followed closely by Damien Humbert, like usually about a couple of minutes so far, and now it happened. It happened in 10 to 12 kilometers. There's been a significant gap that has opened up. 6 minutes between the two men, so 4 minutes in a matter of 10K. Yeah, about that. It's like almost 30 seconds per K. It's insane. It's insane what Dakota Jones has done.
Yeah.
So I doubt Damien Humbert has fallen back because he is a very good descender. I was telling you, he's familiar with the Skarner World Series. He's familiar with technical and long downhill. He knows how to manage that. So it's truly Dakota Jones who has proven today that he is still in the mix, and as we were saying, might very well now renew his win from 2012, meaning 11 years later comes back and still proves that he is the best.
It's so very impressive. I mean, watching him run, breaking the 13-hour mark at Javelina 100 back in October after having a great Hard Rock 100 in July. Like, Dakota traverses various terrains super well. He's a very talented runner at his core and excels in so many different environments. We do have an updated split, though, from the women's field now. Pica de la Cruz, your race leader currently on your screen, has opened up a significant gap over second position. She is now roughly 12 minutes up on Martina. So Lewandowska, the Polish athlete, is crushing it. A name that I think all of us missed coming into this, at least speaking for myself. I missed her name coming into this. I'm sure I am not alone in that. While people at home
you can drag me into it,
particularly the Polish fans in the audience, Martin missed her as well, but she is almost to this aid station. She's just over 49 kilometers into the race. She is running super well. She's hiking really hard. She's eating well. I'm really excited to see what she can do on this downhill. The rocky downhill has not looked like it's been super kind to her feet. She was looking a little bit hesitant on it, but clearly is just moving super well in this environment in general, broadly speaking. So she now has a huge lead over second position heading into the 50-kilometer mark. On the men's side, let's see if Andreas has come through yet. We still don't have a split from Andreas. We do anticipate that it will be shortly, and then he's going to be followed, I think, in close succession by Davide Germo and Tim Tollefson. It's anyone's game. I am so excited. I am sitting at the edge of my seat. I have never been this awake at 4 a.m. before.
And it's interesting to notice the change because Edita has poles and she's been using them so far, and now this is clearly a steep ascent and she has not taken them out. She's chosen to leave them folded in her belt and now power hike. So I don't understand. Probably to be able to better alternate between running and hiking. I don't know, or maybe she's feeling.
I would say this climb. I would say personally, this climb isn't sustained enough to warrant, having the poles out the whole time to just be able to switch over to running more easily. And that really steep section is incredibly rocky, and I feel like poles oftentimes can be kind of annoying when you're on that like almost cobblestone type rock where there isn't much dirt at all, versus the climbs earlier in the race that were quite steep were sandier, where poles are definitely more advantageous. You've got lots of good traction with them. I mean, it looks like our first place female in the 20-kilometer category, again, that race is about 28 kilometers today, has also come across the finish line. So cool to see that image on that small split screen for a second. But again, we're currently following our first place female athlete in this 74-kilometer race as she makes her way up to this aid station that she should be to any moment now. Moving super well. Once again, still transitioning to a run really efficiently through these sections, which I think is a big indicator of energy and focus and determination at this point.
Yeah, with that performance, there is no doubt that Edita is one of the strongest now climber of the circuit. She, as you said, she transitioned back into running while we know how steep this section is, and after already so much time on their feet, already so much climbing as well, because they got to be getting close to over 4,000 meters of climbing already. So that is quite a lot. She has her flask out, so hopefully she's not out of water and waiting for the aid station, or she's just actually the opposite, probably knowing the aid station is coming, so she's finishing whatever fluids she has still left in it and get ready for a fast transition. But what a performance today.
I will say this section was where we had really good footage of Abbey Hall last year, and I was saying that the section's really windy and you keep seeing these different little observatories, and you know the aid station is by one of them and you can't figure out where it's going to be or where it's coming. So without the wind up there, it can be quite warm. You've got kind of equatorial sun. So while the air temp might not be that high, the sun is real, like makes you feel very, very warm. And I remember feeling kind of like, oh my goodness, are we ever going to get there kind of sensation, because you weren't quite sure where that aid station was going to pop up if you were not super familiar with the course. So part of that, yeah, my guess is that she knows the aid station is coming, wants to have that bottle empty so that she's ready to fill it up as soon as she gets in there, and then she can just move through that aid station, hopefully very, very quickly. And we do have Andreas now through that 61 kilometer checkpoint, 6:11:32 on the clock. So he's about 7 or so minutes back from Damien, so that gap has extended. So Dakota has extended his gap over Damien. Damien has extended his gap over Andreas. Now the question is, where are numbers 4, 5, 6, and 7? And we'll call it 8. Add 8 to the mix. We've got a group of men that are all right behind Andreas, and I'm really curious to know what those splits are at this point.
Yes, Corinne, I was precisely wondering the same thing. Is like, okay, now is the big question mark between those 3 or 4 runners, as you said. Who's gonna come out first? And look at her. Look at Edita. Like, she is moving extremely well on that downhill section. Have they passed? I'm confused now. No, they haven't passed El Roque de los Muchachos. So we have a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with you. So stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
All right, and we're back with Edita Lewandowska. Still moving really, really well. I gotta admit, I had my doubts like halfway through the race. Like, okay, is she gonna be able to pull it off, or is she just very strong on the uphill and putting all her money in the early stage of the race? But seeing her move right now and be like, nope, nope, she definitely came prepared to the island of La Palma in the Canary Islands, and she is showing today that she is the best so far, and very, very impressive performance from the Polish runner, leaving currently Martina Valmasoy in second place, but increasing significantly the gap that she had on her. Corinne, we have an update. We have an update. As much as we have these images, fantastic images, but this is Ionel Cristian Manole from Romania, living in Spain, who has made the most ground on everyone else on that descent, and he's checking in at Torre del Time in 6:15, so almost 5 minutes, 4 minutes back from Andrea Traitor, knowing that Torre del Time, this aid station, is not the end of the downhill. So if he's keeping his pace, he's only 5 minutes back from Andrea Sartor and third place meaning third place again from his ticket to UTMB final. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is our men's leader, Dakota Jones, who we finally caught up with. And he will be passing people at an incredible pace. So those runners are in the 20K or the marathon, potentially. Nope, the marathon does not go there. So these are the 20K runners. And look at Dakota Jones, who's covered now over 64Ks. And he's flying literally past all these runners. And I believe we have an actual camera runner rather than a mountain biker. So let's see if we can hear something about what's going on, because that would be a hell of a challenge for a mountain biker to be able to zigzag through the field of the 20K runners. And look at that, you can hear the steps slapping on the hard ground. And Dakota Jones still looking pretty smooth. I don't know what you think, Corinne, but he's relaxed.
He looks like he's moving super, super well. Like his shoulders are relaxed, good arm carriage. He's not, there's no hesitation, right? Like, it's not like he's compensating one leg or the other. He just kind of shook his arms out there a little bit. Like, he looks really, really calm and comfortable, which I think is huge. So this is where that I think that camera was initially down around 65 kilometers. So
that might be the handover.
So well. Yep. Oh my goodness, he is flying.
There's no looking back from here. And you can see this is quite impressive, actually, to see Dakota Jones almost... Oh, look at him! Look at him! He looks like he's on the right. Like, I mean, you can't clearly see his face, but he looks so relaxed. He knows what he's doing. He's in the zone, in control. Wow. And here you go. Get your phones out, and you can use that QR code to potentially win a bib number for you for the Transvulcania by UTMB, or a voucher to get 20% off on NAC bars, which are the official nutrition sponsor, and that you can, all the runners who were asking us earlier what they can find at the aid station, and they can find all sorts of NAC products, bars, waffles that everybody's so fond of, as well as electrolyte and energy drinks. And now we finally, I want to say finally, because we've had images of a lot of people, but we haven't seen Dakota for a while, and look at him fly. It is beautiful to watch, because we talked about it, and Dakota in his top form is absolutely lethal. And talk about what you're given on the day. Well, it sounds like a pretty good day for the American.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this will feel pretty good. I know that he didn't have a great day back at the Gorge 50K, kind of a tune-up race for him back in April, but to see him come out of snowy Salt Lake City this winter, he's a student, he's working really hard to come pull this off. This has to be a confidence booster going into Western States in June as well.
Oh, I did not know that. So he's racing Western States.
Yeah, he got a golden ticket from what? From Javelina back in October.
All right. Well, he certainly looks in top form right now. So one more block before Western States. And there we go. We get aerial visual of that very unforgiving road, both on the bottom of your feet, because it just feels so hot, as well as on your quads, because when there's nowhere to hide, there's no soft spot. It's just hard ground that you have to cover. And Edita still leading the women's race, transitioning back into running. She can probably feel the aid station very soon right now. And there we go. 2 minutes back from Lionel Christian Manolé was Germain Grangier. And then another minute back is Davide Sheraz from Italy, representing Dinamo running team. And another minute back. So they are every minute, and Jeff Mogavero and Tim Tollefson are actually together at El Time. This is insane. So within 9 minutes,
a tight race.
9 minutes between 3rd and 9th place. No, 8th place, sorry. And Jared Hazen is yet to clock through Torre del Time. But, man.
Lionel's moving like that. Like, I know Christian Manol, he's like, his movement up through this top 8 group has been really, really steady. Like, he is closing really, really well. I wonder if he'll run out of ground, if he's the person that's going to actually bridge to Andreas. Like, he has moved up progressively over the last 20, 25 kilometers.
Yeah, Ionel, we'll see him come through. He's got a 226ers jersey, so it's kind of white with the color stripes, I think, on the waist or on the sleeves. But we have those really cool aerial shots. This is Dakota Jones alone in the lead. Don't get confused. The other runner with him is our camera runner, and he's dropping down into the last section before really literally diving into Tazacorte Port, down to these zigzags. Look at these aerial shots. Beautiful. And you can appreciate the pace at which these runners are moving.
They're moving. They're moving really, really fast on that downhill. And I think one thing that's interesting is that I don't think many of you believe us when we talk about how hard the river bottom section is. And we should have pretty good footage through there of Dakota moving through that section, and you'll have an appreciation for how brutal the closing, not so flat section is. But here's our race leader in the women's field coming through that 50-kilometer aid station before flip-flopping back to Dakota Jones, working his way towards these switchbacks down to the port. What a great day of racing.
Oh, it's phenomenal. And it's also interesting. It's almost in sync when Edita will get to the top at El Roque de los Muchachos right before the long descent, and Dakota Jones has already covered the whole descent and is about to enter in the last 250 meters of elevation loss into the Tazacorte port. And I'm sure we'll have beautiful visuals. And there we go, Damien Ambert, who's definitely several minutes back. because he's crossing railroad now, and it's been, Corinne, how much do you think it was? Like 6-7 minutes? At least that, I would say.
I'd say probably. I'd probably say a good 7, maybe even 8 minutes. I think the next projected estimate is that the gap will open up to about 9 minutes between those two men, and I think Dakota is well on his way to opening up that type of a lead over Damien, which is really, really impressive this late into the race.
Wow. Yeah. Yep. And there we go, the switchbacks, where Dakota Jones is now moving extremely fast in between the 20K runners. And that's going to be a challenge for our camera runner, Olivier, to keep up on this very, very technical terrain. I don't know if we're going to be able to switch onto Olivier, onto the camera runner, just to get an idea of how technical this terrain is, because it looks like a kind of a dirt road, but it is actually made out of rocks. So this is a flatter section. It's kind of sandy, and then it will branch back into switchbacks. This is precisely where the vertical challenge took place on Thursday. And so
Dakota is making this section look really easy.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to, like, I wish we'll have images at least a little bit from what this descent looks like, so you can really picture how tough this terrain is. It is, except for that flat section that they just covered now, like back into the switchbacks, it is insanely technical. And as you say, Corinne, he just makes it look so smooth and easy.
Yeah, he makes it look really, really effortless. I know that is not the case. I know that he is putting a lot of effort out right now. And he'll probably be surprised by his finish when we talk to him after the race, and it'll be hilarious and humble and all those things that we have come to know and expect about Dakota Jones. But he, like I said, poetic, his performance today. Thinking back about where he is in his career now, professionally within running, but also outside of running, versus the Dakota of 11, 12 years ago when he first won this race. The young, hungry, new professional runner, and then Dakota now of a decade plus later, doing the school thing, figuring out his profession outside of just race results. I think is a really cool progression for him, and I hope that he appreciates that he can run like this and feel like he's accomplishing all the other things he wants to in life.
True. Like you said, it's back to school. I think he has one more year left, but then also the environmental project that he's pushing and supporting, both with his personal project that I hope he can tell us a little bit more about when he comes here on the set, as well as with all the actions that Normal, his main sponsor, are carrying on. So that'll be good to see indeed, and ask the older version of that young 21-year-old Dakota Jones who won that race back 11 years ago. And so here on the screen, you get the 20K runners coming through the aid station of the port of Tazacorte. In the background, you see the switchbacks. You can guess them. There you go, back with Ariel. And I don't know if we'll catch a glimpse of Romain Humbert, potentially. Damien Humbert. Damn, why do I want to keep calling him Romain? Damien Humbert. And you can see now, you can get it. Go ahead, Corinne.
Oh, I was gonna say, you can see it's heating up, that all the runners are getting water poured over them. But then I was also looking back at the 50K race that's going on right now, to the Volcanoes 50K that we're covering today, that we'll see at the finish line. We're unfortunately not covering the 28K race today officially, although we did get to see some of the men finish that race. Dakota, just look how fast he's moving. Oh my goodness. But I want to say that the women have made it through the halfway point. The top 3 women have, and again, that's Amelia Brangefelt, of Sweden, Tony McCann of South Africa, and Julia Font Gomez of Spain are all through El Reverton, the 25K or the 32 kilometer mark for them. Amelia's got about a 90-second lead over her teammate Tony McCann, and then Julia Font Gomez is about 4 minutes back from them. So the top 3 women in the 50K making their way through the 32 kilometer mark. Our men are almost to the 38 kilometer mark. We should see Dimas Pereira Obea and Werner Marti through there in the next 2 to 5 minutes. They're moving super, super well. They're chased by Portuguese athlete Andre Rodriguez in 3rd position. But here, Dakota Jones giving some high fives out to the volunteers. We love to see it. That is exciting.
Yeah, and look at him. Like, it makes, like, again, those transitions are not easy. Like, 2,400 meters of descent on the quads, ITBs. It's really painful. And look at him transitioning into flat with a spring in his leg, and then it's opening up his stride, making it look like it's a walk in the park or jog in the park in that case. And then there you go. Didn't even stop at the aid station, or probably had
the misters.
Aid. And there he is. And there you go.
I think he filled a
we
bottle.
have a camera runner.
Yeah, he filled a bottle really quickly. And then, yeah. One of his, that's someone from the normal team, I think, running alongside the side of the course. They're giving him some intel, probably giving him a split back to where Damien is, because I'm sure Dakota doesn't know or hasn't known what that split is. So this is hopefully him getting that information, like, hey man, you're 8 or 9 minutes up on 2nd position, like, just kind of hold steady. That is what you need. This says first man on our screen, but that is actually they're flipping back to try to find Damien on the descent. This is Dakota Jones, your first place male, 68 kilometers deep into this race of 72K. We're going to be welcoming him into the finish line before we know it. He's got this riverbed section, which is he's being followed by an e-bike. It's sandy in here, but it's going to get progressively more and more rocky. It's kind of a frustrating little section of the course. It can be really, really warm. There's no wind down here. You're just kind of baking in the sun, but you're so close to the finish. They do have to climb a little bit out of here. I'll be curious to know if he's how much he runs of that climb versus hikes. It is pretty steep in a few places. Well, the bike's going to get caught up behind some people there. But yeah, he is moving super, super well. And I'm wondering, there's one runner who looks particularly expeditious, and I'm wondering if that's Damien. We will get a split from him through that aid station down below, probably in the next 7 minutes or so. But I imagine that split is probably pretty accurate. There's probably going to be about 9 minutes separating first and second down at that 68 kilometer mark.
Yeah, that is really, really impressive what he's done in that later section. And again, we will ask him the question. It's like, did you hold back early on to then really crank it one more notch in the later stages? Or is it just Damien Humbert who nobody could sustain that pace but Dakota? It'll be really good to get his personal opinion on what happened on the race. And there you go, Damien Humbert, who, please know that if you weren't with us, is one of the best sky runner in the world. And he's running down, you look at him run down this section as well. Then you get a better view, because we had aerial footage earlier. Now you can see how technical the ground is and how unforgiving it is for sore legs. But Damien also is making it look pretty smooth and moving actually pretty well as well on that descent. You can appreciate that more on the bottom right of your screen right now, where Damien and our other camera runner, who might very well be Fleury. Man, they're moving fast too.
They're moving super fast, and the crazy thing is that Damien is moving really fast, and Dakota still put time on him. Like, that to me is what's so crazy, is that, like, Damien is really good on this terrain, and Dakota still put time on him. Like, that just goes to show how fast Dakota is moving, because Damien is moving really quickly on this downhill. These poor 20K runners, like they're going to start to have more and more 74K and 50K runners come by them as they all make their way to the finishing line. But yeah, then we've got, I love this split screen. You've got Dakota Jones on the right hand side there running through the riverbed section. You can see it's a bit rockier, right? You can't go to sleep at this point. That's the big thing here, is that you're mentally kind of just tired. You're towards the end of your race and you can't stop thinking, because you can easily just catch a rock in here from like just a momentary lapse of judgment, of foot position. So Dakota's moving super, super well, getting cheered on by runners as the e-bike follows him through this section, which is also incredibly impressive to have the e-bike moving through this zone as well.
Yeah, yeah. So the e-mountain biker,
not moving through this zone as well.
was like in the World Cup in mountain biking. So
very, very skilled, but the e-bike is kind of asking for people to move out of his way as he goes to catch back up to Dakota Jones, because he couldn't quite clear that rocky section there. A little bit stressful, I imagine, as the person responsible for filming there, hoping that you don't mess it up.
Yeah, and when we had that split screen, like as much as we say, like Damien Hilbert is moving super well. Like there's about 9 minutes between these two men, and it feels like a world apart. Like Damien is still in the descent, hasn't gone through the aid station, and then now Dakota is probably half the way up the riverbed already. Like, can we say the race is folded?
I mean, I would say that Dakota's in a pretty safe position. Obviously, you can't count your chickens before they hatch. You still have to get to the finish line. Things can happen. I've definitely been like, cool, my legs have to continue to move, which can feel very, very scary. So I do think that, it's not over until it's over is the big thing.
Right. And at least on the forecasted times at Puerto de Tezacorte, here you can see that Damien Hilbert is getting there. So he's actually beat the prediction by 2 minutes precisely. So he has moved really, really well according to compared to the software, because the software knows every section of the course and can offers predicted time based on the current pace of the runner. But that shows that Damien has not been messing around in that descent, and he knows that he needs to refill here and hydrate and possibly put a lot of water over him. And we got Seb Chenio here filming as the camera runner. And yet Damien with good move, asking to be cooled down. Wanting to stop under the shower. Yeah, that's got to feel right. And off he goes.
Yeah, I believe the course record, for those wondering, is, I believe the course record on the women's side is 8:04, Eden Nilsson from 2017, and I believe the men's course record is Luis Alberto Hernando from 2015 in 6:52:39. I'm fairly certain on that. I'm not 100% certain.
No, I think you're right, Corinne. The only difference, I don't know about when was Ida's record set?
2017.
I think back then it was still the run up the road and not in the riverbed. So see, right behind Damien, up on the bank is a road going.
Yeah,
and
the road.
For many years the run was up on the road, but that was quite a long road section, and then eventually they transited towards the bottom of the river because that river just ran completely dry. So it is different.
Yeah.
It's hard to compare.
Yeah, and the
it
men's
will
time
be
would be from 2015, so also from that era as well. But more recent times would include Tim Ferrick's 2017 time as well, 7:02. Thibaut's time from 2019 is 7:11. Petter's time from last year is 7:10. So it's kind of like those are the historic times that we're looking at. Dakota Jones, when he won in 2012, ran 6:59:07. For perspective, Killian the following year ran 6:54:04. So going under 7 hours on the men's side, I think is kind of like the standard of what is very fast on this course. And I do think that
Yep.
Dakota could be very close to that time from 2012, 6:59:07.
Yeah. He could be breaking 7 hours today, which, as you say, would be quite an amazing accomplishment, and a token again that, you know, even after 11 years of competing at high level, he's still in the best form, just like Killian did in Zegama last year, claiming back the course record from Stian Ungermund, and saying that, you know, after it was 10 years, I think 10 or 11 years after his first win, 11 years after his first win at Zegama, because it was 1 year that he didn't win. He was sick coming back from Nepal. And so saying that, yeah, when I was younger, and that's Killian talking, I'm quoting as, I had no idea. I just was strong, and so I pushed all the way, but without really controlling what I was doing. And he said this year I went into the race with a nutrition plan, knowing where I was going to pace myself, where I was going to push the pace, where I'm going to kind of save my strength and not blow out my ammo without thinking. And he said, and that's how, obviously, the dry terrain helped. That's how I can still compete and be better. He says he's experimented a lot also with his training. So there's a lot to be said about longevity in this sport. And you definitely have to respect the distance, and meaning respecting your body and the recovery times, and just keep it playful. Because when it's not your sole focus, like we explained, Dakota Jones is back to school. He's got personal projects that he's developing with Patagonia. So there's a lot going on in his life, and I don't believe, like, if you ask Dakota Jones like what defines him, he will tell you that he's first a runner, which is probably one of the keys to longevity.
Yeah, and I think he's found a lot more balance than the Dakota Jones of 2012. We got some updates from the course. The current split between our first and second place female in the 74-kilometer race is officially about 14 and a half minutes. It looks like up at the 51-kilometer mark. So both those women, Adela Lewandowska and Martina, are both through that aid station at 51 kilometers up high on the course. About 14 and a half minutes separates the two of them. And I don't think we yet have a third male through that 68K mark. So we are going to a quick commercial break. And when we're back, we will have some more intel from the course for you all. Don't go anywhere. Things are just getting exciting now.
Ooh, they are.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB. I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
And there we go. Earlier we had images of Dakota Jones going through that canyon in the riverbed, and now it's time for Damien Humbert to go through in second place. Some 7-8 minutes back now from the lead. It looks like there's no looking back for Dakota Jones now crossing one of the first road, and there's going to be full-on zigzag, getting steeper and steeper, crossing the roads I think a couple of more times. And Corinne, you were saying, like, I wonder how long he's going to be running for. And so far, he hasn't started hiking. Dakota is on a mission, probably to both obviously secure the win, but potentially run under 7 hours.
Yeah, I think he's going to be really close to that. He'll either be right around his time from 2012, or I think he's going to be at least within that time. I'd give him a 10-minute margin, right? Probably between that 6:59 from 2012 and that 7:10 that Petter ran last year. This is that steep bit. He just hiked for a few steps before switching back into a run. This is kind of a gut punch, right? You did a big climb. You did all this kind of like undulating stuff. You did a 2,400-meter descent. You've survived the river bottom, and now you've got to go up this 300-meter climb before you make it to the road that you finish on. So it's like you have to just survive this climb. Damien is moving really, really well, though. Like that's a good, like that is good to see. It's not that he is moving, way worse than Dakota by any means. It's just like he hasn't pulled the poles out for this little bit of climb.
So he knows that now he's onto the climb. Yeah. Oh, interesting, because the distance was 1.1 at a certain point, because Dakota had done the whole descent. But now that Dakota is in the climb, slow down the pace. That is down to 0.8 of a K, 800 meters. Oh, it's going to be exciting.
Oh my goodness!
He's definitely going to give him a run for his money.
Yeah, I think the big thing will be we will get a split at the... No, we don't get a split between here and the finish, right? We're just waiting for them at the finish. Oh my gosh, I'm getting nervous. Okay, so we expect him to be at the finish in about 15 minutes. We expect Damien to be in the finish in about 22 minutes. It's very possible that time is coming down a little bit. I don't know that Damien is going to have enough distance to physically close that gap that Dakota was able to put in earlier. If, per se, Dakota was to start cramping or something and was really slowed down dramatically, that would be a different story. But he's running right now. Like, he is running and then hiking and then running again. Like, this is a man on a mission. We do have splits back to Andreas now and Einel Christian Manol. So we have... they are 90 seconds apart. Third and fourth are 90 seconds apart. Andreas is about 8 minutes back of Damien. So I think Damien is safe. I think Dakota is safe of anyone behind him and Damien. I think Dakota and Damien are in a battle. I think Andreas now has to hold off the men charging behind him because he is only 90 seconds ahead of fourth place. That is what is getting interesting, I think, in the men's race as well. So there's this battle. And right now it's predicted that Einel is going to actually overtake Andreas between there and the finish line. Will that happen? We are waiting to find out.
Yes, and we will be together to follow that very closely. You are right, indeed. It is getting extremely exciting between the two first men, Dakota Jones and Damien Humbert. I think the splits that you can see here on the screen are not quite accurate anymore. But Damien is charging up Dakota was transitioning into running as often as he could in between the power hiking sections. Look at that, Damien on the road is just pushing the pace again. These two men are on a mission. They've only...
what's going to be confusing for everyone is that our first... Oh, sorry. I was going to say our first male in the marathon will likely finish between Damien and whoever gets third place in the men's 74K.
Oh, no way.
So there'll be one more male moving really, really fast that's going to confuse everyone, and that's Dimas Pereira Obea of Spain, is projected to finish in about 27 minutes. So we'll likely be finishing behind Damien, but ahead of Einel or Andreas. So that is going to be a really weird, interesting dynamic of the 50K first place male finishing amongst the top 3 men in the 74K. But that is also something to keep an eye on. We might be caught off guard by it initially. They will have higher bib numbers. He will be bib number 2026 versus the men in the 74K all have like single digit bib numbers, number 9, number 7, number 1, number 15, etc. So we'll be keeping our eye on that because that could get very interesting and very exciting and very scary probably for Andreas and Einel, because they're going to be like, who is this other guy that's moving very fast and what race are they in? So something to keep an eye on. The end of these races can get confusing when there's a bunch of different distances finishing at the same time.
Yeah, it is quite crazy, and I can't get my eyes off of Damien. Like, he's just powering up through and making good use of those poles. Like on the hills, we know they can make a big difference if you're comfortable with them and you're efficient with it. Look at him; he's looking for the shade. It must be scorching hot. I am still inside, about to drop down to the finish line in probably a few minutes. Together with Depa, and then we're going to be welcoming Dakota Jones, Damien Lambert, whoever comes first. It looks like there's still enough of a gap to allow Dakota Jones to take the win 11 years after winning the race for his first participation at 21 years of age. Oh, that was a close call with that car. Good thing you got stopped.
Yeah, that they got stopped just in time. Yeah, Damien is on a mission. He is moving really well. This is a guy who is continuing to push his way to the finish line. I wonder in his mind, is he thinking about Dakota or is he worried about the guy behind him? Right? Like when you're in that position, it's like, are you defending second or are you going for first? Like it's hard. It's probably a little bit of both, to be honest, right? Like it's probably maybe Dakota's falling apart. He's up there somewhere, but also like he knows there are guys behind him who could be running really fast as well. So it's got to be a little bit of both of like chasing the people ahead, but also being like, oh crap, I hope no one's going to come get me.
You're like, yeah, well, you give everything you've got left, and then whatever happens ahead or behind, you try to either gain or hold it back. But it is quite insane what these two, like the effort that these two men are putting on right now. And I think it's about a couple of 100 meters before Dakota finishes with that climb and can transition. Yeah, it is right around the corner of that red house. He'll take a left-hand turn and get on the flat. Yeah. Get on
There's
the flat,
police
and
escort
then
waiting for him.
Yep, and then it's just over 2Ks on the flat into the streets of Los Llanos. He's going to transition back into running. Yeah, no, there's a bit of a gap. Like, remember when Dakota went through that pebble street kind of road path, whatever we call it? I think Dakota is pretty safe right now. She's going to have to keep
I think it's going to
pushing,
be
maintain the effort.
6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah. What an effort from both these gentlemen.
Oh my goodness. So impressive. I will say though, so Dakota's going to end up, I think, right where we said, in between his time from 2012 and probably just ahead of Petter's time from last year. So he's going to be in a great position, finishing really solid in that 7 to 7:10 range, which is super solid on this course. And I do believe when he ran in 2012, which you should ask him about, was that river section different? Were they on the road? Like, is this course technically the slower of the two courses with that riverbed section? Because I imagine it is. Oh, I love the police car there, the police motorbike there to escort him towards the finish. Come on, Dakota. Come on, Damien. These two men have put on such a good race all day. Gonna end up being your 1 and 2. Yep, then they're onto like this bike path basically all the way into town.
Yeah, and it is a long stretch. I don't know if you can see on your screen very clearly, but
keeps going
it goes on
for so
forever.
It truly does. It's a very long, straight stretch.
The sirens are on, and Dakota's probably looking at his watch. The smile is there. He knows he can hardly realize what just happened. And still moving incredibly well after 70K.
I hope he's happy. Oh yeah, thumbs up and a smile.
Oh yeah, there we go. I think you have your answer.
Yeah, Dakota's an individual who is, like so many of us, is incredibly hard on himself. You know, is very like self-critical, and I think that there are moments where I hope that Dakota feels joy that he like deserves, and I hope that he gets to soak some of that up, because he is an analytical, critical person, and you know, I hope that he remembers that he like really loves running, and that he had a really wonderful day, and like can take this energy with him.
Yeah, this is fantastic what he's done, and probably less than a couple of Ks to the finish. Yeah, 1,500 meters according to the indication on your screen. So it is truly a long way back to the finish, but like he's not even looking back. Like he knows he had enough in the tank, enough of the lead. And I think I'm gonna be leaving you shortly to go down in that finish line and welcome Dakota Jones as the champion. Make sure that the crowds welcome him as such. The crowds of La Palma known to be pretty wild. So I leave you in the good hands of Corinne, and I will be right back with you.
Bye, Martin. Okay, so Martin, who is our multilingual speaker extraordinaire, is going to go into the finish line. He does all of our English to French interviews at the UTMB World Series finale in Chamonix every year. A phenomenal co-commentator for our live streams that we're going to be bringing to you all season long. He'll be down at the finish line to welcome Dakota in person, while I continue to talk to you from my home office in Seattle, Washington. I've spent the night watching these guys and gals run across the island. Dakota Jones of the U.S. running for normal. A student in Utah. Yes, I love it. I love it. I love it. The accompaniment to town is so cool and so critical at an event like this. And just to remind everyone, Dakota winning this race back in 2012 when he ran a 6:59, just under that 7-hour mark, beating Killian in the process, I think really put Dakota on the map. And so we've kind of been talking about this all day, but the win we feel here seems and feels really poetic. That, you know, Dakota is a decade older, a decade wiser, a decade different, and a decade the same. And really hoping that this win here at Transvulcania by UTMB feels indicative and representative of that decade of change and evolving that he has done since he last won here on the island. An incredibly special place for those of us who have gotten to be there and experience it in person. He's got probably 3 or so minutes before he crosses this finish line. He stays on this straight for quite a while before they have one little bend onto that finishing chute, and it's gonna get loud because no one does finish lines better than these island races. The vibe is palpable. The hype is real. Dakota Jones is going to be your men's champion in the 74-kilometer long Transvulcania by UTMB. Pretty decent prep for Western States, I think. And it looks like his gap back to Damien is probably going to stick around 7 to 8 minutes when things are all said and done. Oh, you can hear the finish line. Quick look over his shoulder. He is safe and clear of second place, though. But you can hear Depa, who I think is down at the finish line right now, with the megaphone. But you've got some 20K guys blazing their way down, I think, right now, too. We're going to see if we can turn up the volume at the finish line for you all, and I'll go silent for you.
¡Vuelve a llevarse la victoria!
Dakota Jones!
There you have it, your men's champion of the 2023 Transvulcania by UTMB. Congratulations, Dakota. 11 years in the making. A big decade for you. Heck yeah. Congratulations. I hope you soak it up. They're going to give you a bottle of champagne. You better spray it.
Ahí le tienen. El calor, el aplauso. 11 años después. Ganó en el 2012. Vuelve a ganar en el 2023. Dakota Jones!
And yes, 11 years later, still at the top of his game, proving that he still belongs to one of the best athletes in the world. Now we had the kid win the race, we have the man win the race. Dakota Jones, congratulations. What a race. What a race. And we're going to let you just soak it in for a moment. Can we have a bit of... Oh, well, there we go. When you're in the Palma. All right, this is going to be a show. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Transvulcania by UTMB champion, Dakota Jones.
Impresionante de nuevo, 11 años después. No se nos podría ocurrir mejor manera de celebrar esta edición del 2023 que de nuevo con la victoria de Dakota Jones. Ahora Dakota, le cogemos para la entrevista en inglés, Martin.
So obviously there is always a lot of people behind an athlete's performance. The team is here helping at the aid station, giving them all the intel they can and they have. It's a many man's and women's job to take one of these champions to the finish and complete a race in a blistering time like it's been done with Dakota Jones. All right, we're gonna... You do?
Bueno, dice que quiere hablar en español. Aquí. Así que vamos acá. Bájame la música, porfa. Porque con todos ustedes, pueblo de La Palma, con todos ustedes, Transvulcania, aquí en los Llanos de Aridane en directo, Dakota Jones.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. No tengo palabras. Es una experiencia increíble. Hace 11 años vení aquí por la primera vez y gané. Fue una sorpresa es un honor poder regresar aquí 11 años después y tener la misma experiencia, porque no es solo ganar, es correr, es dar todo con toda la isla y toda la comunidad de La Palma, porque ustedes han sufrido mucho de la COVID, del volcán. Es increíble. Y cuando estaba sufrido en las montañas, yo pensaba de ustedes con el volcán y los otros problemas. Y me encontré mucha fuerza. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Muy bien, muy bien. Gracias a ti, enorme. Increíble.
So Dakota.
Enhorabuena, tío. Qué ilusión, qué alegría. Muy bien. Largo, largo.
I will invite you to share those few words as well in English. And we'll stand right here with the finish line in the background because I believe Damien Humbert will be not too far back. So what was like the experience of what you shared with the people of La Palma for you 11 years after winning Transvulcania the first time?
Yeah. For me, I came here, as I said, I came here 11 years ago, and it was my first time in Spain. My first time in Spain was in La Palma. Because of that, I think that my second home will always be La Palma. But it was an incredible surprise to come here and win and feel like I was a part of the community instantly. And it's amazing to be able to come back and have the same experience. And, you know, I know that everybody in La Palma has suffered so much from COVID, from the volcano, from so many other things. And when I was struggling up on the mountain, I was thinking of everybody in La Palma. And I found so much more strength just because, I mean, you all overcame so much more than running across a mountain. And so I thought, hey, I can keep going. And I just feel so grateful to be here. Thank you for everyone.
So one question, because the outcome is the same, you know, it's a win, it's beautiful, and it's kind of the validation of all the work you've been putting in. But aside from the result, like, how can you compare that experience from the one of 11 years ago?
Well, the best thing about trail running is that every experience is different. No race is the same, and even the same race is different year after year. You know, I'm in a very different place in my life now. I was just kind of starting in the sport back when I first came here in 2012, and now I feel like I've been in the sport for 15 years or something, and I've started to kind of take a new role in the sport. I see that what makes this sport so special doesn't happen by accident. And for me, what I want to do is try to protect these communities, try to promote the right values in the sport, and protect the environment as we experience the environment.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And we'll get the opportunity to talk further into details about all these things when we'll do the interview on the live TV. So if you want to tune in later to get the full interview, well, it's on the live.utmb.world. One final round, ladies and gentlemen, of applause to our 2023 champion of the Transvulcania Ultramarathon by UTMB, Dakota Jones.
Ahí le tienen, Dakota Jones, que volverá a estar con nosotros para la foto del podio junto al segundo y al tercer clasificado, y lo tendremos también en la entrega de premios después a las 8 de la tarde. Mientras tanto, tenemos a Maripaz Estevez, que viene ahí desde Ecuador. Y atentos porque está el segundo clasificado. Ahí le tienen. Vamos, Maripaz. Venga, Ecuador. Vamos, María. Ecuador a tope. Ahí viene. Segundo. Arriba. Vamos. Llega Damián. Allez,
mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit pour Damien Humbert. Il l'a fait, il a rejoint cette ligne d'arrivée en deuxième place. Incroyable, mesdames et messieurs, ce qu'il a accompli aujourd'hui. Incredible achievement by Damien Humbert, ladies and gentlemen, he was here last year and he did not finish. He had to stop at El Roque de los Muchachos because he was injured. And this morning on the starting line, he said, I just want to finish. I just want to get...
Dos veces segundo aquí, el jueves, segundo clasificado en el Vertical Challenge. Hoy aquí, segundo clasificado en la Ultra, Damien Humbert de Francia.
Yeah, and the first thing he said crossing the line was like, thank you to everyone. He is exhausted, and this morning, I tell you that much, he did not believe he could pull off a second place. He said, like, I just want to finish, have a redemption run, and then almost the whole time, these two athletes have been first and second within minutes of each other, and then on the downhill, essentially, this is when Dakota Jones pulled away a little bit from Damien, but Damien showed incredible performance. Damien, who's also one of the best sky runners in the world. So let's hear it from him. Let's see how things went before he spills all the bins with Dakota.
Tenemos a Damien Humbert, segundo clasificado, segundo puesto para el francés, muy fuerte, ya nos lo decía Martín en estos días, que podía ser la sorpresa y así lo ha sido Damien. Vamos a coger las declaraciones, la entrevista a Damien Humbert mientras esperamos la llegada del tercero para completar el podio.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Damien Humbert here, second place, coming from France. Like I was saying, last year, you were feeling good. You were in the lead of the race, battling with Miguel Heras. And then you had to drop. You had an injury, and you say, I don't want to get to the finish line and injure myself more. This year, you said you were healthy, and you told me something about your training. What was different?
I did a lot more kilometers this year. I didn't race that much because it's the beginning of the season. And so I was definitely not confident before coming because I had no feelings. I didn't do a lot of threshold and like speed and fast races. And that's how I know I'm feeling good. And I didn't do that much this year, so I had no idea. And usually I'm very not confident when it's that case. But it happened that I'm in a good shape, so yeah.
And so when you got to El Roque de los Muchachos, that was the furthest you had gone last year. What went through your head? Because we saw you two going extremely fast. Did you push
Manuel Herrera y David Hidalgo.
Last year, this year I think I might have been slower. I didn't feel as good. My legs were not feeling that good. But when I reached the top, like the first peak, and then I was thinking, I'm not injured, so I can keep going that way. So I was thinking, if I keep it steady, I will finish for sure. And I think I was in a better shape last year, but I was also injured, so that couldn't work.
So word of advice is better to be in less of a shape, but not injured and healthy. Congratulations, Damien. What a time, what a race. And we'll see you on the web TV. We'll have an interview with you later. Et on va attendre. We will wait, Depa, for the third place.
Yes, estamos esperando ya. Ahí ha pasado ahora mismo Casimiro Rodríguez. Ahí tenemos a Itami, que viene por delante de Gabriel Sancho, Pablo de Paz, ahí Jesús Domínguez, por ahí viene Pablo también, que corrió en el kilómetro, en la challenge vertical, y esperamos la llegada ya del tercer clasificado. Esperamos saber quién es el que se lleva la victoria en la prueba, en esta, la victoria, el tercer puesto. También ahí viene Pablo de Paz, bien Pablo, y esperando para completar el podio en categoría masculina. Viene Andreas, ahí está el italiano Andreas Reiterer, tercer clasificado. Ahí le tienen en los últimos metros ya el corredor del equipo Dinamo. Ahí está Andrea Reiterer con el dorsal número 1, llegando a meta. Andreas es el tercero, podio internacional, con Dakota Jones primero, con segundo Damian Humbert, tercero Andrea Reiterer.
And Depa, do you have an update on who's in fourth place?
Sí. Lionel Cristian Manole.
And he was coming back really quick, closing actually.
Va a llegar muy cerca. Ese podio va a estar muy disputado entre Andrea Reiterer y Lionel Cristian Manole, que ha venido haciendo una grandísima remontada al corredor rumano. Pero parece que ya nada va a hacer que la victoria se le escape. La victoria no, el podio, el tercer puesto. ¿Qué le va a saber a victoria? Andrea Reiterer desde Italia.
Well done Juan and Angel. Oh, and I think we can all give a big round of applause to Olivier who's coming. He's one of the camera runners who give you these images. He was with the first man. Ladies and gentlemen, he's run so much today. Well done.
Fue el ganador el jueves del Vertical Challenge. Ahí está, Andrea Reiterer, arriba la palma. Vamos a hacer esta entrada en meta.
Make some noise for this champion to bring him home.
Andrea Reiterer, tercer clasificado, tercera posición para el italiano.
We'll talk over this a little bit while we let Martin do some interviewing from the field. Our third male is in the 74-kilometer race. Andreas held on for third. That is a huge deal. We were not sure that was going to happen. Right now, we've got Dakota Jones in 1. Damien, the French athlete, in as number 2. It's Damien Humbert, and then Andreas right here, the man who just finished on your screen in that green shirt, in 3. Angel Christian Manol should be our next finisher in this 74-kilometer race.
Bajamos un poquito la música, perfecto. Vamos a escuchar a Andrea Reiterer.
And then Dimas Pereira Obea of the 50K should be finishing any minute now as well. But we're going to let Martin interview Andreas here at the finish line.
So my first question is, you have only one point. Oh, no, the other one is here. What happened with that? What happened? Like, did you just put it away, or you finished with 1 pole? No. You finished with 1 pole. And what's the strategy here? This is something new.
At the beginning, I felt very good until 30 kilometers, and from 30 to 50. I don't know why, but I was dead. And then in the downhill, it always better and better, and then in the last uphill, I pushed a lot and third place.
Yes, you managed to hold on to third place because, as you said, in the early stages, you were actually leading the race together with Damien and then with Dakota. And then Damien came back, so that's probably in the section where you weren't feeling too good. But then you managed to hold on to third place because right behind now in fourth place, Lionel Cristian Manole has come back like a bullet in the downhill, so it's good that you pushed there. Is there anything you want to say to all the people of La Palma and of this island?
It's beautiful race, beautiful people. I'm so happy to be here and see you next year.
He said it. He will come back to try and beat his third place, ladies and gentlemen, Andreas Reiterer.
Es André Andrea Reiterer. Y atentos porque llega el ganador de la prueba de maratón. Ahí está, desde Asturias, Dimas Pereira. Ganador de la prueba maratón. El año pasado fue el ganador de la media maratón aquí. Y este año se lleva la victoria en la distancia maratón. Dimas Pereira desde Asturias. Como se le nota, el asturiano maneja la sidra y sabe. Vamos, enorme, compañero, bravo.
Okay, so that bib number 2026 is your first place in the 50K. That is Spanish athlete Dimas, who has made it in across the finish line to finish and win the Volcanoes 50K here today for 2028 on the clock. Dimas Pereira Obea of Spain, of ASICS, claiming that first position, getting his ticket to OCC at the UTMB series finale later this summer. End of August, early September. We are waiting for Warner Marti to finish probably in the next 8 minutes. Dimas opened up a huge lead over Warner after running the early stages of the race, almost hand in hand. The women's race should also be a sprint finish between Tony McCann and Amelia Brandtfeld. The two of them should be finishing in the next 25 to 30 minutes on the women's side of the 50K.
Dimas Pereira. Y llega Lionel Cristian Manole, cuarto clasificado el rumano, cuarto puesto.
Our cameras are going back out onto course because what we're going to be looking for next is our lead lady, Agnieszka Lewandowska of Poland, who has been leading wire to wire, a name that is probably not known to many of us. The Masters athlete was ranked a ways down, I would say, from the UTMB index score perspective coming into this race. The favorite probably coming in, Martina, is currently in second position. We expect the gap to be probably 14 to 16 minutes between those two women as they approach what is about the 61-kilometer mark. We should have a split there imminently from the woman who has been out front all day. Again, that's Agnieszka Lewandowska of Poland. The Polish fans in the YouTube chat have been talking about her all day. She is quite the uphill athlete, and she is proving to be quite a good runner overall, having held off Martina and grown that gap over the course of the day. So we'll be looking for a split from her from the 61-kilometer mark here in not all that long, and then waiting for the gap back to Martina. We're wondering if Martina is going to be running faster on that downhill or not, and if she's going to close that gap down at all in the women's 74.
Donde han llegado los cuatro primeros de la ultra. Con un nivel internacional increíble.
Sorry, in the 74-kilometer race, we're watching these runners come in.
Volcadas en esta Transvulcania. El aplauso para ustedes.
As they welcome in more and more finishers. They're currently finishing are going to be runners from the 28K race, the 50K race, and also the 74-kilometer race. So lots and lots of finishers making their way down to this main finishing chute in town, having started all over the island at various times this morning. But again, your men's top four are in. That's Dakota Jones with the win in 7:02.16, followed by Damien Humbert in 7:10.16. Andreas Redier of Italy held on to third in 7:17.26. And then Einel Christian Manol finishes in the fourth position in 7:22.46. We thought he was maybe going to get Andreas towards the end of that race there. He was closing down in a pretty strong fashion. Did not quite make it happen. There is a battle going on for 5th, 6th, and 7th. All those men are separated by about a minute. Davide Shiraz, Germaud, and Jeff Morgavaro are in those 5th, 6th, and 7th positions, all battling their way down towards the finish line. As we speak, we are still waiting for splits from the women from Tor del Teme. That is that 61-kilometer mark. We do not yet have splits from our first or second female through there. That makes me think that that gap is going to be closing down, that Martina might be making a move on this downhill. And the question will be, how much time can she get back at that point in time? On your screen right now, this is Guillermo, North Face athlete, partner to Katie Scheid, coming off a skimo season. He is charging down this finishing straight. I don't know if he's overtaken Davide Shiraz. That is a question that I cannot answer for you. So he will be finishing in either the 5th or 6th position. It looks like that is 5th on your screen right there. That looks like Davide Shiraz. Oh no, that's a replay. That's a replay of Guillermo from Valderon last year. Sorry. Different race. Here he comes. It looks like he's going to be finishing in the 5th position officially. Moved up steadily all day. A solid 5th place to start his season.
Llegó Germán Granger.
Wondering what he's racing the rest of this year. He got sick before UTMB last year. He got COVID in the day before UTMB last year, unfortunately. Could not partake in that race. Didn't get to crew, but did get to welcome Katie into the finish line as she won UTMB last August. A 5th place is not a bad way to start his season in this field.
La foto, ahora sí, de los 3 primeros clasificados.
There are your top 3 men. Dakota Jones in the center there. Demian Humbert off on the left-hand side of your screen. And Andreas Vertier on the right-hand side in the green. 1, 2, and 3. Great times. 7:02, 7:10, and 7:17, respectively. That 7:10 time is about what Petter Engdahl won in last year. So these men were flying. Yeah, if Tim Ferricks is the technical record holder from 2017, that'd be 7:02:03. So Dakota Jones running very, very close to that.
Ahí viene llegando a línea de meta en segunda posición el corredor portugués André Rodríguez.
Okay, so this is interesting. That was a 50K finisher. He charged, this Portuguese athlete right there. He charged hard into the finish line. We're going to pull that up for you. Portuguese athlete taking 2nd in the 50K. He has overtaken Warner Marti, who is imminently expected at the finish line, but has not come through yet. So again, in your men's 50K, Dimas Pereira Obaya in 1st, the Spanish athlete, followed by Andrea Rodriguez of Portugal in 2nd, waiting for Warner Marti, the Adidas Terex athlete, to finish in 3rd, hoping to punch his ticket to OCC later this season. Looks like that was Davide Shiraz coming in for a solid 6th place position there, finishing in 7:29:02 on the clock. Jeff Mogavera should be the next male athlete in, running out of Missoula, Montana for on running. He should be followed by Tim Tollefson, representing Kraft out of Mammoth Lakes, California, in 8th position. Those are our next 2 men that we are waiting for in this 74-kilometer edition of the 2023 Transvulcania by UTMB. Let's see if we've got an updated split from the women yet. They are still imminently expected at that 61-kilometer mark. This, to me, could mean that gap between Edyta Lewandowska and Martina is closing if that is the case, Martina is making a move on the downhill, and that gap could be getting whittled down. We do know that Edita is a great climber, super, super, super strong climber. We saw that firsthand. Martina kind of opening her season, maybe not on perfect form right now, but she is a very good downhill runner. She's a good runner overall, but I think that given what we saw from Etia earlier in the race, a little bit more hesitant on the downhill, so Martina could be closing hard in this kind of final 20 kilometers of the race, and we are waiting for that split from the 61K mark. We do not yet have it. They are somewhere on that downhill you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen from that drone shot, that switch backing downhill down to the port. They are up above that on the hillside somewhere. We are hoping to get splits from them very shortly. Yeah, the U.S. is waking up. We've got more and more people stateside tuning in. Yes, just like 2012, Dakota Jones is back on the top of the podium at Transvulcania. He's had a great end of 2022 and 2023. His Hard Rock back in July of 2022, his Javelina performance breaking the 13-hour mark in that 100-mile race back in October to get his golden ticket into Western states. Also incredibly impressive. Now here today, running just over 7 hours, only a little bit slower than his 2012 time, despite this being a slightly slower course with that riverbed finish. Really, really amazing performance by Dakota Jones. We now wait for the remainder of our podiums to fill out. We are waiting for our third place male athlete in the 50K. Our women's podium in the 50K is going to be tight. There's a fierce battle going on between Amelia and Tony at the front of the women's race. They've gone back and forth all day. It does look like Tony might be eking out the win over Amelia. We will have to wait and see. And we're waiting for Werner Marti to finish this men's 50K race. He's been listed as imminent for quite some time. We're not sure if he's going to fall out of podium position or not, but that is coming down the pipeline. And then, yeah, we're waiting on this split from the women up at the 61-kilometer mark. It is very possible that Martina has closed down that big gap that Etia Lebedowska had opened up on her. Is it? Are we speculating? Is the live tracker not working? No one knows, but we cannot wait to find out. So please do not go anywhere while we hang out with this beautiful drone shot above that downhill VK these runners are going to be embarking on. Okay, I just got a little note in my ear. We're going to a quick commercial break. And then when we come back, hopefully I will have an update from the women's 100K. Hopefully we're going to have some live interviews in studio with our men's podium finishers. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a couple of minutes.
Okay, so switch to English for a bit.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series. Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Es el quinto clasificado, lo hacía Marcel
Hold on.
Romani, cuarto.
I want everyone to see us
El quinto clasificado,
live,
top
all
five.
speakers.
Winner.
There we go.
Welcome to the
Okay.
finish line.
We are
Congratulations.
live. We are back with everyone. And joining me in studio, fresh off the finish line, fresh off of several interviews in Spanish, we have our men's champion, Dakota Jones. Welcome, Dakota.
Hey, thanks a lot, Corinne, and hi everybody watching the live stream. I think my mom's probably watching, so I'm gonna shout out Mom. Hey, yeah, I'm really dirty and tired.
Y mientras recibimos a Timo
Yeah, the U.S. is finally waking up, so I think people are pretty excited that they got to watch you finish out what was a great race. We got a lot of great photos or videos of you just bombing down that horrible-looking descent, and I think the big thing we want to know is because you were here in 2012, 11 years ago. Tim Tollefson looks like he's in a world of pain just crossing the finish line there. Got to give a shout out to fellow American who's obviously cramping immensely right now. But Dakota, while we have you, I'd love to hear a little bit about what it means to you to come back to the island 11 years later, post racing this event in 2012, you know, just reflecting on kind of like the long journey you've been on to get back here.
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, this is actually my fourth time running the race. I really like Transvulcania.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so I came here the first time, and that was like the sort of story one because I was quite young, and you know they invited like the Skyrunning Federation invited like I don't know 20 or 30 elite athletes, and I had like the day of my life, and I won. And ever since then, it's been funny because like it was like 6-7 years later, people are like, "Oh, Dakota, you ran Transvulcania, you won it, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, haven't done much since." But feel like I've been able to come back. And, you know, I just feel like I've always been a part of the sport. I've always loved the sports, and it's kind of fun because I'm certainly not done racing or anything, but it is sort of a bookend, right? It's like that was when I was starting, and this is like, you know, I'm in my early 30s now, and so I feel like I'm in a different role in the sport now, and I'm trying to understand what that could be, and it's an interesting process. So I don't know if that answers your question.
No, I think it does, and I think it speaks to this idea. While you were finishing, I was personally reflecting on, you know, you being like a 21-year-old here a decade ago, and now being an adult. Like, it's a decade of change and a decade of like, not like, it's not like you're done with running by any means, but it's just like you're in a different place in your life, and trail running has evolved with you. And I'm just kind of wondering what it means to like get to be here and perform at a comparable level while probably being a more well-rounded, grounded individual.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. Yeah, you know, I think that I don't know. I think that the way to enjoy something is to find out like what really makes it good. And, for me, it's like winning is really nice. I'm super happy that I just won the race. That's amazing. But if like winning was the only thing that was nice about trail running, it wouldn't be very rewarding. You know, look at all these people who are not winning the race, and look how happy they are to finish. That is what really gives this sport value. And you see that across all sports. But yeah, it also is pretty cool because I have in a large way defined my life and my career as a runner, and as you say, I've started doing a lot of different things. I've been going to school for the last few years. I've got a nonprofit focused on climate change. Poor Tim looks like he's having a rough time out there. But yeah, I've got a lot of other things going on, and it's been fun. I think that those things have in a large way kind of contributed to my understanding of the sport, because you step away from something and you get a better perspective on it. But I've never left the sport for sure. It's fun to come back and be a part of it.
Yeah, I think while you were finishing, while you were running down that really long road section, I was reflecting on this idea that, like, I know that you care a lot, and you can also be really critical, particularly critical of yourself. And I'm wondering, in that finishing shoot, as you were making your way into the arch, were you able to soak up a little bit of joy and happiness and enthusiasm from the crowd and feel like, okay, like I had a really good day out there?
Totally. Absolutely. It's amazing. You know, like, I was hurting quite a lot. I'm sure you can see that. I was very ready to be done. But at the same time, like, these are unique experiences. Finishing a race like that, and also being able to, like, be in front and, like, have people cheering for you and have so much energy and just, like, attention. I mean, you know, I guess it sounds kind of egotistical, but it does feel good. And so it's not an experience that I'll get to have a lot. It's not an experience many people get to have. And so as I'm in that point, I'm just, like, trying to appreciate it, you know, like living in the moment. It's just funny because now it's over. Did I live in the moment?
Yeah, you're like, I lived in the moment. Upon reflection, I hope I lived in the moment.
Yeah, I'm not living in this moment. I'm thinking about that one.
Okay, so one thing that we're trying to figure out a little bit is that we believe the course that you ran in 2012 was on the road that paralleled the riverbed. Was that, in fact, a difference between the two courses? Because you ran darn near identical times between 2012 and 2023.
Yeah, I definitely remember running up the road from Transvulcania, and I think there was a mountain bike guy right behind me in the Barranco today. So you saw how it's a little slower than the road in there. And it was hot, but, you know, I was actually not super bummed about that section. It's kind of cool. You get these, like, it's like really narrow canyon. It's quite neat. So call it a comparable time.
Yeah, it looked beautiful. I think it was a very comparable time, a very impressive performance. But I think, you know, the biggest thing one last question before we let you go. Obviously, the next thing on your horizon is Western States. Does it feel good to have a win under your belt as you build towards the race at the end of June?
Yes. I was thinking about that a little bit while running, which was probably a mistake. Because I was really struggling out there today. I mean, not terribly so, but like, struggling is the wrong word. I was working really hard. I was pushing really hard. I never let off the gas. And, running off the front like that, it's kind of high pressure. You're running scared a lot. And so that takes a lot mentally, I think. And I've noticed that for me, like recovering mentally from one race to be prepared to do it again at another is one of the hardest things. Like I can recover physically a lot faster, I think. And so I'm a little nervous about going into Western States in like 6 or 7 weeks or something, and doing it again, but like twice as far. But it's happening, so I'm going to have to figure it out. And I think it'll be okay because I'm going to take some rest now. I'm going to have a good training block. And as you say, I think there's kind of less pressure because I could totally blow up at Western States and I still have this one.
Well,
but like I just said, I should actually say I don't want to. Oh, sorry. I just winning's not everything, right? Yeah, despite what I just said.
Despite what you just said, we want to wish you a huge congratulations, and we can't wait to see you on your next starting line in June. Get some rest, get some recovery, enjoy your time at home, and we'll see you at a start line very soon.
Thanks so much. It's great to see you, Corinne.
Yeah, talk soon. That was Dakota Jones, your men's 2023 champion. He's a good dude. Winning's not everything. Pretty happy with his performance. We are all about it. There have been some things that have happened, though, while we've been watching the men finish. Our women's race has gotten mega tight. We're talking all of about 90 seconds separating Etia Lewandowska and Martina at the 61-kilometer mark. We thought that downhill might close down, and it sure did. And the other people we are waiting to come across this finish line very, very shortly are going to be your women's winners in the 50K. We do expect Tony McCann and Amelia to be finishing in the next minute or so. Likely Tony just ahead of her new teammate, Amelia. So keep your eyes peeled for those Adidas Terex athletes who should be finishing the 50K any minute now, looking to be finishing in the top 10 overall as well, which is incredibly impressive. Welcome back, Martin.
Thank you. Thanks, Corinne. Thanks for carrying on the interview that I couldn't notice. A little bit of a technical problem, but it was good. I could actually hear the answers from Dakota, so good as gold. And thank you all for actually still being super excited about the race, the women's race. There is still so much to be happening. And you've said it. I don't know if you mentioned it during the interview, but it sounds like Martina Valnazzoli has now taken the lead.
Okay, because the last time checkpoint that we have from that 61K mark is Martina 90 seconds back on Etieta Lewandowska. So if she has taken the lead, it has happened just imminently. But on your screen right now, this is Tony McCann coming in for the win in the women's 50K, and she should just be a couple minutes ahead of her teammate. She wasn't sure if she was going to make it to the start line, let alone finish the race, and she's coming home with the win. Congratulations, Tony.
Congratulations. Welcome to the finish line.
Really cool performance. Look at that smile. It says it all. It says it all.
Look at the tape down that leg. There's definitely a little bit of a niggle going on there, but heck yeah, Tony. Congratulations.
Fuerte el aplauso para ella. Cae exhausta. Se rinde ante la Isla Bonita, ante La Palma. Ahí está. Este es tu público. Tony McCann. Fuerte el aplauso para ella. Ahí está. Celebrándolo con todos ustedes. Arriba, Tony.
Look at that.
She's tripping on things.
La tenemos, ha llegado a los llanos para nosotros recibirla. Campeona a la distancia, maratón en Transvulcania 2023. Fuerte el aplauso para ella, ahí está, agradeciéndole a todos ustedes el calor de la isla de La Palma. Ahí está, se cuelga su medalla finisher, también la de campeona. Ahí está, Transvulcania.
Yeah, and her teammate should be finishing in just a minute or two. What a great day for the two Adidas Terex athletes. So this is South African Tony McCann, although she's been spending a whole lot of time over in Chamonix. Heck yeah, there we go. Dakota Jones, take notes. That's how you do champagne at the finish line.
I get getting of that smile. So happy.
La campeona que lo celebra en la línea de meta.
Yeah, so excited to see her at OCC later this summer.
Mientras seguimos
What a crusher.
recibiendo más corredores y corredoras.
She is in
Lágrima de
total
emoción en
disbelief
esta
about
carrera
what
de los
just happened.
volcanes. Y tenemos al 10º clasificado para cerrar el top 10 de la ultramaratón, Sebastián Crosby.
And she shouldn't be in disbelief. She's so talented. But I do know that she was worried about, I think, finishing that race. So really, really cool to see her get it done.
Transvulcania, Sebastián, congratulations.
But you reckon like what
There's
she,
Rafa with the camera.
You said like yeah. So you said she was at the start still like not as you mentioned sure she was gonna do well, but is that a I mean, I don't think we need to go down that road. She won, she took it home, and she's still standing. That's what matters.
Yep. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of worry about a niggle and just seeing what the day brought. You know, if it hurt too much, it wasn't easy to push, wasn't going to push through it type of thing. But obviously her body said it was okay and she got it done. And it's really cool to see her very, very happy over making it happen.
Yeah, that's when you know like those athletes are committed and willing to do their best, and they care. They care, because should they not care, they should be crossing the finish line and out they go. No, this is a big deal. It's always good to see.
Campeona maratoniana en Transvulcania 2023. Atendiendo ahora a los medios, refrigerándose, la vemos en riguroso directo en la línea de meta en la Plaza de España de los Llanos. Un carrerón que ha hecho ella en esta maratón UTMB en la isla.
Oh, and that's her mate from South Africa. He's a good friend of Kane as well. We talked on Thursday. Good to see him, that he finished, and he finished well. I'm blanking on his name, but you know, South Africa represent. I don't know if there's anyone following here from all the way from South Africa. You guys are in a very similar time zone, so I believe there would be quite a few.
Muy bien, César. Eres finisher en Transvulcania. Bienvenido.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that we picked up the men around the 65K mark on that downhill, and I'm hopeful that we'll have an ability to pick up the women in that same location. I've kind of sent a text back to our media team who are working on getting that done for us, but that's where we picked up the men. It was about 65K in, so the women aren't quite down to that spot yet. Man, Tony really opened up a gap on Amelia. Amelia is not yet in. She's expected imminently. She's going to be getting chased by Julia Font Gomez, the Spanish athlete as well. Should be coming into the finish line any minute now. And again, in that women's 50K race, the men's podium was rounded out. It was Dimas Piera Obea, Andrea Rodriguez, and Yol de Paz Beze. You saw the three of them at the finish line.
There she is.
In that 1, 2, 3 position. Yep, there's Amelia making her way to the finish line.
Distancia de volcanes en el maratón de Transvulcania. Recibimos con un fuerte aplauso a Emilia.
Back in the studio, if we can have the finish line.
Welcome, Emilia. Es subcampeona.
There she is. There you go.
la
It's going to be a
distancia
Turk's
de los
moment. Oh, it
Volcanes
looks
con
like
Emilia
she's been digging
Emilia.
deep.
Ahí la tenemos del equipo de T-Rex.
It's actually Steven Kirsch who will be the next runner, but quite far away.
Emilia Blankenfeld.
Yeah, Steven, it sounds like took a tumble out there and cut his head open, but was going to make it to the finish line. So it sounds like he had quite an epic back half of the race, based on what I heard from out on course. That he's okay, but that he did take a fall and had to get bandaged up, I believe, before continuing on. So he'll be making his way to the finish line as well.
Ouch. Okay, so that's why like the next runners are like announced coming in ahead of him.
Yep, exactly.
Wow, it looks like Emilia.
Oh, that is
really
a tired, cramping athlete.
Y la tenemos para cerrar el podium femenino de la distancia Volcanes, la española Julia.
She went from being, I think, pretty cold on course to now being pretty warm on course. Oh, we just went away from the third 50K.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
There we go, Julia Font.
Ahora, Julia Font.
That was close. That was close.
Carrerón de Julia. Ahí la tenemos. Está muy cerquita de Emilia finalmente. Tercer puesto para ella. La
Had there
recibe
been a
los
few
medios.
more
La
kilometers,
recibe la isla de La
it might be a
Palma.
different outcome, but that's how it is.
De
You
sonrisa
time it well.
y gestos de que ha sido durísima
And
su
Emilia-
carrera. La recibimos en esta línea
Yeah,
de
there's
meta.
we saw Rob there at the finish line.
Yeah. Uncle Bob always here to support you all.
Yeah, trying to get the women should be down to the port in about 30-ish minutes. It looks like Martina should be a ways ahead of Etia Lewandowska at that point. It looks like they're getting some cold water onto Amelia there at the finish line. Tony McCann has regrouped there to congratulate Julia on that great third place finish in the women's 50K race today. Those three women have punched their tickets to OCC at the end of the summer.
Tenemos completo el podium femenino. Completo los dos podios de la distancia de los Volcanes de maratón. Ahí están. La buena de Tony McCann.
Yeah, a good podium finish for those women, the 50K women there. But for those following along with...
Yeah, sorry, Corinne. I think there was a misinformation because I don't think Martina ever caught up with Edita. She is still apparently from like what I'm seeing on the GPS trackers, which usually is rather accurate. There's still 400 meters between the two women. Martina being in second
they said
place.
90 seconds at the last. Yeah, there was 90 seconds between them at the last checkpoint. And right now, though, Martina is predicted to be down at the port a full 8 minutes ahead of Etia Lewandowska. So I think that's where that split is right now. That Martina is not yet ahead of her, but is moving much faster on the downhill right now. So we imagine that pass will happen at some point. It's just a matter of when that will happen. And that is where we'll be picking up the women on camera, I think, is just above Tezacorte. So that is what we are waiting to see, is the women above Tezacorte as they descend through that zone, and then we'll be able to follow them along the river bottom via e-bike, just like we did with Dakota Jones. So that will be very, very exciting to see.
Yes, and as much as maybe some of you are getting a bit frustrated and wanting to have the women's images, yeah, we're doing the best we can, and believe us, they are exactly as much resources allocated to the female than to the male, and it's just we're going through some blind spots like we were going through with the men's, so it's always a bit of a frustration because we always want to have something going on. So when there's men and women, we kind of alternate between them and keep showing motion, but as we saw, the runners, the camera runners have gone through, and so now they've been picked up, driven all the way back down, so they can run all the way back up with the women as they make their way up. So don't worry, we'll have images, and we'll get the stoke for the women race. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
Yeah, I would say allocation the same, but when you only have 2 cameras, they still have to be driven back around to make things happen. So that is kind of a little bit of that delay, but we'll pick them up before that aid station, which is right around where we actually had that bike with Dakota and then the runner with Damien. We had some of that drone footage earlier, but that is kind of what we're waiting for, is them to get to that about 67 kilometer aid station. We should pick them up between 65 and 67 kilometers into the race where we saw the men.
All right, looks like she was coming back to life. Watermelon, that'll do wonders. And then Julia Font reflecting on her race in 3rd place, so she has therefore punched her ticket to OCC.
Otro de los buenos entró Martín Rodríguez, Álvaro Pedro Manuel, Grande Gómez, Carlos Grande Gómez y Yone Guerra Almeida. Ahí lo teníamos, el 8º clasificado en la distancia de los volcanes. Yone, felicidades.
Oh, and thanks, Christina Melion. It was indeed Daniel Klassen from South Africa who was with Tony McCann. Pretty stoked for her. Give her a hug and finished. What a day for all these runners. 2,000 runners in total across all races here in La Palma for this Transvulcania by UTMB. And it looks like it's getting a little quieter on the finish line, which is good. Give the speakers a little bit of a break.
Oh,
yep. Looks like they've been a bit of a fall as well, or was it just rolling down on the finish?
I don't know. That she might have kissed some dirt, taken a little dirt nap before making it to the finish. There.
Tras conseguir la plata de la distancia de los volcanes, salía del Faro de Fuencaliente para sumar más de 40 kilómetros en esta distancia de maratón que coronaba en esta edición 2023 también hace unos minutos Tony McCann, la sudafricana, seguida de Emilia, y la española Julia Font, que se colgó al cuello el bronce femenino en esta distancia. Más aplausos para seguirlo recibiendo. En este caso lo hacemos a John Ander. Bienvenido a Transvulcania.
Trying to see if we have any other additional updates from the course that are pertinent. We are waiting for Meg McKenzie, Francesca Preto, and Michelle Bunke all to come through that 61K aid station. They should be coming through very close together, so the women's podium could be shifting a little bit more between those 3 women. We know that there's a battle raging at the front of the women's race between Martina and Edieta Lewandowska of Poland, who is our race leader from the gun, who's led very, very strongly through the climb and through the top part of the course, extending her lead over Martina. But we knew that downhill could shake things up, and sure enough, we believe it has. We are expecting Martina to be the first female through to the Puerto de Tazacorte, which is, again, there you go, Martin. But we should expect them in the next 25-ish minutes or so. And once we get that actual split, we get visual confirmation of them, we'll know a bit more about what's happening between that new battle for first and second in the women's race. But then, the next battle will be what's happening with third, fourth, and fifth, because it does appear that they might be coming back together, that the gap has closed down between the 3 of them on that descent, which would not be that surprising. Someone's going to be feeling better than others, I am sure, through there. And again, that's Meg McKenzie, Francesca Preto, and Michelle Bunke will be the 3 women we are waiting to see.
Well, as much as I will not probably get involved, would you like me to try and bring Tony up so we can have a bit of an interview with her while we're waiting for the images of the next woman? Corinne, would that be of your interest? Would you be excited about such an interview?
I think only if we have a second mic so that we don't push you out.
This is not about me. This is not about me. If we can have a little bit of a feedback on how Tony's race was with her teammate and then essentially dropping her in the later stages whilst we have more people coming in.
Yeah, if we can pull Tony in, that would be amazing.
Okay. I'll have a crack, see if I can pick her up. And then
¿Cuántas entradas preciosas nos quedan por disfrutar hasta las 10 de la noche?
I will be right back with someone. I was also hoping to have Damien Bert. So let's see if he's still around to have a word with the second place finisher of the Transvulcania. Man, he was stoked and spent as well. But you could see it in his eyes that he was really, really not expecting to be doing so well. And yeah, first thing he started crossing the finish line. I was like, man, thank you so much. That was great. So very grateful. I'll see who I can pick up to bring a little bit of insight here on the web TV, and that's good timing. We have actually a quick commercial break coming, so hopefully I'll be back with someone. Stay with us.
Vemos también en esa pantalla en directo al personal voluntario de Transvulcania, al que tanto tenemos que agradecerles por la labor que están haciendo desde bien entrada la madrugada, y lo harán hasta esta noche, atendiendo a cada uno.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series. Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
para ultramaratón en Transvulcania. Él es Stephen Kers.
Alrighty, we are back and we have images from the front of our women's 74-kilometer race. Again, that's in the 100-kilometer category for the UTMB World Series. That's why you see that up at the top of the screen. And your leading lady is Martina. She has made her way into first position. She's been running in second position all day long. The Polish fans in the live chat are going to be a little bit disappointed potentially with Agnieszka Lewandowska of Poland finally relinquishing that first position to Martina here. Came in as the favorite for this race. She's coming off of skis. She's easing into her running season. Wasn't quite sure where her fitness was going to be for this, but clearly running A-OK. Martina Belmayosa is currently your race lead, having made up quite a deficit on the downhill. We're talking about a 14-minute deficit that she made up on the downhill to overtake the longtime race leader, who was so strong on the climbs early on, and it seems like she has put quite a gap on to the chasing women. Expected to be down to the port in about 16 minutes or so. We do have an update on third and fourth. They have come through the 61-kilometer checkpoint. That is Meg Mackenzie of On Running, the South African, who makes her home in Chamonix, and Francesca Preto, the Italian athlete, in fourth position, another Masters athlete. Two Masters athletes in the top four in the women's race. Meg and Francesca appear to be running together as of the last timing checkpoint, with Francesca potentially moving a little bit faster. We imagine that those two will come through the next aid station in very close order. Waiting for Michelle Bunke of the US to come through that last checkpoint as well. Again, on your screen, this is race leader Martina. She has moved into first position on this downhill by running a blazing speed after making it to the 50-kilometer mark, making up a 14-minute deficit to move into first position and putting on quite a gap over second and third place right now. She still has a little ways to go to get down to that last aid station before she enters the riverbed, the final 300-meter climb, and then the road traverse into downtown to make it to that finish line. Her next official aid station split will be at the 67-68 kilometer mark. And then she'll just have about 5K to go to the finish, but that 5K does include a little 300-meter climb. Not an easy or super fast final 5K, but she is well on her way to the finish line. She has made it most of the way across the island at this point, and we cannot wait to welcome her into the finish line here. This is a replay of her from TDS on the left-hand side of your screen. She just got a high five from Ruth Croft in that image. Martina won TDS back in August. I think she said she was surprised. I don't think many of us were surprised. I think we all knew that she was more than capable of pulling that off, and she did in fine fashion last year. She has been a content creator and a kind of a community manager within the Solomon Hub for a number of years now. She is incredibly talented behind the camera as well, but this is her first year as officially a Solomon athlete, not just part of their kind of community management team. So really excited for Martina to be going all in on her own personal athletics and running, and we cannot wait to see where the season takes her, hopefully to a UTMB series final race. With this performance, be it CCC or UTMB, I think we'd all be excited to see either of those possibilities come to life. Again, we have both individuals running with cameras and we have individuals on e-bikes, depending on where they are on the course. And those same camera folks are the people who ran and biked our lead men into the finish line and then were re-corralled and driven back across this bit of course and actually, were sent running back up the hill to find these athletes. So there are athletes filming athletes, very talented athletes filming athletes. You can actually see the runner with the camera behind Martina as we have this nice drone shot of her running down through this road section. So again, that is the person running right behind Martina there is one of our camera people who make this all happen. We had a lot of connectivity issues early in the feed. If you've been around since the beginning of this thing, about 6.5 hours or so ago, we had some connectivity issues up high due to wind and some marine cloud layer. We actually couldn't get drones in the sky earlier because it was so darn windy along the caldera at the top of the course. But here she goes into this final bit of descent down towards the port. It is incredibly rocky, not easy on the feet, not easy to keep it upright, but Martina is moving well. At this point, it's kind of like, well, what do I have to do to get to the finish? I love that we can go back and forth between this really beautiful drone shot there and the runner with the camera following her down this descent. This runner, unfortunately, has probably already done this descent at least once today, is a glutton for punishment. The entirety of this descent is 2,400 meters of loss of elevation gain. It's a really impressive downhill. Races can be definitely won here. They can also definitely be lost here as well. We've seen athletes get really, really warm on this section, get lightheaded, pass out, kind of have to be removed via medical care from this very final section of the course. You have kind of that near equatorial sun. While the air temperature might not be that hot, that sun is really, really harsh. And now that the athletes are out of the wind that they experienced up high, I am sure they're feeling quite warm as well. Martin is back out at the finish line trying to wrangle Miss Toni McCann, the women's winner of the 50K today. We saw her have a very emotional finish, trying to bring her in studio for a short interview while we wait for our women's podium to finish up here in the ultramarathon, the 74-kilometer race here at Transvulcania by UTMB, the 2023 edition this morning. And if you're in the U.S., it is finally morning time. Some of you have been up most of the night with me. I am broadcasting from Seattle, Washington, while Martin is on the ground in La Palma. He definitely got the better end of that bargain, I am sure. Although getting to these islands is pretty complicated. When I traveled there back in 2017, I actually flew into Tenerife, a nearby island, and then took the ferry to La Palma just because it's an expensive journey, and that made it happen. So now we've got this great split screen. We've got Martina on the right hand side and Edda on the left hand side. So the Polish athlete who led from the get-go is on that left hand side. You can notice that she still has her poles out for a little bit. It's probably helping to brace a little bit, brake a little bit, and provides a degree of stability, i.e. her quads are probably quite tired, as they should be at this junction of the race, and poles can definitely aid in taking a little bit of the pounding off, particularly if you're struggling at all. Hi, Martin.
Hey, Corinne. I am back, and I managed to put my hand on Toni, so I bring her to you. and it'll be cool because now we have the women's race, and Antonio, who won the 44K, will be able to comment that because, yeah, I'm sure she knows all about it, and I'm sure you have questions for your teammate as well. So I'll leave you with her, and actually I'll put you guys on screen.
Awesome. Tony, welcome to the studio. There's a little bit of a delay that you'll have to get used to.
Okay, got it. Hopefully I
Awesome.
figure that out.
Yeah, it's okay. We just have to pause and we'll make it work. Congratulations on your victory in the 50K today. How are you feeling?
Quite overwhelmed, and it's a little bit surreal, honestly. I wasn't sure that I would even start today, so to be able to start and to race and feel good and to win, I mean, just a bit overwhelmed at the moment, I guess. Really happy, obviously.
Yeah, when we saw you finish, we obviously saw you in tears. I was hoping they were happy tears. I also got a text from Rob while he was out on course to support you guys, saying, we'll see how Tony's doing at El Pilar, if she's not feeling good, or if it's, if the body's not responding, we're not going to force it. And so give us a little bit of background there, what was going on coming into this race? What did we overcome out there? Because it's not an easy feat to come in maybe not feeling 100% and walk away with a victory.
I think it's been a stressful couple of weeks, life and training and lots of travel in between all of that. And I guess my body was responding as one would expect to overloading stress. So I wasn't feeling great. I had some niggles that weren't resolving themselves. I actually didn't run it all this week. So I was going into this quite I guess, fresh. So yeah, to get to the start line, I wasn't sure at all how I would feel. It was a bit of a gamble, and I think the combination of rest and lots of mobility and lots of recovery type movement this week, and adrenaline kind of got me through that. Yeah, it was a bit of a mental struggle in the first 20Ks. I wasn't sure how my body would respond after that amount of time. So yeah, I guess it was an emotional run for me. I had a lot going through my head, and there was a lot of doubt. Yeah, so to finish it all would have been was the goal, and to finish first, I mean, kind of, yeah, a bit surreal right now.
I love that. And I know that early on, you and our new teammate, Amelia, were kind of, hand in hand. And then she got a little bit of time on you. And then suddenly I heard that you looked really, really strong and you were charging. And then suddenly we heard that, you had in fact overtaken her and you were in the lead. So talk a little bit about, how the race played out, what it felt like to maybe come back to life out there a little bit, and then what it meant to kind of move into first position and at some point realize that you were going to win the thing.
Yeah, I guess the goal was firstly, Amelia did amazingly. She's an incredibly strong climber, and I don't know how she moved so fast up through that volcanic ash. It is so hard to run in. And she just made it look so easy. So really, congratulations to her. What a season opener. And I was very lucky to see the back end of her on that climb. But I guess for me, my goal was to try and stick with her for as long as possible, because I knew that was where she was going to be really strong. I also knew that I couldn't overcook myself there because the descent is long. So I really tried to keep her in sight without pushing too hard. I think I pushed a bit hard anyway, and ended up, maybe feeling a little bit of a slump at around 20Ks. We got to El Pilar, and maybe Rob says I looked okay, but I felt pretty horrendous. So I guess at that point my body felt fine, but energy-wise I was feeling a bit low. but I knew that my strong suit was coming. So I feel like descending is probably where I'm best. So yeah, I kind of held myself back enough to know that I could descend strong, and I probably got to 30 Ks and I had caught up a little bit to Amelia, and I guess I knew that if I could hold it together, I might catch her. So at that point, I kind of was just, okay, well, let's, all bets are off, let's just go for it. And I guess it paid off.
I love that. Speaking of descent, you had that Burley downhill. We just watched Martina gracefully navigate that Burley downhill some 78 kilometers into the race. Tell the audience a little bit about like how challenging that downhill finishes, and then this kind of next section that Martina is running through, given that like you were just out there, it's warming up, you're in the sun. What does this section feel like that we are watching right now?
Well, we didn't actually run this section. We came down a different way. But I have been on this descent that Martina's just come down, and she really did make it look incredibly easy. I mean, you see that descent from far away and it looks like a vertical drop. So it's incredibly tough, and like you said, it's really getting hot out there. At the top of the ridge, there was quite a lot of wind and it was quite cold. So the change in temperature, I think, has been really challenging for a lot of people. Especially, I mean, I certainly felt it. It was freezing at the top, and then all of a sudden you start descending and the sun comes out and you're like, oh my gosh, I need water. Please spray me whenever you see, buckets and sponges. So she's doing incredibly well. She looks super calm and composed. Yeah. That descent is gnarly. I don't envy them having to do it.
Yeah, she does look really, really composed. She's getting lots of ice. That's Mimi there, who crewed Tim Ferricks and Tim Tollefson. We saw Tim Tollefson come across the line and then get put into a wheelchair. I think his legs were completely cramped up, which looked incredibly painful. Did not look like a fun way to finish. I guess talk to us a little bit about what this means as kind of a season opener and where you're hoping your season goes from here.
Yeah, I guess the goal with this race was to get an early qualification for UTMB, and that meant going in just for podium. So I knew that I needed to run hard, but I also knew that I needed to stay composed and that, I didn't need to kill myself. Or hopefully wouldn't have to kill myself. But yeah, as a season opener, I think a lot can be said for having a good first race as, a bit of a confidence boost going into the season, which is why I think the question marks around this race and me even starting were so hard to swallow. You never want your first race to be a DNF or a DNS. So that was, it's been a challenging emotional week because of that. But yeah, I think having a season opener where you feel confident and you feel like you've found a good rhythm and you feel like your training is on track, whether you podium or not, I think that speaks volumes for the season to come. So, regardless of my position today, I think the fact that I managed to push through what has been a challenging training period and come out the other end in one piece still and with a smile is exciting for the season to come.
Amazing. Tell us a little bit about what lays between here and OCC.
A little bit of a question mark, I guess. I'm not really sure for the next couple months. Definitely lots of recovery and food for the next week. Maybe some low-key local races. I'm currently living just outside the Chamonix Valley, so there's lots of little low-key races around the area. So I might do something like that. And then I guess the next big team event that I'll join with the Terex family is IGA. And there's an incredibly strong lineup of women there. So it's going to be fun to throw down with a lot of amazing, just some of our teammates. I mean, I think there's 8 of us racing the 50K, so that's going to be fun. But yeah, I guess it's a bit of a question mark in between then and now in UTMB, other than Iga.
Awesome. And then kind of final question for you before I let you go celebrate with your teammates is for those that are watching at home or who will be watching this later, is there any piece of advice you'd give them if they're contemplating jumping into a trail race, coming to Transvulcania, anything of that nature?
Wow. I think especially this race, it's incredibly diverse in its terrain, and one of the things that definitely got me through it was really taking the time to look up when I was feeling a bit low and taking in where we were. It was incredibly beautiful. And I guess part of the reason we do these races in these amazing places is to interact with the environment and the people and the culture. So yeah, I think for me, if you're considering a race like this, obviously you need to train really hard, or smart, maybe not train smart. Lots of climbing, lots of strength work. I think that's been where I probably should have done better. So lots of strength work and conditioning work because this terrain is tough on your body. But yeah, I guess if you're coming here, you've really got to embrace everything that La Palma offers, because it's like the people and the race organization and the race itself and the terrain. Really, it's been one of the better races that I've done. It's been an incredible experience. So yeah, advice would be pick races that excite you and then do lots of strength work and train smart and look up.
Awesome. Congratulations, Tony, on a fabulous race. We will see you at a start line later this summer and can't wait to cheer you on at OCC in August.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And it's so nice to see you again.
I'll see you soon. Don't you worry.
Yes, definitely. Bye.
Bye. That was the 50K women's champion, Tony McCann, South African athlete, living outside the Chamonix Valley. What a phenomenal showing for her in her opening race of the year. Absolutely incredible. Huge congratulations to her and her Adidas Terrex teammates on having a good run here. But oh my goodness, we have a race going on. Martina flew down that downhill.
Oh, did you see that? Like, the difference in style was just outstanding in that downhill. Like, she was moving. I felt like she was moving just as fast as Dakota and Damien when we saw them come through, and really a massive different style from I'm losing my word, from Edita, who looked like she was even walking at times. Like, look at her here on the switchback.
I mean, you can see it right now.
And look, she's looking up. She is looking up, so she knows that she's not moving as fast as she potentially should. And she's now starting to worry not about trying to catch Martina again, but maybe trying to hold off whoever is coming back behind her. I was checking as you were doing the interview with Tony that the splits and so far, I mean, they are substantial, but who knows? Like, who knows what happens, because that descent, like, you can really lose a lot of time, and she is about halfway through. She's going to get onto that flatter section, and now so she'll be able to probably run a little faster, and then there's going to be a whole second half of that descent. And seeing the pace at which she's going, if Ben McKenzie or Francesca Preto feel good and their legs are not shot, they'll be moving way faster on that downhill. That being said, I don't know what you think, because after that descent, it's all flatter uphill. And we've seen Edita run uphill, and she was extremely strong. So is she going to be able to turn it around, or is it just like run out of juice and it's just not going to be a grind to the finish? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I wondered the exact same thing. I think I wish, like, to be a fly on the wall out there to, do Meg and Francesca know that, like, this woman is struggling ahead of them, because that would be hugely motivational, right? Like it's if you've got gas and maybe you just have been kind of feeling low or feeling like you're not moving well, like all of a sudden, if you know someone in front of you is really struggling, like that can give you a second or third wind that you didn't know you had in you. But yeah, she definitely keeps looking back up the hill. She's not moving super well over this terrain. It kind of just looks like her legs are shot, right? Like having those poles out still, she's definitely very wobbly. I don't know if that's her quads, if it's the heat, if it's nutrition, right? But she's definitely not steady on her feet. Whereas Martina is currently running this riverbed section. Like she is running, like literally running away with the race right now. And I don't know if Meg or Francesca or Michelle Bunky have enough distance, to cover to be able to close that. But she is bleeding time right now, literally to third and fourth place behind her.
Yes, and as we were saying, Martina is not only running up the riverbed, but she is these are images of Martina winning TDS last year with a smile on her face. She finished hurting a lot because she hadn't prepared for the downhills so much, and she said she suffered. But like she was like, so what I was trying to say here, I just got excited and mixed up with all these images that are coming all over the show. But like she was fueling. And that's the advantage, or if I can say that, Martina has. She's a veteran, like in her experience about racing, about fueling, and she's always been around elite athletes, pro athletes when she was a content creator for Salomon. So she has so much experience and knowledge and understanding of what needs to be done in a race. And the fact that she started conservatively, she was well aware of her strength and potentially weaknesses, her lack of training. That she shared on social media, she thought she had, and so she ran within herself and took advantage of that downhill because this is where she truly is good at, and she showed us, and we definitely could witness that on the images. And yeah, by seeing Edita on the switchbacks, as you were saying, like it's more than just a lack of technical skills for running downhill. It really seemed that it was something like, as you said, either like the heat or dehydration or potentially bonking, but I'm almost certain that there's more going on to just not feeling comfortable on the downhill. So hopefully she's all right, and even more so, it would be great if she has crew at Tazacorte Port, which would mean they could essentially put her back on track, possibly. Let's see if we can hear something. She looks like she's chatting away. Nope, we don't have the sound. But yeah, an exciting finish for this women race. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Very exciting. We saw Mimi was there helping to crew Martina at that last aid station after crewing Tim and Tim at that same spot. I don't know if you witnessed Tim Tollefson making his way into a wheelchair after finishing. It looked like his legs were rigidly cramping. It did not look very comfortable whatsoever. But yeah, so we'll see how Edna starts to move on this kind of flatter section of the downhill. Yeah, I think having the poles out still, to me, on this downhill makes it seem like it's not so much like a discomfort with running the downhill. It seems like maybe she's just like had some cramping, had some quad fatigue, like is using the poles kind of as a little bit of a bracing mechanism, right, to keep her upright, keep her from locking up, potentially. But yeah, she's definitely not covering ground nearly as fast as Martina. But we'll get an official split right here. Actually, she's made it down this thing, which I think means she's likely safe unless she starts to cramp. But we'll get an official split between her and Martina here in just a couple of seconds.
And that's essentially the moment of truth. Like, after this downhill, it looks like she's picking up the pace a little bit. So maybe,
it looks like
as
she's
you
moving
say,
well
like,
on the flat still.
Yeah. So maybe it was the quads or IT bands that are shot and they're extremely painful as soon as you run downhill. But as we said, now it's all uphill. It's all uphill and flat from there. So she has someone. I don't think we're going to hear anything, and she's probably going to speak in Polish anyway. So she's fueling, looking after herself. She'll probably be getting the splits as well with what's going on ahead and behind. Oh, that's a lot of water.
Yeah, so Mimi had ice, and she was shoving ice down the back of Martina's pack, which I think was really smart because that will take some of that coolness with her down the trail. But I don't think someone, we're kind of trying to figure out like kind of what the predicted times are. They currently say that it's going to take her an hour to get from here to the finish. I think that is probably inaccurate. I think that is a prediction based on how slow she moved on the downhill. I think if she is in fact moving better on the flat surface, that she will likely move a little bit faster than that. That's a prediction based on the most current movement paces. But if she's moving better again on the flat surface, which she really appears to be, that time will come down a little bit. But right now, Martina is expected to be at the finish in about 28 minutes. But that, because the gap that Martina opened up was about 15 minutes. 15 minutes between the two of them. So she did open up quite a gap. I don't think that she's going to deteriorate at the same rate. So Martina is supposed to be in the finish in about 30 minutes. I imagine that we'll see second place towards the finish in about 45 minutes or so. That I think that gap will kind of remain fairly similar as long as she keeps running through the riverbed section. I think that will be what's telling for her. Meg McKenzie is supposed to be down to that last aid station in about 14 minutes. I don't think she's going to have enough distance to close the gap all the way to the Polish athlete unless something goes terribly awry for her in the final 5 kilometers.
Yeah, and you can see during her stop at the aid station, Edita was downing Powerade, Coke, pretty much anything she could get her hands on. So I think she was well aware that she probably was running on fumes and probably didn't fuel enough somehow. And so it will take about 5-10 minutes. Coke is pretty quickly efficient for everything to kick in and to give her the strength that she needs. But she was, our camera runner reeled her back to go under the bridge for her to kind of find her way. So she's moving definitely better on the flat, but see how she's running scared and looking back. She knows that she's probably not running at full capacity. But that's what we want. That's the split screen that we want. Seeing Martina still powering through that climb. She's probably in the last road crossing before getting to the top of that climb and into that long stretch into Los Llanos. She's giving everything she has. She knows now that she's not about to give her that first position. And Edita has got to be careful. She needs to look ahead and not back, because this could turn into
she'll fall if she fall. She'll fall if she keeps looking back over her shoulder. She needs to focus on what she's doing, not stress too much about what's going on behind her, and just keep moving to the best of her ability.
Yeah, folks. If you find yourself in this situation, looking around is not much of a help. Run within yourself, look after yourself, and that's what you can control. Everything else around you, you just can't. So any attention towards what's happening around you is essentially energy lost for not much. So I'd say keep what she should be doing instead of looking back is keep fueling, keep drinking, make sure she doesn't have a stride that's not too wide, too long, because you create more stress on your legs. Oh, what is the topic we discussed? And you taught me something very interesting last time we chatted about. Was it about cramps and the reason why
it was probably
they
about
appear?
cramps.
And it was not. Yeah, and it was not all I only thought it was about either electrolyte unbalance in the body and where your muscles don't fire and get triggered as well, or muscle damage. But You brought up something entirely different.
Yeah, so
Was it changing the stride or the cadence or?
No, so it's largely about neuromuscular fatigue is why cramping happens. So electrolytes can be a factor there. Like you can have electrolyte imbalances that are part of your neuromuscular fatigue, but essentially they almost disproved the straight up electrolyte theory due to the pickle juice study of all studies, in which
Yes.
when you gave people pickle juice, they would stop cramping, and they're like, well, how is that working? And it actually has nothing to do with the sodium or the electrolyte content of pickle juice. It has to do with these receptors in your mouth and in your throat that help to trigger a neuromuscular response in which basically you reset the system because your muscles have these things called GTOs or Golgi tendon organs. And their job is to, when your muscles contract, your muscles also have to relax, right? Like every time your muscles contract, they also have to relax. And cramping happens because the muscles are told to contract, and the GTOs stop getting activated, and so the muscle won't relax. And so if you can like kind of reset the system, you can get the muscle to relax and you can go back into a normal like contraction and relaxation cycle. And so for the longest time, we thought it was completely hydration based, completely electrolyte based, but really what the studies have shown over the last probably decade or so at this point, kind of through like the late aughts, like 2008 to 2013, and then even more recently with some newer studies again in 2021, this kind of multifactorial perfect storm neuromuscular fatigue has really come to the forefront of cramping. So, yep, electrolytes can totally be a factor, but so is going out too hard or being undertrained or the conditions being pretty warm, or it just being a long race or having a biomechanical issue, right, where you overuse one side of your body, for example. All those factors combined generally, or a combination of some of those factors, is what ends up causing exercise-associated muscle cramping to take place, which is different than cramping that you might get from being like hyponatremic, for example, where you truly have an electrolyte issue. So electrolytes can be helpful, but they're generally not the only reason why someone cramps. So the body is crazy and muscles are wild, but while electrolytes are part of the puzzle, they're not at all the entirety of the puzzle.
Wow. Love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm sure you guys out there learned a ton in that section. This is fascinating. I love that. Thank you. Knowledge dropping here on the English channel of the the Transvulcania Ultramarathon by UTMB. We are following the women's race if you're joining us right now. And there's been such a battle. Here we go. Martina Valmasoi from Italy representing Salomon is getting cooled down as she's about to cross the road. I said for the last time
by some
earlier,
random humans.
Yeah, and she's still motoring up those steps, or like those cobblestones, while we saw Elita Lewandowska, who's still in second place in the riverbed, still moving okay. And I believe that going uphill, seeing how strong she was in the early stages, and the fact that she has now refilled at the aid station and gotten a decent amount of calories through like all the drinks she had, and she probably had a gel too, she was probably going to be okay going up. So definitely not enough to come and challenge Martina, who's now, look at her, on a mission. But look at who she is, who is there. It's Meg McKenzie, who's now dancing her way down into the port of Tazacorte, into the aid station. And she was expected to be losing one position, but she is still holding on strong to third place. And by the look at how she's running downhill, I feel like the prediction were definitely wrong. So we'll see how far back Francesca Preto is. But if she continues going that way, I mean, she is still quite a ways back from Edita. But who doesn't want a good fight in the last few kilometers or few hundred meters of that long flat section? This is not Jorge Rodriguez here. Let's see if we can hear it. Man, she's moving well.
Yeah, she is. She's ahead of predicted time here, too, by about 5 minutes.
She's on a mission. She is on a mission, Meg McKenzie. A bit of a similar scenario to Damien Humbert. She came here last year being slightly injured and had to drop out of the race. And she was pretty excited to be back, healthy. And she's having a stellar race so far. Another strong representative of South Africa.
Yeah, a good day for the South Africans.
Yeah, yeah. And did I overhear that Tony also lives in Chamonix? Or
she
just be here
recently
for the
she spent some of the winter there, but she is currently living kind of outside of Chamonix Valley.
Right.
So she spent part of the winter there as well. So I think this is kind of a semi-purposeful move.
There you go. Meg asking for water to be dumped all over her. Good move. Good support from all the volunteers here, giving their time away so these runners can do what they do best and keep us entertained. Asking for more. It is getting hot out there. That was a pretty swift transition for Megan, even though she didn't have crew. I don't think she lost any time on Edita on that one, and she is back out pretty strong. So now the question will be, how far back will be Francesca Preto, and is Francesca in a position of potentially coming and challenge Meg McKenzie for third place in that direct ticket into the UTMB final, which will be the 100K, therefore CCC.
Yeah, and of note, the current prediction says that Meg could finish ahead of Edita, but I think that's still based on Edita's initial, she ran really slow on the uphill, and so it's giving her a slower prediction than what might actually happen. I think that's actually what happened with Andreas as well, that his prediction was that he was going to get overtaken for third position as he finished as well, and that was not in fact the case. So we'll keep an eye on these predictions. Right now it says that Meg could potentially overtake Edita, but I think that might just be due to Edita's incredibly time-consuming descent, and that it seems like she's moving better in the river bottom, but we'll get a better picture here as she gets closer to the road crossing and onto that uphill where we do know that she has been moving pretty strong all day.
Yeah, and to answer Aaron's question, Meg moved indeed this year with on running. She switched at the beginning of the year, and she was pretty stoked about that. We actually had a chat, and it seems to be serving her well. Oh, and there we go. So I've caught a few words from our camera runner back to the studio, explaining what's happening here with Edita Lewandowska. And he said, okay, she's going to try to hold on to second place. We're just getting out of the canyons, but she is really not moving too well. So if Meg McKenzie carries on like this and does a strong climb, man, it's still open.
It is. And what I was going to say is when we asked Dakota about this section of the course, he said, I thought that section was actually really nice. It's kind of beautiful.
Yeah,
and
true.
He said he didn't think it was that much slower than running on the road that he did in 2012, that he thought it was pretty comparable. Maybe it's a minute or two slower, but it's not 10 minutes slower, for example.
Right. I guess it keeps you, as you said, running through the narrow canyons at the start. It kind of keeps you entertained and keeps you in check while running on the road. It was
was a mine screw. You're just heating up and running on the road. So all you have to left is just thinking about the suffering. While here you pay attention to your footing. Megan's moving well. Megan's moving well, and she left with Coke.
Megan's moving well. But Francesca is also through that aid station as well, just about 2 minutes back of Meg McKenzie. It's not over till it's over, team.
That's right. And if these two ladies, both Meg and Francesca, get the word that ahead of them Edita is actually fading, man, that's, as you were saying, that's going to give them extra power to get after it. And who knows, perhaps if Francesca catches up to Meg, work together. Because in this case, if both pass Edita, then they're second and third, and they both punch their ticket to UTMB, to CCC.
Exactly.
But look at that. I feel like there's been a shift with Edita Lewandowska, because as much as am I going to say it? Yes, I'm going to say it. I feel like going uphill, using the poles, she's not flying up the hill, but she looks consistent at least. Like, and consistency is key. If you start like walking slow, and this is a very steep section as well, I feel like she could hold on to it. Oh, it's going to be a really exciting end of the race. Can we have predictions?
It's going to be a really
chat? What do you guys believe?
Exciting. Yeah, tell us. What do you think's going to happen? We don't know. Have your popcorn ready. We're 7 hours deep and we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, because there's definitely corn popping right now on the course under that scorching hot sun. And it really looks like Megan is on a mission. She's going as fast as she can, as hard as she can. But yeah, agreed, Aid Station Fireball. Like, thanks for being here again and bringing your 2 cents and knowledge to the live coverage. We always appreciate having you here. It is indeed kind of a hard thing to measure at the moment, because right now Meg is in a riverbed running on kind of a flat-ish terrain, while Edita was on that steep part of the climb. So it's always hard to say. I'd say like if Meg can pull out the poles on that climb, that could make a difference. Let's hear it. And so we can hear Fleury Roux here, that's offering us those images. Is telling back to the studio that yes, we're well into the climb and still moving at a reasonable pace. And on the right side, ladies and gentlemen, first woman Martina Vermassoy about to get on the flat section, which means back into running mode, which means just over 2 kilometers to go. Final stretch, home stretch, a long ass one for sure, but still, you're getting there, and then you can still probably at this point start hearing the finish line and get stoked by the spectators who start to line up around that area. There we go.
Meg's moving really, really well, though. Look at that. She's running. Meg is running. Not to say that other women aren't running, but Meg is running right now. And again, it's that defending third, getting that CCC spot, but also like maybe she knows she's in the hunt, and that's also really, really freaking exciting.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And then the fact that you can be on the back end of the race feeling okay. So there's about a K between these two. Less than a K. But again, it's hard to compare that because we've seen that gap increase and then decrease just because of the difference in terrain. So to make up a K, knowing that it is going uphill,
it won't be easy. But as you say, Megan's running right now, and as soon as they'll get onto the flatter section and up at the top, there's 2.6 Ks at the top. So if you're moving just a minute per K faster, that's a whole lot of time you can make up.
Yeah, anything can happen. Literally anything can happen. It's not done until it's done.
Come on.
I think she's cramping some.
It's good, it's good.
It's really what it feels like.
Oh, yep, that looks
Working really
painful.
hard there.
But
Martina's on the road.
Yeah, home stretch. 2 Ks to go
Probably
for Martina to come
8
and claim another international victory, backing up her win at TDS. Even though that's the beginning of the season, even though she was injured, if you weren't with us at the beginning of this live coverage, Martina Valmasoy from Italy had a climbing accident where she chipped the side of her hip with a rock falling onto her. She was out for a long time, and then she's been slowly getting back into it. Had about half of her skimo season, got back into it, and then now is going to claim the win at the Transvulcania Ultramarathon by UTMB, and that is sensational.
Come on.
And I see Depa standing up. I might join him down to the finish line to start warming up the crowds to welcome Martina Valmasoy as a champion. So again, I'll leave you in good hands. Corinne, I'll be back with hopefully the winner to have a bit of an interview.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Alrighty, Martin is going down to the finish line because Martina is making her way there. You can hear the police moto kind of guiding her way into town. She is probably 6 or 7 minutes away from crossing that finish line. She is moving really, really well. She's going to end up taking this by about 25 minutes or so, and then we should have kind of a tight bunch for second, third, and fourth with Edna Lewandowska of Poland, Meg McKenzie of South Africa, but lives in the Chamonix area, and Francesca Preto in that group as well, the Italian athlete in fourth. So 2 masters athletes in that group, 4 really strong women making their way to the finishing line. They are going to be, well off kind of the paces that we've seen in the last couple of years at this race. Abby Hall won this race in 8:29 last year. We're currently 9:04 on the clock. Ragna's time from 2019 is absolutely insane, a blistering 8:09. Ida Nilsson's 2018 of 8:40 and her 2017 of 8:04. Ida is one of the only people who has the triple here. She won in 2016, 2017, and 2018, running 8:14, 8:04, and 8:40, respectively. So some blistering fast times historically. On the women's side, you've got second place on the right-hand side of your screen. You've got Meg McKenzie in third on the left-hand side of your screen. Meg is working hard, and there is a distinct possibility that she could close this down and move into second position, which would be absolutely wild, due to Anita leading the race, from the gun basically until partway down that descent where she really lost a lot of time. Can't tell if it's her quads or her feet. Everything looked a little bit sore and kind of dysfunctional making her way down there. But right now, Martina's got only a matter of a couple hundred meters to go before she crosses the finishing line here, being escorted into town with that police siren. Yeah, less than 5 minutes to go for her after a long day out, coming back after an injury in the fall due to a climbing accident. Eskimo season, opening her season here. I imagine heading to a UTMB race this fall. But really, really excited to see Martina come through again after her great TDS win last year, which prompted her kind of going all in on her athletics this year, signing an actual athlete contract with Solomon before she's been part of their content team and their community management team. So this is definitely a really big deal for her, and we're excited to see her put it together today. Cameras right now on Meg McKenzie, who is in third. She came through that last aid station just 2 minutes ahead of Francesca Preto in fourth position. Woman on your screen now, this is Edyta Lewandowska of Poland. Really, really strong climber. Has had a rough go on the back part of this course on the descent, where we saw Martina make up about a 14-minute deficit, and she will probably win this by a good 25 minutes or so, which is absolutely bonkers. Really a masterclass in the back half of this course. She has to be so excited because she's worked this event as media many times in the past. When I was here in 2017, Martina was one of the photographers there supporting Solomon at this very race. So to be on the camera, be behind the lens of this race, and now to be the first lady to cross the finish line here in a matter of a couple minutes is unbelievably cool. Every step of this that Meg can runs is definitely a increasing likelihood in which Meg can potentially close this gap down and move into second position, which would be absolutely crazy. Oh, I love that we're getting the replay of her TDS win. It's been pretty cool to see that a couple times over the course of the last hour or two. She'll be back at that arch this year. Her win here gives her automatic entry into CCC as part of the UTMB World Series finale, and she can request to move up into the UTMB distance, the 170-kilometer race, if she chooses to do so, which would be really cool to see. I think that she would really excel at that 170-kilometer event. So we'll just have to see what she has planned for her season. But here she comes.
Starting from the back,
champion.
starting from the back.
Venga, vamos, ahí la tienen, ahí está. Es ella.
There she is.
Martina,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Martina,
she is here.
Martina,
There is the time to make some noise.
Vamos arriba, arriba. Ella está. Martina Olmosson.
She's back on top. There she is.
La primera corredora en llegar a la línea de meta, Martina Olmosson.
What a battle. What a fight. Martina started conservatively, ran within herself. And then slowly but gradually, she let experience do the talking. And her downhill greatness was just phenomenal. And she took advantage of that to claim the first place.
Atentos, porque llega a meta con un acto de valentía, Team Fredericks, ganador de Transvulcania en el año 2017. Ahí le tienen Team Fredericks llegando a meta, independientemente del puesto, había que terminar y ya lo ha hecho.
It's about to pop. Ladies and gentlemen, Martina Varvasoy using whatever she has left to pop that champagne. She knows how to do it. All right.
Martina.
It's not every day you can have a champagne shower. Why not?
Shower.
Why not?
Martina. Hey. It's your público.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Martina Varvasoy.
Enorme Martina Balmasoy, ganadora Transvulcania 2023. Va a ser inolvidable para ella esta llegada a meta.
And it was indeed quite an incredible race scenario. She was in second place for the longest time and made the best out of her strength in the downhill. And she flew past to claim first place and then power her way up to Los Llanos and to claim the win. Hey, there you go. There she is. Our champion. Well done, Martina.
Well done, muy bien. Yo creo que podemos bajar la música y la entrevista a Martín y Martina.
All right, we're ready to have a few words from Martina. What a race, what a race. There has been a lot going on before the race, just to kind of give people a little bit of context. You said on social media, like, I've been injured, I had half of a ski season, I'm getting back into running. I don't have high hopes. So it sounds as though you ran conservatively in the first part, but then what happened once you started catching a glimpse of first place?
Well, I don't know what to say. I would have never expected this because, totally, I haven't been training much, but definitely this morning I was super motivated. I've been feeling good the past 10 days. I've been spending some really great time here in La Palma with Meg McKenzie. And then I just, anyway, I knew I wanted to push as much as I could until Roque de los Muchachos, because then I knew that I would have struggled maybe in the downhill. Then I talked with you at the start, and then you gave me like the best tip ever, that we won't tell anyone else. We keep it for us, right? And honestly, I started like without pushing much. And then I have seen that I was able to keep going, and then someone. And then I was actually fast in the downhill, and or at least moving quite well. No one was passing me, and at El Time I saw the first woman that she was quite far in the climb, and I said, okay, then it's time. It's race time. I won't leave anything on the field, and the last climb was brutal. Was so hot, and I gave so much in the last part of the downhill. I was really, really tired.
Yes, and this is where we saw the tables turn. You showed incredible strength on the downhill. We saw you float down. It was beautiful to watch. And then Edita was having issues on the downhill. And actually, so far she's still in second place, but Meg McKenzie is coming in strong. So we still don't know. So stay with us because we still have no idea who will finish in second place. So Martina Valmasoy, once again, the 2023 Transvulcania champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, señoras y señores, la campeona de Transvulcania 2023, Dakota, came, please. The winner is Dakota Jones. Yeah! And the winner is Martina Valmasoy, the pitcher of the two together. Vámonos arriba ahí, venga.
Allez. All the way to the finish. Well done, mate. Bravo, c'est Kevin qui vient de France et qui finit. Superbe.
Bueno, pues no ha hecho más que empezar la carrera femenina, la llegada a meta de la primera de la ganadora. Ahí está, ahí la tienen en imágenes. Martina Valmasoy, la corredora italiana del equipo Salomón, que se lleva la victoria en esta edición 2023. Pero la lucha ahora está en la segunda y tercera plaza, Mira, ahí tenemos a Megan McKenzie, la corredora sudafricana, que viene en tercer puesto, pero muy cerquita de la segunda de... No. Edita Lewandowska ya está en el último kilómetro.
That's what we're saying. If you guys can hear us all the way through the web TV, Edita looked like she was working hard and she was hurting. So we had doubts. Maybe Megan McKenzie was going to be able to pick her up. But there she is. And she's looking well. Look, she's even passing a lot of people. So she must smell the barn, as we say in English. It's the finish line coming. She probably can hear us potentially by now in this last, you say 1,500 meters, kilometer and a half?
Yes, sí, exactamente. Aproximadamente 1 kilómetro, trabajando muy duro. Edita Lewandowska con ese tiempo perdido en la bajada, ha perdido en la bajada con respecto a Martina 27 minutos. 27 minutes she lost in the go down with Martina Valmasoy. Martina llegó arriba del todo con 14 minutos perdidos y la sacó abajo 13, 27, ¡vamos! Megan McKenzie viene dándolo todo, luchando por ese puesto, tercer puesto. ¡Vamos! Megan McKenzie in third position, and in fourth position is 2 minutes behind her.
The Italian runner. What a finish, ladies and gentlemen.
Crazy moment.
These ladies have given everything they had to hold on to their positions. You saw Martina completely collapse on the finish line. And I think Edita, it will be similar for her. She is moving insanely fast right now. She found a second win. She just forgot about the pain, forgot about everything. She's like, I just have to make it to the finish line. Maybe she has been told. Maybe somebody told her that Megan McKenzie was close, and so she found an extra gear to make it to the finish line and to join us here in Los Llanos for the party and to claim the second place.
Estamos esperando a Edita, que va a ser la segunda corredora en llegar a la línea de meta, la segunda mujer en cruzar este arco de Transvulcania en esta edición 2023. Y ahora Marina, vamos Marina, lo has conseguido, bien. Ahí llega Marina. ¿Dónde está Ramón?
She's almost there, y'all. Second place. She keeps looking over her shoulder, but she is definitely in a secure position in second, although I have to imagine it has not felt like that for much of the last 2 hours as she struggled on that final downhill into the last aid station. She's moved a lot better on this flat section, and she is almost to the finish line where she should be finishing in second position. Meg McKenzie is probably only 10 minutes behind her, having closed down a lot of that gap, and should be finishing third today. So very, very cool. We'll be rounding at the women's podium here very, very shortly. In the next 5 to 15 minutes, we'll have all three of our podium in. Maybe our top 4 in at that point. Yeah, Meg McKenzie is also on the road. What an incredible performance.
The third and the second woman. But Megan is running to try and catch Edita, but also to run away from whoever is coming behind because she wants to finish third. She wants to qualify for CCC. Ale, ale, venga, dai, dai, dai.
¡Dai, dai, dai!
Avanti tutti.
Ahí está, ahí lo tienen, ahí llega, acaba de girar y tenemos toda la recta de meta para recibirla a ella. Ahí viene, segunda clasificada, ruido, aplauso, Lewandowska.
Make some noise. Edita, second place finisher. Thank you, everyone.
Y Molus, justo Molus detrás de Edita Lewandowska. Desde el campo, un campurriano. El organizador de la herradura del campo que acaba de entrar ahora. ¡Vamos! 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 ¡Bien, Romain! ¡Bien! Venga, tuyo es este momento dentro de la meta. Vamos, Fernando, enhorabuena. Venga, chicas, venga, venga, venga. Ahí están las dos jovencísimas corredoras de la carrera del Roque. Vamos, Javi, venga, tío, venga, Javi. Bravo, buena carrera.
All right, Depa, I'm going to try and have an interview. Can we get the music a little bit more down?
Ahora bajamos un poquito la música porque Martín va a hablar con Edita Lewandowska.
So before we even carry the interview, how about we give another round of applause to Edita, who had an incredible race, showed incredible grit to come all the way here. There we go. A big thank you to all of you people from La Palma for this really great welcome into Los Llanos.
Increíble la carrera que ha hecho, sobre todo en la primera parte. Ha llegado arriba al Roque de los Muchachos con 14 minutos de ventaja frente a Martina Balmasoy. En la bajada hemos visto que perdía tiempo, que perdía ritmo. Ha perdido 27 minutos nada más y nada menos en la bajada con respecto a Martina Balmasoy, que le ha ganado con bastante diferencia, pero es que ha tenido que pelear durísimo para mantener ese segundo puesto, porque detrás, muy cerca, lo van a ver ustedes, viene Meg McKenzie, que se va a llevar la tercera plaza del podio.
All right, Depa, can we try and get the music down so we don't have to scream? Beautiful.
Todo tuyo.
Thank you. Edita, we have to admit, on the web TV, had a few people, we were like, okay, these are the top runners, and all of a sudden we have you coming out of nowhere. I mean, we looked at your credentials and you've done quite amazing things, and there's actually a few things we want to talk about with you as well. But you're a very strong climber, and all of a sudden you're sitting in the lead of the Transvulcania Ultra Marathon by UTMB. Was it a plan for you going into the race?
Last year I started in Transvulcania, but I have accident and fallen up, and I have contusion. 5 weeks I must go to physiotherapist. I don't running, and I won't come back here. And today I say, Edita, you must push. But 3 weeks ago, when I training in Tenerife, I have problem with the legs, and 3 weeks spent I only aqua jogging. I don't running, and I don't know what's happened. And today it's my day. Yeah, I feel good. I like when I uphill. I don't like downhill. Yeah, but today I'm very, very happy. My dream come true. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic effort. And again, great, because we saw you on the downhill. You looked like you were hurting, but you never gave up. And so we talked with the Polish community, and they told us a few things about you. Is that true that you have a project to run a really long road in 50 days? Can you tell us about this project?
Yeah, I have plan. I want running legendary road 66. This is 80 kilometers per day, and nobody, I don't know in this English. I want to be first woman, and this is long project. Yeah, the Transvulcania, it's my dream. Yeah, I won't start here, but the important for me, the legendary road 66.
And to wrap up this interview, and thank you for your time, is there something you want to say to the people of La Palma, as well as the people, because we are live on the web TV, to the people of Poland who supported you?
Thank you so much, all people here and all people in computer, in the Poland, my team, my coach Sebastian, thank you, and Jarek, thank you so much, Aneta, my support. I'm very, very happy because this is a big competition, and I'm very, very happy. I'm tired, but oh my God, it's crazy.
And then maybe your last question is, because you finished in the top 3, so you have your ticket to CCC. Will we see you in Chamonix at the end of August?
No. I won't start in Hungary, UTMB Hungary. And later I prepare only for Road 66. Maybe the next year, who knows?
All right, take note. We'll see you soon. Good luck for your project. And again, congratulations. Second place finisher in the women's category, ladies and gentlemen.
Atentos porque viene la tercera. Ahí está Meg Mackenzie. Tercera plaza. Tercer puesto desde Sudáfrica. Llega a línea de meta. Vámonos arriba todos. Es ella. Es Megan Mackenzie.
Coming all the way from South Africa. Now she has her third place right here. Oh, she worked for it. Oh, did she work for it.
Madre mía, vaya remontada. La de Meg. She recuperates a lot of Megan Mackenzie. Tercer puesto. Tercera clasificada. Es Megan Mackenzie. Con todos ustedes, la tercera clasificada en esta Transvulcania 2022.
Yes, so these runners are friends above all. And so they're always super excited for each other when they accomplish their dreams. Look at this top 3 female. Look at the hugs. This is the love. This is trail running. This is what it's all about. All right, ladies, get this in order. Here
Sebastián Cheñó. Esa es la foto. A ver.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 female here in the 2023 Transvulcania by UTMB.
Sergio, bueno.
A super impressive performance. I don't know if my mic is on. I don't think it is. But incredibly impressive performances by all 3 women today. All the women, all the men in the race in general. We know 4th is on her way to the finish line as we speak. Really solid running in the heat across the island. But our women's podium is officially in. Unbelievable. Martina still looks a little bit surprised that she managed to pull off a win here today, but she should be very, very excited.
Sí, claro. Ahí llega otro corredor del Bahiana, de la isla de La Palma, aquí a la línea de meta, a la línea de llegada, las 3:30, 15 horas, 32 minutos. Y seguimos teniendo más corredores que van llegando, que lo hacen aquí, con el pequeño, la pequeña de la familia. Vamos arriba, vamos con todo. Venga, mucho ánimo, disfruta el momento. Venga, pareja. Vamos ahí que lo tenemos. Venga, Laura, venga, Mario. Viviendo. Muy buena. Good job. Ahí tienen la clasificación de los 5 primeros. Dakota Jones, ganador, 7 horas 2 minutos. Damian Humbert, 7 horas 10. Andrea Reiterer, Lionel Cristian Manole, Germain Granger, el top 5 de esta ultramaratón de Transvulcania. Dakota, Damian, Andreas, Lionel Cristian Manole, Germain Granger. Y ahora 2 corredores más que vienen llegando. Vamos ahí con todo. Vamos ahí. Lo tenemos hecho. ¡Bravo! ¡Sí! De la Suiza.
Oh, yes.
Venga, continuamos. Que siga el ambiente. No se vayan todavía. Aún hay más hasta las 10 de la noche con el ambiente en la carrera internacional de Transvulcania. Ahí lo tenemos. Venga, vámonos arriba. Sí, señor. Ahí está. Hecho. Conseguido, Kevin. Bravo. Venga, José. Venga, Francisca. Buena, Venga. ¡Oh! ¡Pedro! Ahí está nuestro amigo Pedro que llega en línea de meta. Enhorabuena, Pedro, lo ha conseguido. Bien. Vamos, aquí tenemos a dos corredores más que vienen entrando en meta. Bienvenidos, buena carrera. Estamos esperando ya también para terminar la retransmisión en directo. Ahí tiene Martina Mamasoy, primera posición, Edita Lewandowska, segunda, Megan Mackenzie, tercer puesto finalmente, 6 minutos y medio tan solo la diferencia entre la segunda y la tercera. Bien, María, vamos, ánimo. Vamos, Alex. Vamos, Alejandro. Venga, ahí está. Ahí viene Aaron Rosar. Vamos, Aaron. Venga, hombre. Vamos, que se note. Ahí están. Venga. Aaron y Víctor. Vamos, Víctor. Venga, Aaron. Bravo. Ahí está. Vamos, Elena. Venga, Elena. Venga, va, te voy a dejar pasar si vienes conmigo. Así disipulamos y tal. Y le das un abrazo a tu marido. A ver, Aaron, no te vayas. Ahí está. Aaron con Elena.
It is so emotional.
El canario.
It is so emotional.
On va vous laisser vivre ces images.
3, 2, 1.
Way faster transition compared to Katie Scheid.
What is going on? This is not good.
Your UTMB champion.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series. Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB, I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Francisco Horus y Surta García. Enhorabuena, enhorabuena. Ahí tenemos en la recta de meta ya, pisando la alfombra roja de los sueños, a José Luis Sánchez. Ahí está, en esa recta de meta, el del Trecus, el del equipo palmero, José Luis Sánchez. Adolfo Tejera va a ser el siguiente en cruzar la línea de meta. Ahí está Adolfo, finisher, Adolfo Tejera. Enhorabuena. Yo te la puedo poner, Hace mucha ilusión. Acaba de llegar ahora François Febre, Ludmila Sepa, Raiko Rodríguez viene. Ahí lo tenemos. François Febre, Xavier Bernaus, Dayan Gómez, José Pablo Pérez, Miquel Morell. Dayan Gómez, enhorabuena, bienvenido Dayan. Y ahí tenemos otro corredor más del Trecus que viene. Vamos, 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 José. Bravo. Ahí está José Pablo Pérez. Y después Miquel Morell. Juan Jesús Hernández y Marina Hernández. Muy buena. Que sí. Es un continuo goteo de corredores y corredoras lo que vamos teniendo aquí en esta línea de llegada, en esta línea de meta. Ahí viene Danilo Mondo desde Italia. Dai, Danilo, dai. Dai, dai Danilo, dai. Bella cara, bellissima Danilo. Ahí le damos el... Bien, Nacho, buena. Ahí con dos, uno a cada lado. Venga. Emocionado, sin lugar a dudas, por cruzar la línea de meta. También acompañado en familia. Ahí viene Juan Carlos Herreros y Ana Cecilia Rodríguez. Nuria, y viene Unai Aspizuru, Sorionak Unai, Onguetorri, Chapeldun, ahí está Unai Aspizuru. Te da palo a ti, me la das a mí, ya la guardo y te la doy luego. Like boys. Al fin. Ay. Pararon la cadena. Muy bien. Ah. Murió ya.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series. Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB. I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Llegó Néstor Santana también. Aquí acaba de llegar Josué. Levanta los brazos porque ha cruzado el arco de meta Juan Valero de Blas, Ansel García Martín, Ruth Sedofeito, Mario Felipe Orradre, Aitor Velasco, Rubén Cerda. Bienvenidos a todos.
This. All right, we got more people coming in. It's a family affair, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. And one more finisher out of the 2,000 participants across all races that have chosen La Palma to come and achieve their incredible, their extraordinary, come to cover any race from the 20K to the 50K to the 72 kilometers ultra marathon. Oh, and it's getting hot on that finish line. It is 5 p.m. These runners in the ultramarathon started this morning at the Faro de Fuecalente on the south tip of the island at 6 a.m. They've been running for 11 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, what an achievement! Allez, allez! Welcome home! They're coming in pretty spent, but crossing the finish line is all they came for. Get the medal, get the running stones as well. All right, we got Jesus in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. Now this is actually Roberto Carlos finishing the ultramarathon. And ahora tenemos Manuel Cifrego Gámez Pérez. Bienvenida a la línea de meta en los Llanos. Felicidades, campeón. Oh yeah, we're jamming. Oh, and I'm gonna ask you to make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, because we're about to welcome the 5th place finisher in the women's category for the
Josué
Ultramarathon. Oh, here he is. Depa, welcome back.
Hi, estoy aquí. I'm here. If you are here tonight, congratulations.
And it's Michelle Bunka, who's going to come all the way from United States of America to claim 5th place here in the Tarawera Ultramarathon. Welcome home. Congratulations. You made it. Et c'est Charlotte qui arrive. Félicitations. Qui ont fini avec la Volcanes.
Bienvenida Charlotte. Ahí llega Charlotte Canazzi. Acaba de cruzar la línea de meta Michelle Bunke. Un lado para que me...
Speak English. Allez, mesdames et messieurs, faites un peu de bruit. Il nous finit cet ultra-marathon en place 69. C'est Teddy Bresson qui en finit. Allez, faites du bruit. Et voilà, c'est dans la poche. Bravo, mec. Y ahora es Danielo Sánchez Rodríguez en la línea de meta. Ay. Oh, we got a lot of runners coming in. We're going to need you to make a lot of noise. We got Joaquin Amar, Ibrahim Ben Misbah, David Hernandez Alvarez, Alejandro Sosa Correa et Johan Cuso. Tout ça dans cette ligne d'arrivée in the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We got a whole lot of runners coming in, finishing the Volcanes, the Ultramarathon, El Roque, everything. All distances, all people. Well done, everyone. Bravo, Johan. Oh, putain. Vamos, Juan. Felicidades y bienvenida a la línea de meta en Los Llanos. Y ahora tenemos a Sergio Crespo Femenina en la Ultramaratón Transvulcania. Well done. It's done and well done, ladies and gentlemen. We are, I can't even count right now, but there's so many times. Oh, and he's coming all the way from Colombia, ladies and gentlemen, to take 72 in the ultramarathon, Luis Felipe Martinez. Venga, venga, Luis. Come and join us here. Finish line is here. You've almost made it. Finisher of the Transvulcania Ultramarathon. Yes, that's it. About 700 of them were down in El Faro de Fuecalente this morning. Started at 6 a.m. 6 a.m. And they've covered the whole length of the island, all the way around the caldera, all the way down into Tazacorte Port, and then back to find us here for the party. Because it will be a party. We will be here on the finish line all the way until 10 p.m. tonight. A las 10 en la tarde ahora. We will be here to welcome all the runners. At 7, a las 7, we'll have the award ceremony to celebrate all those champions. Top 3 in all categories, all distances. Don't miss out. It's going to be fun. It's going to be hell of a fun. And then we'll need you all to bring in all the last runners before the cutoff between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be hell of a party. So we count on you to be back. You can have a few beers. You'll make more noise with it. Oh, we've got 3 runners, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. All running in the Volcanes race. Miguel Bartes Alvarez from Perdomo Garcia and Luel Curbelo Bolívar.
Muy bien dicho, Noel Curbelo Bolívar, Franck Perdomo et maintenant il arrive
Benoît Martinez-Mort qui arrive aussi de France et qui va finir cet ultramarathon de la Transvulcania. Allez Benoît, encore 50 mètres et allez à toi. Finisher de la Transvulcania Ultramarathon. Et voilà, c'est dans la boîte. All these runners here have come for such a long way. Now we had a French runner, we had more runners in the Volcanes. Jorge Jesus Perez Rodriguez, Cristian Lopez Suarez, Nelly Hernandez Rodriguez, and coming from Germany in the ultramarathon, Ulrich Händel. Well done, team. Let's get. Well done, congratulations.
Ulrich.
Way too hot for a German. So the only thing I can tell you is there's now lots of beer around here to make you feel better and to cool you down. Good sense of humor despite covering 72 kilometers and over 4,600 meters of climb. This is insane. These people are absolute legends from first to last. There's still quite a lot of people out there. There were 700 this morning leaving Transvulcania, and so far 126. 74, my bad. 74 in the ultramarathon only have arrived. Not even the top 100 has arrived. And we have Arsenio Luis Marrero Quevedo.
Ahí llega Arsenio Luis y es Hildur Adalsteindottir. Bien dicho, bueno, muy bien. Y ahora, ahí llega al bueno de Arsenio. Bueno, Arsenio, otra más.
Allez, mesdames, faites du bruit, mesdames et messieurs, pour Alix Farr qui finit l'ultramarathon en 6e position. Incroyable course pour notre Française. Félicitations.
Alix Farr, sexta. 6th position.
6th position indeed in the women's category.
Sexta mujer en llegar en la ultramaratón. Alix Farke desde Francia. Sexta posición para ella. Y ahí viene desde Andorra. Benvinguda Sonia Tanes. Òscar Rodríguez. Benvinguda Sonia. Molta bona. Molt bé, Sonia. Molt bé, Déu-n'hi-do. Des d'Andorra fins la Palma. Benvinguda.
Don't mess with Sonia.
No,
that was hit of a kick.
Oh, yeah. 7, Alessandra Wojtova.
Oh, yeah, now we have a lot of runners coming in, Depa. All right, people, keep making some noise to welcome them.
Aquí acaba de llegar Sergio García, Benito San Juan, Fernando, Miguel Fuente y la séptima clasificada. La séptima mujer en entrar en línea de meta, Alessandra Wojtova.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a close call between 6 and 7 because Alessandra Wojtova from Italy just crossed the finish line to claim 7th place, not even a minute after Alix Farr.
Congratulations from Deutschland, Christian Nitscher.
And Depa, we only have 77 people who have finished so far.
Wow, only, solamente 77 corredores son los que han llegado a línea de meta. 7 corredoras en total. 84 runners in the overall category.
And then I'm like, oh,
Bueno, ahí van pasando las horas ya, las 4:10. Date prisa que ya son las 4:10.
Yes. Coming in strong from the United States of America, about to finish the Volcanis race. Debida Milslagli coming in strong with a smile on his face. That's what we like to see. Come and join us under the finish line. Claim that finisher medal. Well done, brother.
Sebedia Mills-Leitch desde Estados Unidos. Y ahí al fondo tienen a Borja Darsa y a Jonay Gil. Jonay Gil que viene acompañado por la familia. ¡Vamos, Jonay, vamos!
Oh, and Depa, in the ultramarathon, we have 8th place, 6, 7, and 8 within 5 minutes. That was quite a race here.
Sexta, séptima y octava en 5 minutos. Ahora viene Mirja Meiheit desde Alemania.
Los geht Mirja. Allez.
8th position, Mirja.
What a race. It's okay. You've done the work. You're here. And congratulations. That was such a tight race. You had like 6, 7, and 8 right within 5 minutes. You were looking really, really strong. So congratulations and welcome to Los Llanos.
Y ahí viene David Rodríguez, sí se puede, dando un año más la lección, terminando esta media maratón. Vamos, Abraham, venga, ahí estamos, ahí lo tienes ya. Venga Marina, venga Marina, muy bien. Y ahí viene David Rodríguez, vamos, sí se puede, sí.
It is so emotional.
On va vous laisser vivre ces images.
2, on! Way faster transition compared to Katie Scheid.
What is going on? This is not good.